Sure they have that. But yeah, if you go look at the base radius of these hits, like look at that. We're gonna have that in Act 1, okay? That's gonna be like, and it doesn't have an attack time, right? Like Rolling Slam is like a third of that AoE or half that AoE and has a giant attack time. This doesn't have that. I'm just gonna be slashing and then the big pack and I go boom. You know? I lay the boom. I break out the bear pound slam thing, you know?
Ferocious roars of
bam! Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's a pack clearer, man. There's gonna be, I'm gonna have Herald of Ash. There's gonna be a whole mobs, like this many mobs, and the slam's gonna kill all the ones on this side, and then make them have the Herald of Ash explosion, which is gonna kill everything else in this. Like we're gonna be one tapping like 50% of the screen with Bear in Act 1. Will the Bear Claw be viable in Act 1? I mean, it's a two-hand weapon. That just seems better than Mace's. Like, it's better attack speed, better base crit. It's just, you know, better ingredients, you know? Papa John's. I don't know why I keep thinking that. Hey, Arzel, how you doing, man? Ziggy play 100% Bear. Expect 90% nerfs. Did Ziggy post his video yet? Is that out? I would love to see some Ziggy Bear footage. Hey, Barbers, how you doing, man? Good morning, good morning. Shiny Charizard. Yep, that's exactly what I keep thinking in my head. I can't stop. It's sad that in map there won't be any mobs. There will be mobs. They didn't say there's 40% reduced mobs. It wasn't like a cutting the mob count in half. They're taking off the scaling pack size from the first map to T15s. So it's going from 1.4 to 1, where the loot is 1.4 times for the monsters you kill. They're still... This is like over exaggerated thing. There's not going to be any monsters. There's got to be monsters. It's like so silly. 0 mobs, enter map, fight boss, leave map. Guys, there's going to be monsters. I'm hopeful the pack change will make stronger builds more viable. I mean, that is definitely a thought, right? If you make monsters harder on average, but you make it so there's less of them, you increase the need for maybe damage and lower the need for AoE hitting the entire screen or whatever, right? I think it's still going to be top meta is going to be how much movement speed can you get. They still have the issue where the game is really easy to get to the point where you're one-shotting monsters, at which point you kind of just, it's about how much movement speed and like rarity can you force onto your gear type of thing. Maps are going to be 50% plant watering, 50% ramping combos. Dude, I thought this is like, I'm pretty sure our werebear is going to play like a straight up auto bomber. Let me get out the treadmill. But like, I can give you guys a paint of what it's going to look like, okay? I can give you guys the paint. All right. I like... Bear is gonna be like 0 combo. Bear is gonna be like just straight auto bomber, okay? Like unironically. My plan is Stormweaver Bear, get +2 limits, and running 3 thunderstorms and 3 firestorms. So you're thinking more like Druid than Eatrum, right? Because whenever you're casting those skills, you come out of bear form. Bear is more like melee attack. Limit skills are more like the Druid spell caster type of thing, which I think what you're thinking of doing the +2 limits, I think with the extra duration skills they've added in the game, stacking up duration skills is going to probably feel pretty good. Caesar wept when he auto-bombed, but there was nothing left to bomb. There's going to be plenty to bomb. Hold on. Let me pull around the treadmill. The base duration of it is 10 seconds, and we only need to generate 20 glory, and it doesn't have a cooldown, And we can get rage gen for... Got the treadmill plugged in. We're literally gonna be proccing Walking Calamity. We could invest in a little bit of duration, so maybe it lasts like 15 seconds instead of like 10 seconds. And then after those 15 seconds are up, we're gonna gen the glory again to proc it again within like 2 seconds. Like it's gonna be like we gonna be cooking. Lance, remember no stitch? Oh yeah. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. Let me describe how bad it's gonna be, guys. Okay, let me describe how trash the bear is gonna be. Okay. Hold on. So this is clearly a bear, right? I think we all can agree. I don't know what that is. Close enough. Close enough. Anyway, so this is our bear, okay? Is that a hippo? No, it's a bear, all right? We're gonna, like, go roar or whatever, okay? And then we're gonna proceed to run this way. And it's just gonna be like... Boom. Yeah, it's Meteor's just going everywhere, right? And then, you know, the map takes a turn and we're start running this way, right? And you know what's still happening? You can hear lash explosions, right? Right? And then we're gonna start running this way, right? We're just freaking going everywhere. Just constantly bam, boom, boom. Like you guys, okay, obviously my drawing here is like subpar, but you get the idea, right? We're just gonna be we're gonna be sprinting around and it's gonna be blowing things to smithereens. And when the duration winds up, you know, we're literally just gonna go ahead and we're just gonna roar again, you know? And we're gonna keep going. Rinse and repeat, right? We're back there, we're running around some more. Why not just copy and pasta and then flip it? Yeah, well, you get the idea, guys. You get the idea. The uptime on this thing, it's gonna be freaking sick. Has good duration. We just need rage gen. We're gonna get it from shaman. And oh yeah, terrible. Yes, Alweezy is correct. Trash. Don't play the bear. Running past monsters as they get destroyed by meteors is gonna be bad, guys. It's not gonna be good, okay? You should log in, hop on a bird, and run around with your +1 arrow 50% of the time. Okay, that's what you should do. Okay, go play Deadeye. Deadeye's OP. Okay, don't log into the bear where you can just permanently sprint while fire is raining around you, because that's trash. Log into the Roa that allows you to not have a movement speed penalty, because we all know not having a movement speed penalty is better than just sprinting with 50% extra movement speed. Okay? Does bear have heavy stun immunity? We're not gonna get hit, dude. We're gonna be sprinting past, and the fire is gonna be raining down, and anything's gonna be dying. Rue thinks the number looks sad. Oh, the effectiveness on the numbers? The effectiveness? I think it looked decent. It's only level 13 skill. Oh, okay, well, it depends on how much of in terms of single target for the Meteor skill, it really depends how much overlap you're getting on skills. Like, we don't have too many clips. From what I see of this, to me, it looks like smart targeting for the big Meteor. And that alone, I think, makes it some pretty viable damage. Because the big Meteor, it seems like it usually targets a mob in the clips I've seen. Like, it goes right next to where your character is. Like, you have this clip of it, which, let's see when he procs it. He procs it here. Like, pretty much every Meteor was targeting a mob, right? Like, it lands directly on 3 mobs in a row. So if you get an extra hit or 2 from the small Meteors plus the big Meteor, like, that's some pretty decent effectiveness. Because this skill is only level 13. Let's look at some other skills. Effectiveness, just for comparison's sake, to get an idea of what a level 20 gem will look like. Am I okay being a bear hug than a bear smash because it looks cool? Yeah, I mean, we're gonna, the Meteors, I think the Meteor is gonna be decent damage, but we're gonna obviously have the ability to attack with other skills as well, right? The Meteor is the Walking Calamity thing is a duration based thing, so you get to use your other attacks still to stack on top of that. But I think its DPS, even without other attacks, is still gonna be good. 5.5% more per level. Level 20 would be like 45% more. I think I just want to look at a comparable skill. Trying to think what would be a comparable skill. Bum 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 bum. What's Mace Strike's effectiveness? Does it have it? 312 is what it is. Level 13, it's 222. Hey, you're UK or Backdash. How you doing, man? I hate how Conk is good. What do you mean, how Conk is good? I refuse to press more than one button. I think the bear will be able to play basically as a one button. Pretty much just activate the Meteor and run around. But if you want to, and it's probably going to be worth it, to also like attack on single target. Which at that, I don't know. My quality of life threshold when I play characters is, it basically includes, like, for PoE 1, for me, it's like, okay, I'm a movement skill, like shield charge, frostblink. I'm down for one, like, curse button, you know, like maybe a Bane dual curse or a singular curse cast or a mark on hit. And then the next limitation on top of that is for single target, maybe I'm willing to press one more button. So it's like plays like one button plus movement up until I get a boss. And then maybe I pre-cast, let's say like a frost shield or something, right? And then I curse the boss with like a curse on hit. That's usually my threshold. I like to keep it to like one button I'm mainly pressing, and then maybe one other to proc a debuff or something type of thing. I worry the bear is going to be squishy. First one doesn't get one shot by your Meteor, just dumpsters you. You're worried that bear is going to be squishy? That just depends how you make your character. If you choose to log in and say, let me just not use ES, then yeah, there's a good chance you might be squishy. But even then, you could probably go Defiance or Overleech and still be decently tanky as a life build. Like, PoE is PoE 2 is currently not that, like, dangerous of a game. So even though ES might be a lot better than life in a lot of ways, the content doesn't scale that hard for it to matter. It gives you armor, applies to Ellie, yes. So realistically, I think you could totally play it as a hybrid armor ES, especially if they give us a keystone like Divine Flesh. The more I learn about Lance, I think he's a leader of the gamer dads. What the hell does that mean? The gamer dads, we gotta stick together, man. We gotta stick together. Ain't nothing wrong with pressing few buttons. You should join Farmer and Dead Rabbit on Discord. Are they Discord chatting right now? We're gonna be joining podcasts with Dead Rabbit, Miso, and Caltork for their Path of Exile 2 podcast later today. Rabbit asked me if I was down to join their podcast, so we're gonna do that at 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, I believe. Too early for Farmer and his shenanigans. I need to keep asking him about the bet if it's still on with him and Fovgun. To me, it seemed like that was never going to reach a conclusion. All right, do I stop stalling? Is it time? Am I ready to do an actual practice? Am I prepared? I have to, like, the difficult part is I know deep down Druid is going to be way better early game, okay? So the difficult part is mentally I have to accept I'm playing maces, which I'm not actually playing on Leaguestart just because it's the closest thing I can get. The closest thing I can get to the bear. I keep trolling TTS Farmer every day and it seems to still be on. There you go. Resonating Shield Gamer or do one-hand mace? It's probably closer. That would not be closer at all. The Talisman is a two-hand melee weapon with similar base damage to a mace with slightly lower base damage, faster attack speed. And I can't simulate the skills. Did you see the Talisman form dodge roll? The one I saw was... where is it? It's in this video. It's right here, actually.
How is your subsequent attacks to break?
It's like a little hop from the bear.
The more endurance charges you have when you use it,
right?
The more empowered.
There, yeah. That little hop thing is the bear's dodge roll, I believe. That right there.
The more endurance charges you have when you use it,
he hops away.
Attack.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. Can you offhand a crossbow even when you have a bear on main hand? You could. The question there is, do you guys want me to try crossbow? The question with crossbow is, will bear have will the strength instart have generic attack damage? Like, I'm guessing they're going to rework the starting nodes, right? But right now, melee damage, a little bit of AoE, like it's not a lot of percent damage scaling to start off with. Expo leveling is so free. Is it free when you have no nodes to support it? How easy? Did you test like Expo leveling with like a witch for comparison? Because like that first percent damage increases you get is like the difference in dealing 30, 40, 50% more damage, right? The starting nodes are going to change. Yeah, that's what I think. So it's like, if some of the starting nodes are all generic attack damage, then I could see, okay, yeah, we could probably cheese in a crossbow. I started Monk and went for the first attack cluster that's nearby. Yeah, that's the thing though, is Monk has a bunch of generic attack damage. There's no guarantee that the strength and start has generic attack damage, right? Like maybe there's 10% here and 8% here if that even stays, but we don't know if that's staying. And the stuff over here is like like that's not. I don't want to try to simulate a crossbow run, give myself 80% attack damage within the first 10 points, and then show up on Leaguestart. And all of a sudden, I'm dealing half the damage. They'll get elemental damage for sure. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But like, That's why I'm a little bit skeptical of testing crossbow, because I'm not confident there's going to be damage percent scaling for crossbows to start out with in the early tree, which that's the whole part where you need it. They didn't say during the interview that the area nodes for attack and spell damage together, meaning probably will be in the start area. Do you have a specific clip you're thinking of? I don't remember them at any point saying there will be percent attack damage, right? Versus percent melee damage. That I don't know. Are the, just out of curiosity, you know, Wyvern form has a lot of like ranged abilities. Are the skills tagged as ranged? Oil barrage, they are tagged as projectile, right? Flame breath is not tagged as projectile. This is tagged as projectile. Devour is tagged as melee. Wing blast is tagged as melee. I mean, I would think since there are a couple projectile skills that they should have it be generic then. So that might mean it's possible. All right, you know what? Screw it. We'll do a crossbow test. Okay, we'll do a crossbow test. There's some chance we might have some generic damage scaling at the start of the nodes, which means that could maybe be an option for us. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. Guy that dies has a crossbow run on his YouTube. So we can take a little notes here and see what does crossbow leveling actually look like. Attack and spell damage, yeah, like some hybrid clusters. I'm a little bit more hopeful now that I'm thinking about the Wyvern, because the Wyvern does have projectile mechanics, which would be really silly to give that as a base class option and then have a bunch of percent melee damage that doesn't scale it. I cooked up a shaman build. I want to talk about it, but I don't think the pricing needs to inflate if it ends up being too busted. I mean, if you don't want to talk about it, then zip your lips, man. If you don't want somebody to be like, if you bring it to a stream and you start saying, "Hey, check out this thing," and promote and trying to get people hyped up about it, then you are going to put people more eyeballs on what you're thinking of using. There are so many times where there's very good items to use that nobody made a video about, therefore they're cheap because no one is trying to buy them. So that's the risk you play if you want to start like trying to promote what you're playing and tell people about it, because then other people are going to be looking at buying it, you know? Water some plants is the way. Yeah, plants might be OP. The plant leveling. Never leak until you get all of your stuff right. Yeah, don't talk about it until you get what you want. That is the key. Okay, so we would have to fight that guy as a talisman. I mean, we might know out of the gate when we're fighting Bloated Miller with talisman. We might have a pretty good idea of what type of life we're living. This is disgusting though. So he starts out with, what did he get there? Explosive grenade and contagion to start with. When do you expect POB 2 to be updated? Probably after the patch goes live, to be honest with you. That we have not been getting like the info on everything finalized until literally like the night of, and then the POB devs have to take more time to get it all set up right. Once GG's done, yeah. Explosive grenade. So he has the regular bolt shot or whatever from Crossbow. He runs over, he grabs Contagion. Isn't that so disgusting? Contagion just is like very strong early game in terms of like clear compared to everything else, because it does give you some nice pack clear. All right, let's see what this looks like. He grenades. Contagions. I don't feel like there's any chance this is going to be necessarily, at this point, Talisman I think would be comparable to this for this fight, you know? Just melee, two-hand weapon with good attack speed, just doing the bear swipe or whatever. I guess it does help to be a little bit away from some of the mechanics going on. Check 2946 in the interview video. Jonathan says the Druid area has attack and spell damage. Is it Ziggy's video? Or is it a different interview? Is it the Destin one? Is it this one? Ziggy's video? Okay, let's check it out. You said 2946.
And stuff like that, if you want to have the spellcaster and melee thing. Now, a lot of the passive tree nodes, like in the druid section of the tree, all have like attack and spell damage and that kind of stuff.
They all have attack and spell damage. All right, hey, that's all I need to hear. That does sound like we got a chance. We got a chance. As long as it's not, as long as it doesn't say melee attack damage. If it says attack damage, no melee, so it actually works with like a crossbow, then there's a chance. I'll maybe rely on that. Well, that's enough for me to want to like at least do some runs with a crossbow to get a feel for it, because I would like an alternative in case the I don't know. I think bear leveling will just be decent, but it'll be a backup plan in case bear leveling is sketch. Is kind of what I'm thinking. This fight, though, compared to like the mace leveling, this is so much better because you can actually attack from range. Because this fight is like wholly obnoxious with the constant degen grounds. You can't like stand anywhere. Bear leveling best. That's what I'm hoping. So scattershot on grenades is the first thing they go for. So right out the gate, you're getting 3 overlapping nades on them. That kind of makes some sense. I'm thinking about giving Fireball a shot after the changes. Wish me luck. Yo, good luck, Parkway. Fireball's pretty fun, especially for the with the infusions. It gives some crazy screen clear. Apparently, it's Zeri banged the beast. Yeah, she communed with the beast. That's how it works. The lore makes perfect sense. I need more info to make my gardener build. Yeah. If I'm going to properly water my plants, I need to know more. Okay, so explosive shot with scatter shot. Weaving in contagion for a little bit of additional pack clear. So that way when they blow up, you get the rest of the mobs out of there. So the difficult thing here is we won't have access to the impact bolt or whatever. We're just gonna have like the basic shot. Unless we drop like an extra skill gem. Honestly, with feeling how Scuffed feels, I might just have Talisman and then Sibo with the grenade for burst DPS. Yeah, that could make sense. Pop some grenades and then just bear attack for other stuff. I wonder how much worse is the regular like crossbow shot versus the low level basic attack. Let's go ahead and log into a character real quick just to check the gems. Contagion's discussed. Yeah, Contagion early game for that clear feels like it's probably a pretty good idea, right? Like that definitely by itself kind of can hard carry a lot of your early stuff. I wish the Theorycraft didn't have the HP bonus for skills that used HP. It shoehorns you into Blood Mage. It doesn't shoehorn you into Blood Mage, but it does limit you. It means you can't go CI, and on top of not being able to go CI, you can't go Lich, because Lich needs to be able to. Lich can't spend life with the nodes. So I agree and slightly disagree because of that that reason. Where's the guy that's gonna sell crossbows? Renly. I guess this isn't even gonna tell me what a low-level crossbow shot does, right? Because it's gonna be... It's gonna be leveled based on my skill, yeah. Alright, fine. I'll just look it up in the wiki. Crossbow shot, Piri wiki. What is your effectiveness? Crossbow shot is 100% effectiveness to 362 compared to what is the is it armor piercing is the early one. Attack damage, no, I don't think it's that. Fragmentation rounds. High velocity, I think that's what he's using early on. High velocity is 150. Yeah, so early on this is just 50% more damage than the regular crossbow bolt. I think the new Pathfinder is good. I do think the new Pathfinder is going to be pretty good. Lich can't spend life, so you can't take the notable for life cannot change while you have energy shield and use life tap on a spell for free spell. No. If you have any amount of life cost with a Lich node, it literally cannot spend the life, so you can't even cast. That was one of the thoughts when they showcased Lich. I was like, oh, maybe we can get that for free casting, but it doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. You just literally can't cast. Certain things that have to spend life will not work with the Lich cannot change node, but sacrifice life does. As long as like it doesn't require the amount to be sacrificed to get the benefit. Like for example, I think Wrathpith is a good example of this. No, Wrathpith isn't. Wrathpith is cost in this game. I think there's some examples where like there's just something that arbitrarily like forces you to sacrifice life as like a downside. That would work. Like if it's a downside thing, then it works. But if it's like you need to sacrifice to get X benefit, or you need, or it's a cost, then you're cooked. Last Lament. Ooh, yeah. That's like the crossbow Lich. That was like the big breakout, I think, build of the league for a lot of people. Sacrifices life, yeah, this, which is just like, it's purely a downside, right? Sacrifice your own life to not consume the last bolt. Does it still get it still gets around this? Is that what it is? Or you just don't even, you don't care about this? I don't know. I haven't played the Crossbow Lich, but I know they use this. Love that build. Yeah, a lot of people played it. Hey, Sunrain, how you doing, man? Bear only discretions, new meta. That's what we're thinking about. We're thinking about the bear, but we're thinking about basically we want a backup plan. I think the bear's going to be good. I think I'm just going to play the bear, but crossbow would be a decent backup plan if we have attack damage. All right, give me 1 second. I kind of have to pee. Should have done this before I started stream, but the water's gone through my system. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I'm not muted. You need to see this clip. He did it again. Did what again? Oh, easy. Who did what again?
Also, a fucking mage blood. Give it to me now.
Welcome back. The Genesis tree accepts you.
Hey, mage blood. Finally. I finally got it. Tree blood.
It had a 4 flask with a 46 dex roll with 2020 res. It was a good divine too. What the hell? Deserved? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, probably. I mean, he plays a lot. He plays a lot. He puts in the hours, you know. That's my goat. He's cooking up, man. He's cooking up. All right. Where are we looking at? I want to see this Rust King. How much less painful is the Rust King situation? Oh, just seeing those stupid projectile mobs all just get taken out without him getting stuck in like a 2-second attack timer. That was something special right there, I tell you what. Hey, Devon, appreciate the sub, man. And just the goat, yes indeed. Get to attack while he's doing that. I mean, this doesn't even seem that crazy to me. Seems it's definitely like not having to be stuck in attack times is real nice, but the bear isn't gonna have rolling slam attack time, right? I think I almost want to just practice melee because I want to do bear anyways. I don't really want to play crossbows. Let's take a look at some of the later kills though. For comparison, let's look at like his Praetor. Let's look at his Draven. Cheapest way to get 6 red, 6 green on a int base. White socket the first 3 sockets, and then do socket recipe 3 4 3 4 3 4 3 4 until you hit an alternate color you want. Then 4 5 4 5 4 5, and then 5 6 5 6 5 6. 35% attack speed for the bear slam. Did they show the bear slam? Yeah, they did. It's 70% base attack speed with 110 attack damage with endurance. That's way faster than Rolling Slam. Rolling Slam is 1.5 base attack time on top of the whole attack timer. Like it's, and this is unavoidable. This, where is it? This is, it has some attack time. If you're like trying to use it before like doing like your freaking swipe attacks or whatever. But if you go swipe slam, you don't incur any attack time change to it. Thunder was finally decently fast once they gave it some more attack speed. Yeah, the really slow attack timers are brutal. How to craft strength stack videos for Gagarf? If I went over it, it would be in the Gagarf video, which I think I did a brief description on most of the crafts. I think. Use rolling magma without transforming. Nope, that specifically is a wyvern skill. Is Lance still stalling? I'm trying to decide whether or not I'm going to do a test run with crossbows or not. I'm keeping it as an option though. Okay, level 3 grenade. Okay, let's see if this makes a huge difference to the damage. Let's see the Draven fight. Or if maybe this is Ascinia. I didn't look. This might be Ascinia. Okay, this is Ascinia. Same thing though. But give us a look at the damage. I mean, it's not like crazy, right? I think my bear damage is gonna be... It's gonna be good. I think bear's gonna be just fine. I think so too. It's the bummer we can't practice it, but I think that's the name of the game of getting a completely new base type with a completely new base class. The bear looks awful. You're cooked, man. You're cooked as hell, I think. Thinking the bear looks awful is crazy, man. When they have a skill that's literally an auto bombing skill, and you think that looks awful, you're crazy. Better uptime on damage. Yeah, you do have good uptime on damage. All right, we're gonna do a run. We're gonna do better than we did previously. We're gonna take everything we learned from yesterday, dial in. Lance, I have a 7-hour-old character with 7,000 mana. Am I doing it right? Sure. I mean, a lot of like the time for a character in terms of progression is, do you have the gear already prepped? Are you talking Pee Wee 1 or Pee Wee 2, Connor? Are you testing your Indigon cheese you were thinking about? 2? Are you going ritualist? What are we talking here? What's going on? What's cooking? You're gonna go Gemling? Breaking out the Gemling? Reviving it from the dead? All right, I can respect it. Do you think that's what you're gonna start? What's do you have any initial testing done?
Our people made you strong. How were they repaid? Sedition and lies. Speak
Maces won't be as good as bear. To remind myself that bear is gonna go hard. How come you don't use any anti-aliasing in PoE? You want me to like change my settings? I haven't really messed with the graphic settings. If the feels good to clear, I probably will. I'm thinking the Gloom Scepter could carry. Gloom Scepter is a really expensive initial piece, but if it fixes whatever your plan is, in case there's like some annoying stuff going on to it, then sure. Anti-aliasing. Blah, 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 blah. I'm wondering because it looks way different. These are the settings I have on. So I scrolled over them. You can, I guess, copy them if you want to.
Have to keep moving.
Everything looks so pixelated. Like is the stream quality bricked or something? Sharpness. You want me to change sharpness? You want that? Is that better? You had sharpness at 100? Dude, I don't know. I haven't freaking been messing around with graphic settings. I think I changed them at one point, however long ago, and didn't even look at them. So hopefully we all good here. The wounded man needs your help. Oh, he's gonna get my help. I'm gonna wake up that zombie that's gonna feast on him, and then he's gonna give me a club. This is necessary for the cause.
If I could be in danger, I'd best hurry. Now this. Now this might be just what I need.
You can 4-shot Ascendancy. They had a low rolled flat. I mean, I think you can say that about most attack characters, right? If they got a good weapon, then Ascendancy would have been easy. Let's be real, I'm not going to get a good weapon on Leaguestart. I'm going to be working with a not good weapon. Mess him up. Surprised he didn't summon anything yet. Could have said that. YouTube sounds are doubled. Oh, shoot. Hold on. My bad. Sorry about that, YouTube guys. Thank you for letting me know. My bad, guys. My bad. Thank you for making me aware.
Well, I feel stay safe if you can.
You know what? I guess the problem here is I have to,
Knows what prizes await. Later. Not sure what I'm gonna do with it. See you.
I was gonna say I have to go buy a club from Renly, but got a club anyways. So there we go. Should I consider using Occult Contagion? Don't worry, one-handed mace strike feels quite good. I don't really feel like it feels good. I'm not a one-handed mace strike believer. Mess him up. Oh. It's not working. Basic attack. I mean, it's one of the best things I could do early game is the thing. It's kind of like We don't do it, you know, like what are we doing? Bonk him, yep. Break out the hammer. Dude, how on earth was that crossbow guy? He's literally opening Rust King at like 540. Like there's some things where it's like mentally something makes sense to me. Like, yeah, it makes sense they're that fast. That's like my brain can't fathom how they got to that point. Like, you know, tracked through this entire zone.
It's been many years. Does the rich still live here?
Oh my goodness, that's so annoying. Like, I'd love to take advantage of the fact I could stun you, but he teleports right when I go for Bone Zone. Get him out of here! Alright, we're gonna go straight for Shockwave. Where are you, Shockwave? Impact Shockwave.
Forge, it seems no one is safe from corruption.
Crossbow, you don't need an AFK to kill one pack. Not AFK, dude. It's fast, man. It's a 2-button. Just a little bop, bop. Right? Like, it's not that slow. It ain't that slow. So it looks better yesterday? Well, I have a better idea of what the hell I'm doing today. So that's technically a thing. You know. Knowing the Bone Zone rolling slam tech is a pretty big difference by itself. Of course, we're traveling to the 7th corner of the universe right now to find our, like, next zone. That doesn't help. Let's go find our waypoint and then we'll be on our merry way, I think. See if we can find our, here's Grim Tangle, so we got that at least. Following walls? You think I know how freaking layouts? I think things that are like annoying to learn in PoE that I know they would help to learn, but I have not reached the point where I'm willing to do them. Layouts is what freaking... Maybe it's down, I don't know. Like, it's just not something I want to spend time doing. Figuring out the layout generations of Act 1.
These were not
They change every league? Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Maybe they slightly do or something.
They still defend their land.
We need Gormus to backseat you. If Gormus is gonna try to make me learn layouts, dude, he's gonna. I think when I was like preparing for my race against Farmer, he sent me like a doc of like layouts. I was like, please no, please no, not the layouts. I'm pretty sure he sent me a whole freaking doc of layouts. I was just like, I really don't want to do this, man. I don't care that much. I'm pretty sure it was like 20 pages of the thing he sent me were literally just this freaking zone. I'm pretty sure. It was like how to read Red Veil, and there was like 7 pages alone on Red Veil. It was like, well, you see if you get the U shape here, then you know it's this layout. I was like, oh, nah, I don't have what it takes. I'm not built like that. I am not built like that. You need to like ID some stuff.
Sorry. It's beautiful. I accept. Goodbye.
Yeah, dude, I don't get it, man. I'm 12 minutes. I haven't even spawned the dude. How did he do it, man? How did he do it? These speedrunners, man, they're built different. They know what they're doing. You have Contagion? Yeah, I kind of forgot about it. I don't really want to try to do like some hybrid Contagion thing, actually. I don't want to mess with it, to be honest. So if we can get away from using that, that would actually be preferred. Mess him up! Yo, what the hell, dude? Our damage is so much higher. Did I just get that much better at playing Mace, or was I just doing it that bad when I tried Mace earlier?
Hello. Oh, I like this one. Stay safe. If you
Curious, but I would have.
It's fine work, Father.
Stick to the carrots.
No, I had the waypoint for that. Huh? Nah, man. Nah, I literally ran past that thing. Please don't have the layout change. I know I have the checkpoint. Okay. That's not the one I clicked, but okay. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you for offsetting me, random wolf.
What happened here?
You event, by the way, something like that. You gonna plant? I'm not planning on planting. No, I'm planning on doing Meteor Bear is what I'm planning on doing. Okay, so I have to wait for her to start singing. Nope, 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 misclick. Ah! Captain Plants 9. Yeah, I'm not planning to do plants. I think plants might actually be fun though. Plants do unironically kind of look like kind of cool. But no, I'm not planning on running plants. I have no plans to run plants. Professional speedrunner? Let's not go that far, okay? We're 16 minutes in. I don't know if I'd call this speedrun. We are trying to do better than we did yesterday, though. We are trying to do better than we did yesterday. Dude, I'm cornered. Get me away from that dude, man. Get me away from that guy. He's got ground degens all over the place. Get me away. I don't actually want to do this fight. Is this a situation where it's the only way through here? I think it is. Default attack for the win! Gotta be better, right? It has to be better. Rolling slam, maybe I'll level that up. Wait, I can't even equip that yet. I'm too low level. Oh no, what have I done? What have I done? Is this Karn's VOD? Who's this melee player? Don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry about it. Oh, I love this. I love this, yes. Oh, my favorite. Yep. I love just running into random windy dead ends. I love going through this entire zone, searching all the way to the end there to find out the actual way to go was way back at the start, but I just, you know, I lost a 50-50 and therefore I get to explore the entire zone of dead ends. We're actually, where the heck am I supposed to go actually? It's right. Oh my goodness. Is it this? Is it this random crevice? No, not that crevice. Oh my word. Check every dead end, but the dead end that matters. The one that's not actually a dead end. Watch me lose this too. Watch this be the wrong way. Nope, it's actually the right way. Holy. Time to learn layouts? Dude, I ain't ever learned layouts. I'm just gonna keep getting tilted that for some reason we need to have dead ends in Act 1 zones. That's just what it's gonna be. That's gonna be my existence.
I will put the
Bear plus Berserk plus Rage equals scaling. Hell yeah, it does. We're gonna have infinity damage. Believe in the dream. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so I guess since I leveled up my Rolling Slam, I actually deal too much damage with it, where I can't actually proc the Shockwave now. That's good to know. You can get it to the point where it just starts bricking. Fantastic. Gotta be in that sweet spot where we stun, but we don't lose damage. The ideal situation. Hey, OMG Fox, how's it going, man? It's immersion. That's what it is. It's immersion. Yeah, we definitely should have Infernal Cried, right? Mess her up. Control hot sauce for 0.5. I mean, he was saying they worked on it, so there's a chance, right? There is a chance. There it is. There's the movement speed boots we're looking for. Everything else doesn't matter. Only movement speed matters. Okay, one shot those. Is this what I have to do? Do I actually just have to keep it low level in order to properly get the stun so I can get the 2-hit combo? Because if I just one-shot the mobs, then I just don't get the Bone Zone AoE clear. It's okay. Bear won't matter because Bear actually has an attack that has real AoE, so you don't need to have some cheese shockwave thing occurring in order to clear. Bear's Slam actually just has AoE, not fake AoE with Rolling Slam. We can fearlessly just level up our Slam and just make it do more damage because we just want a one-shot anyways with Bear. Bears, yep, Bears, baby. Bear good. Maybe it's time for me to do some practice runs. I can't play PD2 for another week. Hey, man. Happens to the best of us. I didn't get a skill gem by this point, did I? No, I did not. Yeah, so level 3 definitely just goes to Ancestral Call first. Because Ancestral Call is sick. There's nice extra damage, right? Just think about this, guys. Bear's just gonna be tankier than a warrior is. Like, I got a couple of early like tank upgrades for my rares, but I'm only gonna be tankier with Bear, so I'm gonna get away with abusing the enemy
Your
Like
name
this?
has long been maligned.
Ooh, a Forge Maul.
Your name has long been maligned. I will gladly.
I'm gonna get this Forge Maul and get some ID scrolls to my name.
Yes. Another for my collection. Thank you. Stay safe, if you can.
Queuing harass the Rage Barrier is working. Who is? Oh, screw this thing. That's actually the worst. That thing with that slow it does, that chilled ground. No, man, no, dude. Come on, dude. You can't. Please get off the chilled ground. I don't want to play with half my movement speed. Bear will have endurance this early. Bear gets endurance from spending 10 rage. At least that's what it was on like the previews they've showcased with it.
You've earned it.
So yeah, we will have endurance. We will have endurance. Let's try this again.
Hold up a moment. Head up. Don't worry. Ready? Go on then.
Haven't switched to minions yet? I'm not gonna play minions. This isn't a minion stream, guys. This isn't a minion stream. Although I will say this, not even joking. I was thinking a little bit about possibilities to do a legitimate spell totem character. Not gonna try to like freak anyone out, but I think it might actually be possible using Rage Gen and Hate Forge could actually be a real way of playing
What's been eating up?
legitimate spell totems. Like obviously using spell totems out the gate with the charge thing's kind of mean, but I think with Hate Forge you could actually make a legitimate totem build and it not just be a side thing. Captain Palstraw? 9, it's not like that. It's not like that.
Rage all you want, beast.
I need more time.
Is he not phased? He's phased, right? Yeah. Get out of here, buddy.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
One less danger to.
Ooh, that's an improvement to my current boots. Don't mind if I do.
One less danger to threaten our home.
Are we gonna clear Act 1 in under 2 hours? We're gonna find out. That is what we're gonna find out. I'm actually trying to remember, like, what's my, what's my normal time, actually? Yesterday, obviously, we did, like, horrible, right? We did, What was our time yesterday? 2 hours, but that was also with like a lot of pauses and stuff, right? We had no timer. We're doing pretty good right now, I think. We're moving. We're cooking. We're going places probably, maybe. Think you're doing Chaos Conversion Wolf Monk? That is a dangerous words you just said. As far as I was there, that is crazy talk. But maybe it'll work. Maybe it will work. I've bricked a character before for less. Pretty base, not gonna lie.
More of them than I expected. Face me!
My dude keeps whiffing. What's he doing? What is he aiming at? Sometimes we wonder.
That voice. What sinister shadow lurks here?
Those shoes? I would like those, yes please. Where, oh where is the other fights? Just go in as many circles as possible here. Alright, found one. All these mobs are gonna one-shot Bear. Bear isn't gonna have to do freaking 2 buttons to get 1 AoE explosion. Bear has actually a legitimate AoE attack, not rolling garbage. I swear. Rolling garbage is like the smallest freaking AoE with the most massive attack timer, and I have to combine a second skill to make it do AoE. The Bear's AoE slam is actually an AoE. It's actually legitimately an AoE. Where is the last of the circle things? All right, we found it. Was there any info being able to switch from controller to mouse? Yes, the info was they worked on it, not ready yet. It was in the Q&A, so he asked about it, but yeah. They said it is not ready yet, which is a big bummer.
I must destroy this before it goes and wait.
We have enough life lost from this position. Yeah, I think I like that was a really long freaking ad phase. We used all of our flasks on it. Ooh. And he wants to camp the degen. Oh, I love this fight on melee. I love this fight on melee. It's a cool fight. How many weeks until PoE 1? I can't answer that. I don't know how much I'm going to enjoy the PoE 2 League. Obviously, right? I'll give you an example. Last time, going into the patch before the reveal, I was like, maybe I'll play 1 week. After the reveal, I was like, maybe I'll play a couple. And then I played a whole month. Because I ended up enjoying it a lot. I have no flasks. I'm just dead. Because I had freaking 50 monsters more than normal to fight through the ad phase. Just used up all my flasks. I'm just wasting time by even fighting this guy with no flasks. Like, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, it just doesn't even matter doing a fight with no flasks. Let's see if it does 100,000 monsters this time, or it does a normal amount. I don't lose all my flasks before the fight. Yeah, like, that's how much it is normally. I swear, dude, it just kept spawning monsters until I had no flash charges. Like, something bugged out there. Because I literally had to fight monsters for, like, 17 waves straight. I've never seen it throw just like 10 enemies in total. Usually it's like 1 or 2 waves of enemies. It literally threw like a boatload of mobs. You have them all in your inventory, that'd be better? Yeah. Can I equip it? No. But thank you for the backseating. Almost like I picked it up knowing it's a better weapon for the specific purpose to put it on when I could equip it, but I can't equip it. That's better than like one I currently have.
I will always accept. Swallow. As you know me, I will always.
Rare iron ring? Yep, rare iron ring.
Hell, a little. See, well, you paid, so thank you. Boy,
There we go. Is this better than my current helmet? Yeah, maybe. Herald of Ash.
Flame of the Forge!
This so. I don't know how it's in. Bye. I will treasure it.
Resolve rune, mind rune, mana. I guess technically later on I get the rune that gives damage, right? How much div is an X? I think it's like 1500 or something. I don't know. I haven't checked. I'm trying to feel like I remember a number like that being said. Herald of Ash! Let's freaking go! Ah, we're talking. Herald of Ash is such a big improvement from the baseline gameplay. I'm actually pretty lost already. We got off the road path. What am I doing? The entrance is over here. Okay.
I can put right one thing, at least.
Mr. Burial and Herald of Ash. It's gonna be nice, dude. One attack, not two attacks. Big AoE slam. Frost in the AoE slam, guys. The AoE slam will be real. Okay, so I guess I should have gone maybe like one dex node just so we could have like extra rapid attacks. I might want to consider that. All right, Forge Maul acquired. The dream alive. The wolf was fast, but seemed to lack any real punch. Guys, you can't make judgments when they're showcasing you a level 1 item. You know, they're showcasing a character with no gear and no investment just so they can say, hey, this is what the mechanic is. Here's the baseline stats. And then after that, you need to be like, okay, how good is that actually? Like assess the what they're showing there. Now, I think they are like we're kind of missing info on the wolf specifically. Because, like, the lunar thing says stuff like,
owners have big later.
The villager, you must. I have a different plan.
what's a good example? The lunar thing says, like, it gives movement, attack speed, and gain damage, but then the tooltip only says gain damage. So it's like, well, what is it? Does it actually give attack speed? Does it actually give movement speed? The clips show the wolf attacking like faster, like it has some like build up speed it gets, but we didn't get any like quantifiable number for that. Maybe it consumes rage. I don't think it's going to consume rage. I think it's just some sort of like ramping, like momentum style thing is what I think it is. Am I getting closer? Where is the boss fight? There it is. Wolf requires power charges. I'm not even try it. The only thing that requires power charges is summoning a totem and energizing the wyvern wings, similar to like monk. Let's be honest, it's similar to the monk, right? The monk staff having the like charge mechanics or whatever.
None will stop me from enacting vengeance.
Bear's already in maps. True. Bear would already have the count dead at this point. Bear would literally have the count dead. Not even close. I don't think overall our time's really that bad. 47 minutes at this point. Like, I think we're probably doing like not great in terms of like layout read, etc. But even then, we're already level 12. And I think bear leveling is gonna be just fine. I'm gonna be bear believing. Wyvern get some charges from stuns as well. I don't know if that's gonna be like feels good charge generation. Because I don't have a lot of faith in that for charge gen at least. Bear leveling will be bearable. I think it's gonna be better than bearable. I think it's gonna be good. You get rage gen out the gate. You get an actual AoE on your initial slam skill you get. So you get to start out actually freaking with an ability to clear surrounding monsters. And it doesn't have a ridiculous attack time attached to it. Now granted, it is a slower attack speed, but it's not 1.5 attack extra slow. And then on top of that, it's a two-hand weapon that's better than a mace, I think. Like, it's not as good base damage, but similar with better attack speed and crit.
First ones, hear our
all right, no perfect strike. Let's see how this goes. Yesterday we tried to do perfect strike and it was just like we were getting feasted on. I hate this zone on melee. This zone is just super cancer, like punishing anyways, like super rippy.
Poised to strike. Nowhere is safe.
Only drops when you reach level 40. No, the slam skill's right away. You get the slam skill out the gate. Calamity isn't until like level 50.
First one.
What do I have to do to get this guy to spawn? Do I get to waste a minute waiting for him to... Oh, what is this? Controller debuff? Yeah, I don't know what that was. He doesn't actually require you to click that, does he? Does he require you to click that thing to spawn him? I thought it literally just spawns once you get over there. He does? Okay. I thought I clicked it, but I guess I didn't. I was also thinking I don't need to click it. So, twofold problem on my end. Skill issue, as they say. Give me those pops. Dude, Herald of Ash is gonna look so good with the Calamity skill. Okay. All right, there's a reason for Pathfinder. The old, you didn't actually sprint, but the game said, you know what? I think you were sprinting for 1 nanosecond there. Better heavy stun you just in case you thought about it. That's good. That is going to be a real nice quality of life for Pathfinder. Didn't they fix it? They made it a lot better, but it still happens. It still definitely happens where it's like you're not sprinting, but the game's like, I think you thought about thinking about sprinting. I'm gonna go ahead and lock out your ability to do anything for 10 seconds. There's a small duration. Yeah. It's supposed to be like, I don't know how much duration they built into it, but you definitely still get stun locked like super easily. All right. New flask.
They're insane.
Wait, am I actually about to get sub 1 hour? Did I cheat the timer somehow? I feel like this has been like painful. But yet I'm doing this like faster than I did on my like practice with freaking eating Contagion. But I'm like eating Contagion. I feel like I'm flying. But I'd be slower than where I am right now, kind of on eating Contagion. That's a little bit suspect. Imagine how slow you were yesterday, dude. Well, I also like freaking like failed the fight 10 times. I'm sorry. You guys see that? He like hit me with like a grappling hook and dragged me back into his attack range.
Open the cage. Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
Oh, treadmill's done. Treadmill's done. Finish your dialogue. What was that? That was the treadmill. Dude, how much audio are we gonna go through? You manipulative whore! After all I've given you!
Killing for us. Your pulse quickens. Return Meteor. With bloodlust empowered, our Exile endure. Soon all will devour. In unruly war, death waited at the door. Then hour by hour, men fell as summer soured.
Mess him up. Mess him up. No, no, bad. Dude, that is crazy. Not stand behind him is the way.
No tales were told, none new, none old. The endless hunger grew ever stronger.
Stop the count. I feel like between yesterday and today, I just should not have been doing that fight with Perfect Strike. I should. What the hell was I doing yesterday?
It consumed my being.
I gotta accept Perfect Strike's a skill issue for me. There ain't no way.
Taken the beast. I found messages.
I gotta give credit to you guys too. You guys told me, hey, don't stand behind the wolf.
Yes.
That activates his Giga OP chill swipe.
Kill.
That helped a lot too. Just stand in front of him and he doesn't, all of a sudden he doesn't do the attack that bricks your character's ability to move.
The madness. As you wish. We must make haste.
Better than which? Did I ever get sub fit? I think like my best time with ED Contagion was like 55 or so. I think it was around that speed. And this was like our second run back with Warrior. Yesterday we did freaking 2 hours. The thing is, during the run, maybe it'll grow on me, but during the run, when I'm using like the mace attack and stuff, I'm like, oh, this is freaking annoying. maybe the rolling slam will grow on me. Crossbow run will be faster. Well, guys, the goal is to just play bear. The goal is to just play bear. I don't want to be like, oh, the bear's too bad. I have to level this crossbow and then do some weird swap. Like the goal is we just play bear. You know, we play the swipe plus slam, right? We just use the furious slam, right? ED Contagion pair? No Essence Drain. Just good old slams. I guess it looks like we don't get the access to the War Cry until level 7. So we will lose out on like on Infernal Cry, for example. Maybe I could still click it. Maybe it's still fine. I don't know. Infernal Cry might not work with the bear without Ferocious Roar. Dragon, dude, I'm not feeling the dragon as much as I'm feeling the bear. The bear kind of has more fire stuff going on than the dragon does. The flame breath seems like it could be decent though. I'm gonna do rolling magma. Yeah, they showcased the rolling magma. Where was it? It looked like it would be pretty decent combined with the volcano. The awkward part is the hybrid scaling. So the tree really has to support that, I think. Where is it? Where's the dragon? You put Infernal on Ferocious? Correct. But I'm saying if they're showcasing this skill as a level 7, I think that means we only get it at level 7. You know how certain skills become available at certain levels? I think Walking Calamity is a level 13 available skill. I think that they're just showing the lowest level it's available at, is what I'm guessing this is, which means we don't get Ferocious Roar until level 7. Players forget how Rolling Magma is early game. What do you mean how Rolling Magma is early game? Do you mean they forget that it's like good? Because it is. In Theory 1? What do you, Reba? There's two ways you could be saying this. You could be saying Rolling Magma is good, or you could be one of the people that likes to say Rolling Magma is bad, and you're just wrong. Because Because there's a lot of people that like hate rolling Magma. It's like, oh, the playstyle, but it like objectively is one of the best leveling skills at that point in the campaign. that's the whole thing. So I hate rolling Magma. Okay, yeah. So you dislike it, but you have to understand it is objectively one of the best skills that early on. It has AoE, it has multi-hit, and it has Ignite Prolift to work with, that it does better for that at that point in the campaign than like anything else. It's good and I hate it, yeah. So if people are saying they're going to use Rolling Magma, I don't think they're saying that because they forgot how much they hated it in PoE 1. I think it's because they're like, it was good in PoE 1.
If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast.
Where is it? It's over here. I'm guessing you're going to be able to double hit the volcano to get extra projectiles with it is what I think is going to happen.
Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks. Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground. These balls will trigger volcanoes as well.
Yeah, that's going to be cooking. It happens in the clip. Do they get a double hit in the clip?
First of the Wyvern's breath attacks.
Let's see.
Spit ball.
Oh, we're going to slow it down. Does it actually happen in the clip where they get 2 procs out of 1 shot? Let's go playback speed. Slow.
Balls of...
Mute that. They place the volcano. They shoot a fireball. Pop. Don't think there was a second one there. It shoots twice on the first one. Okay, let's take a look. It's going to hit the ground right here. It does show. It's so hard to tell. Like on this hit, I think that it's just showcasing a hit like 4 guys or whatever, right? But I don't see extra projectiles coming out from this. I feel like that's just the projectiles that were already in the air, and then it's like the normal projectiles it shoots out, because this thing has a rate at which it shoots out, right? Looks like it hit twice. I don't know. That's the second bounce. Are you saying it was on the second shot or the first shot? I don't feel like I'm seeing a proc where it shoots out the extra balls. What's the wording on it? What does the volcano say? Volcano says it gets to shoot out how many when it gets hit? Limit of 1 volcano. Fires projectiles every 0.5 seconds. Channeling ends reaching 4 stages. What's a channeling skill? Uplift the volcano from the earth, damaging enemies standing on it, and releasing a spray of molten projectiles. While the volcano persists slamming, it will cause another projectile spray. Channeling skills for longer, make the initial eruption more violent. It does not affect the subsequent. Okay, so you don't really care about channeling if you're just going to put it down. Initial eruption fires 4 additional, fires 3 projectiles. And the volcano is destroyed after set 10 slams. You have a limit of how many times you can hit it. Is Rolling Magma a spell? No, it's an attack. It's an attack. Pretty much all of the shapeshift things are an attack. Which makes them a little bit weird. Do we know when we're going to get the trees the same as last league? No, they added like 250 nodes, and then I think nerfed and buffed some nodes. So we'll get the tree hopefully before league launch at some point.
Last one is a human right before you start spitting. Trigger attacks. Spit balls of fire.
Yeah, I don't know if in the clip I'm seeing it hit twice. Volcano limit 1. Pretty much all the duration skills they have limits on. And then if you want, you could go Stormweaver with it, right? Like you could go Stormweaver, Wyvern, and put down 3 volcanoes and then pop them all type of thing. You could do that if you wanted to. Or just play a more of like a nature caster with limits and Stormweaver. Wonder if pure volcano build would be viable. I think possibly. I think the Stormweaver gives you the because they're gonna make this a +2 limit, right? So that's gonna work with like Thunderstorm. It's gonna work with Fire, or is Firestorm a limit skill? I can't remember. But there's like, now they're adding more limit skills. This node becomes a lot stronger. Like honestly, Stormweaver could be pretty fun. Elemental Storm's a pretty fun time, and then you get to do all these limit skills with it. Like that's a pretty good first and second lab. You can get 5 total. 5 total. I know there's like an amulet for +1 limit. And then there's overabundance. So yeah, 5 may be possible. I don't think you would use overabundance though, because it gives you a... I don't think you use this or you use overabundance. I think you just go elementalist and go with 3 and not have brick duration. Captive Lemon, appreciate the sub, man. Thank you, thank you. Is there a way to convert to lightning? There's sources of conversion in the game, but doesn't mean it's necessarily the right thing to do. Thinking of going Titan and juicing some AoE with the aftershocks. I could see that. Most of the bear skills are all kind of slams, right? I guess Walking Calamity doesn't count as a slam. Just the Furious Slam does. Do any of the other things count as slams? Not really. It's pretty much just this one slam. Well, no, there's the Rampage. I think that's a slam too. The Rampage thing. Right about...
Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't...
Where is it?
For the ability...
This thing, yeah. Rampage Slam, yeah. Not much, but I appreciate it, Mr. Goodwrench. No worries, man. Thank you, thank you. What's the Imgur? 200 hours watch? Well, glad you liked the stream, dude. Holy 300k points earned. Not too bad at all. Not too bad at all. Lost it all on believing? No, he didn't lose it on believing. Guys, believing does not make you lose points. Believing means you gain points. Old Wine Squalls gives you a +2 limit. Yep. I still don't think you use overabundance though. Overabundance less duration does not sound great to me. Like at that point, going from 3 to 4 is 30% more, right? 33% more. You might as well just use a damage support and not kill your duration. Believers don't have any points. Believers have tons of points, guys. They got points for literal days. Literal days. All right, we got about 20 minutes before we're going to do the podcast with the Path of Exile 2 podcast with Rabbit, Miso, and Kaltorak. But before then... I kind of wanted to see...
Balance patch.
Palstron's thoughts on the buffs nerfs. I watched Dream Cores already. I have not watched Palstron's about winners and losers and stuff. And I'm kind of curious what his thoughts are. We'll do a little bit of stall appreciating, and we'll see what the Pal's perspective is. Don't be as cooked as Fubguns. I don't think I've seen Fubguns one. All right, so he's got his intro. Now let's get into it. Let's push it up to like this volume. Maybe it's good. And maybe, okay, wait, how long is this? 19 minutes. The podcast is in 24. We're not gonna make it through all this. We're gonna make it through like 10 minutes of this probably.
Of them. Starting with the probably biggest winner, which is the Roa mount. Not necessarily
the Roa mount. The Roa mount is the biggest winner. Put it at 1.5 speed. Do I have it on 1.5? You want to be put it like that? It's kind of risky. The Roa mount. And the Roa mount lost its increased movement, right? Roa PoE wiki. That is not the right PoE 2 wiki. Roa mount was 15% and it was 80% reduced movement speed penalty. And it went to 100% reduced movement speed penalty and it lost its 15% MS. I think I was in Fuvgun's stream and I think he was like banning people that were saying they thought the Roa mount was bugged or not, thought it was nerfed because he like they were. I wonder if Palstar is gonna have the same thought processes as Fuvgun's. Fuvgun's logic when I was in his stream was that because other things got nerfed, Roa is better because they like nerfed other sources of reduced movement speed. Roa's still 100%. The thing is, like, you could get the other 20% on the tree fairly reasonably. They're getting rid of the other 20%, but you are losing 15% movement speed. Like if you were gonna choose between the new Roa and old Roa, you would pick old Roa because the 15% movement speed is harder to get than 20% reduced penalty. So, like, I don't know. I guess it's one thing to be like, oh, because other builds are getting nerfed, therefore it's better or something. I don't know. I still think that's like a straight up nerf. I think you ask Fubgun or you ask Pal if they would rather have the 80% or 100% with 15 movement speed. If they want to choose between those, they would definitely choose the 15% movement speed. I don't know. I think if I'm going to pay me for that take, yeah, I guess. I saw him take out a few people. A couple chatters were like arguing with him about it being a nerf or a buff, and he started just taking them out. He started banning them. Is that what Palstro's arguments could be?
Really buffed in a meaningful way, got taken away some movement speed.
Okay, I can't do 1.5 with Pal, guys. I know you wanted me to move this faster, but I can't even understand what he's saying.
You now don't have to scale any more reduced penalty. You now just get it, sure. But just the fact that it didn't get nerfed is a buff. Being able to attack with bows and spears while you're moving and killing stuff while you're moving.
So just because it didn't get nerfed, it got buffed. Okay. Can we do a call? Oh no, Pal. I'm not trying to argue with people about this. I don't want to argue with people about Row about. I have no dog in this fight. The buff for attrition going from 60 to 30 spirit. Can't be Pal drama. I'm not trying to farm drama here, okay? Accept the call. Do you want to get on a call, Pal? I got about 20 minutes before I need to go to a podcast. I'm down to do a Discord call. Were you getting somebody was saying, I think Alweezy was saying you were fighting some chatters in the street. I was in part of Fubgun's stream and he was like banning some people he was fighting with. They were like so I don't know what happened to him, but maybe it was a similar situation for you where you're getting the 1v1 experience with a lot of different chatters. I wish they grabbed the Row mount out back and shot it. I think that's what a lot of people wanted, was them to just completely delete it. And they didn't do that. They did not delete the Roa, right? Roa is still a very good, like, usable thing, right? Because this is strong, and they made it one of the only places to get it, right? They got rid of, like, the other options. They heard Roa and turned into Dench's arguments over Roa. Yeah, the Roa is holy dangerous stuff. It's a lot of semantics, but it's funny. Fair, yeah, fair enough. No, I don't have much dog in this fight. My thought process is like, Ro is still good, but I'm just thinking if I was gonna choose one or the other, I would choose the 15% MS. They did get rid of a lot of the movement speed sources. Well, all right. What was the second thing you were going on?
Buff, quote unquote. We then have lineage support gems, which were added last league and are.
The winner was lineage support gems. Yeah, I mean they added more. Lineage support gems were freaking good, but Adaluis, dude, Adaluis deserved to die though. Adaluis was ridiculous. They didn't mention the res flip.
That you can only use once. They got just buffed across the board, and I mean in a big way, and not just the ones that were.
These breach ones are gonna be pretty nice, honestly. I think these ones are cool. Gain damage as chaos with the chaos inflicting the ailment. Wrathbith's kind of still bust. Yeah, Wrathbith's still really good. I think like somebody in my chat said they tested their character. They just took off tech rods, took off Adaluis, and they said it was still good. I played the character on like I don't think I got Adaluis until like day 3 or something like that. And when I played the character, we were killing like the Temporal Sanctum boss within like a few seconds, and I think that was before we even had Wrathbith. The baseline scaling of Blood Mage is pretty solid, so I don't think there's like the build's probably still gonna be fine. It's just not like ridiculously overkill scaling. Rakiatas, yeah, Rakiatas is gonna be rare. Could remove the life costs and maybe make it for normal casters as well. Remove the light, yeah. Mark was acting like some items are going to go from 1D to being 300D. So I'm assuming there's probably some broken mod swaps.
Used, but also the ones that were already used. For example, Xoth's Pyre, Ash Radiance, Tool Stillness were buffed from 20 to 40% when some of them were already used. And even Ulnatal's Embrace, which was used very widely for its ability to strip armor, also got buffed to 40%. Some other noticeable winners were Arjun's Metal, which was once again already played, having a 100% chance to load a bolt into all crossbow skills on kill instead of 35%, one of the already most expensive gems in the game. And the list honestly goes on and on and on. There is a but though, because they're also less common. So
supports have been adjusted. Is adjusted ever good? Is adjusted ever good? It's never good. When they say adjusted, that is like we destroyed the drop rate. That adjusted, I feel like, is their terminology to let us know that they like it's gone. I'm more afraid of adjusted than most other words when it comes to the patch notes. Do you reckon dot Wrathpith is one of the options for PoE2 as well? Dot Wrathpith? Are there even dot skills in PoE2? There's like Ignite. There's not like freaking Essence Strain. Yeah, sure, Essence Strain, but like there's no yeah, Essence Strain, Contagion are like the only ones, aren't they? There's no freaking Vortex, there's no Righteous Fire, there's no Scorching Ray. It's just like Ignite, Poison, Bleed, and then like 2 Chaos skills. We'll see if the new Ignite Magnitude nodes could be big buffed. I mean they were talking like they tried to adjust or not adjust, freaking buff Ignite. So there's hope, right? There's hope. Sorry, I'm swapping the pants, guys. It's getting chilly. It would have been awkward if I did this mid-podcast. If I went for the pants swap. Alright, we're good. He's putting on clothes. No, technically I was taking off clothes and then putting on clothes. I did both. You were pantsless? Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit.
A lot of the ones that you could get early on for a few exalts.
Mark indicated that Ignite wasn't there on the QA. Oh, never mind then. Rest in peace, Ignite Dreams. Rest in peace.
You're not going to get any more. Specific lineage supports have been adjusted relative to others, and world drop lineage support in general. I think
Rakiatas is going to be the new Awakened Multi-Strike for PoE2. I think they're gonna make it 10 times rarer, and it's gonna be like 100D.
Are less common overall. So now it might actually be the way that the ones that you can target farm from bosses are easier to get than the global dropped ones. I do like this though because it makes loot more exciting. You can now randomly drop more chase items. I don't really see any downside of that. So if you want to go through the full list, once again, patch notes are down below in the description. We then have Pathfinder as the next biggest winner.
Yeah, Pathfinder got so good. I'm a little bit worried Pathfinder is gonna be like just the go-to. This is so generically good that you just see it freaking everywhere with the just path to every jewel socket with Adorned, and then you just have global defense on all the small nodes, and you have like an Adorned jewel with companion damage and plus movement speed. So every jewel's 5 MS plus 50 damage plus fixing your res. And then you have 15k ES with like 150 movement speed with whatever skill you want, and it has damage. I'm definitely going to start Pathfinder as well, yeah. And you don't get the heavy stun, so it takes out like one of the most annoying things of sprinting. So sprint buff right there, and then you get the unaffected by slows. It's like giga quality of life.
Got some of its nodes removed, notably Contagious Contamination and Practical Remedies. Now, Practical Remedies, nobody's really going to miss because you now can take a 2-pointer sustainable practices, which might be interesting. But going through this and getting one of these immunities was never something somebody wanted to do anyways. Removing Contagious Contamination is a little bit weird because the only way to get
the Pathfinder sprint buff is a Roa nerf. I do think the availability of movement speed from things like sprint is not I think it's getting dissed a little bit, because Roa you're gonna have the you don't get slowed down when you're attacking, but players that get to sprint in between like packs or whenever they're doing dead space, like 50 MS from sprint, and then you have the new what's it called? There's one that gives 25 MS while sprinting. If you have socket effect, that's another 50 MS. So your sprint's all of a sudden giving you 100 MS. Start sprinting and avoid heavy stuns from bosses. Yeah. The heavy stun thing from Pathfinder is going to be really giga quality of life. Leaguestart at Derail. Mesa just got really sick. Would you be good for tomorrow, same time? I actually am doing something with family tomorrow, so I can't do tomorrow. But I could do another day. It's not the end of the world, though. If you guys want to do a podcast with me another time, like you guys are doing one, you know, like it's no big deal. I'll be down to do one, whatever. But that, hey, if Miso's too sick, that's all good. Sorry, tell him that I hope he gets better soon. Being sick sucks. I know he said he was like traveling. I'll let you know. Just sorry about that, dude. Don't worry about it. Dude. It's all good. No worries at all. So I guess Miso's sick, so false alarm on the podcast, guys. We may be doing a reschedule, or they'll do it tomorrow, and I'm gonna be busy tomorrow, so I won't be able to make it. But I'll probably do a podcast with Rabbit, Miso, and Kaltork another time. Feels really bad. Yeah, that's don't tell them not to worry about it. That freaking sucks. Being sick is yikes. More speed runs. Yeah, now I have to practice. Wait, okay. I need to pause even more through Palstron's video. I need to use Palstron to protect me from having to do another mace run. Can I make Palstron's video last another 4 hours? Stall with Pal in the call. Yo, Pal, you wanna hop on a Discord call? Save me! Anything but another mace run. Give me 3 minutes. Oh hell yeah! We'll hop on a call with Palstron, see how he's feeling about the patch. Fact check the video before he hops on the Discord call. I'll XD chat his video a little bit more. Pal, I'll send you a DM just so the message is just sitting there. So I have it popped up. So I'll ping you. Just join in time. Full queue of Palstron, saving us from Lance leveling. What a guy. What an actual hero. In our time of need. He came in. All right. Well, I'm gonna adjust the title. We're not gonna be doing the podcast. I'll say plus chatting with pal about League launch. Classy stuff, really. Classy stuff. Just put stalling. What do you mean stalling? You want me to just? All right, I'll put it this way. Stalling. Hold on. Stalling Meteor Bear practice runs via chatting with pal. Is that better? Is that what you wanted? Is that what you wanted? Pal's not streaming right now, is he? He usually doesn't stream this late. Nah, he's not. That makes sense. It's late in the day for him, probably. Actually, I don't know what time of day it is for him at all, actually. I'm assuming it's late in the day, because when I get up, he's already streaming, so that's probably more like the middle of his day.
Poison Prolif
9 p.m. Yeah, late.
It would be from Herald of Plague, and if you don't know, Herald of Plague actually needs a martial weapon. So if you're, for example,
Herald of Plague, martial weapon, and it already gives you the prolif.
Spellcaster that wants to prolif. As far as I'm aware, I don't know if there's currently a way to do that. It's all uphill from there. We have Running Assault getting cannot be heavy stunned.
Oh, that's it. That is so nice, dude. Not getting freaking stun locked out. Miso said he's good now. What? Wait, you're yo-yoing me, Rabbit. Wait, what the? What the hell? Wait, pal. Apparently, pal, you heard that, right? You're here. He's not sick. He's pulling a 180 on us. He threw off all the sickness. You know, that does happen though, guys. At least I've had that happen quite a few times where I'll feel like complete utter garbage. And then after I throw up, all of a sudden you like actually feel good. Lance said, F pal. Pal, are you good if I do the podcast with them? I did previously say I was going to do the podcast with them. Sorry, pal, to yank your chain like that. I blame, in my defense, okay, I got ambushed by Misu, feigning sickness to be completely okay moments later. All good. I'm just saying, all right. Cool. I feel weird right now. No, don't feel weird. It's all good. All right. We will be doing the podcast then. The show must go on. Well, I'll send it to you. Just hit me up when you guys are ready. So we're going to change the title back now. Hold on. Change the title back. The people at YouTube are like, is he going to readjust the title? I haven't been changing the YouTube title, so it's still appropriate. Podcast with the Path of Exile 2 podcast with Dead Rabbit, Miso, and Cal Torak. Probably spelled some of your guys' name wrong. Oh, it's getting too wrong. Then more Meteor prep after. He's gonna get sick again? There's no way. There's actually no way. Hopefully not. All right. We should be updated again. We should be good to go. Then I will join the call and make sure you guys can actually hear them. Join video call. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going? Not too shabby right now for me. I'm gonna do let me do my virtual cam so you guys actually have something on Discord.
Hello, hello.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
you're-
sick.
Now you're sick.
No, I feel sick.
You got contagious sickness from Miso.
I mean,
Nah,
that does
sorry.
happen. That does happen, though. I had the last time I felt sick to the bone. I threw up and felt better immediately after. So that it does happen. I just felt weird now because immediately I went into Lance's chat and went like, no, something. And then
It's no
still
worries.
not
It's no big deal.
Miso goes, no, I'm fine.
I mean, I'm still not 100%, but I mean, I want to make it work.
I haven't been 100% since I was 18 years old, I think. So you're gonna do fine.
Just been perma-sick.
Yeah.
I feel like for me,
sick.
I was only sick like once a year or something pretty consistently up until my brother had his first kid, and then I would hang out with them on the weekends, and then I would constantly get sick from him, and then and then I had my own kids, and since then it's just been chaining sicknesses.
Awesome. You're making it sound very, very nice.
No, it's you like the whole thing where people say things like you eventually build up immunity. I think that's baloney, dude. You just keep getting sick and feeling terrible. It just never stops.
Fuck.
There is no immunity. Just more sickness.
I don't like the whole like chain sickness. Does not sound good to me at all. That sounds really bad.
Yep. Nah, their kids are worth it. They're pretty fun.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna stream.
How many are you up to now?
What?
9, right?
What?
Kids.
Are you talking about me?
Yes.
Oh, I have
9 kids is a lot.
No, I only have
That
3.
doesn't
Only 3. It's not that many.
Only 3.
I was gonna say,
No, that's not that many.
insane.
That's just enough.
Yeah, I was
That's
gonna
just
say, how
enough.
do you have time
That's
to
a
play?
That's a full party. That's a full
How
party.
on earth would I have 9 guys? I'm not even 30 yet. Having 9 kids by 30 would be it's ridiculous.
Was it like Mormons or no? Who's getting all the who's? I'm not. I'm
Who
not
has
that
a lot of
versed
kids?
in
There was at least a
American
set of
culture.
twins in there.
I don't,
mean,
Mormons
let me see if-
are the multiple wives, right? Is that what you're saying? So you can like have like a factory
they?
system going on? Is that what you're? Is that what you're inferring?
There was no actual intelligent basis in my statement just now. That was just
Complete bullshit.
I have no idea. Okay,
I don't think you're going to be offending any Mormons, so we're good.
No, I'm not gonna stream on YouTube. Sorry, it was just too last minute. I'm just gonna do.
It's all
I'm
good.
just gonna do Twitch, and then we're gonna upload to the
My
mod.
YouTube, my YouTube. If you want to see the podcast, you have to come to Twitch now. YouTube. Bye. Bye YouTube. Okay.
Is it okay if I have my stream on YouTube, or should I end my stream on YouTube?
Yeah, 100%. No, it's just
Everything.
I was just more saying that I can't set it up on YouTube because this is it was like too last minute. I was like, basically I was like, I can't do it, and then like I was like, I'm gonna fucking game time. Let's go.
You're crazy, bro.
You were on a plane like 4 hours ago, no? Weren't you in Japan like 10 hours ago still? Okay,
Yes.
yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, this is the podcast, Lance, by the way. Welcome.
Hey,
Welcome to the
happy to be here.
Yeah, for some reason, every single podcast that we do, I am just either tired as hell because of time zones or like, I guess jet lagged. Like this is my A game at this point.
You gotta start forcing Rabbit and Kaltork to do a different time, so it's a better time for you. Make them be the tired ones.
Oh, it's hard. It's hard. We have
I
such
offer all the
different
time.
zones.
Well,
It's
Miso and
such a
I
weird
live in the
time
same
anyway.
time zone. You just sleep at a really weird. These sleep schedules the problem.
Where is Miso
We're both
from?
2 hours
One
apart.
of my chatters is
He's
asking.
in California.
California.
Yeah, but I stream Asia time.
Yeah, so my time. My time. I start streaming like European mornings.
That's
and
crazy.
And Miso starts at the same time, even though he's Pacific time.
Yeah.
Like what? What?
He's got some good blinds, man. Some nice
It definitely
darkness.
needs to be better. It definitely needs to be better. That's for sure.
Oh wait, I'm rating off Miso. Give me 1 sec.
Yes.
Bye, Chad. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow more theory crafting and stuff. I'm a
Can you,
plant guy now. Right.
Can you double check real quick, Miso, the recording?
Yeah.
I assume your home setup was untouched.
Yeah, my home setup is like it's fine. It's perfect. Is good.
So you guys did a podcast from when he was
Oh,
traveling?
we did 3 podcasts.
We did
while I was
3.
traveling.
Like on like a laptop or something? That's
Yep, I
no.
brought my laptop.
Okay.
That is how.
That's
how we
some
did it.
commitment.
He's insane.
If I was on vacation, I would tell Noogie for our podcast. I'm like, nah, man, I can't make it. Nah, I won't be there.
What he said was, if the league actually launched last week, he was going to end his vacation early and come home to play it. That's how committed he is.
That's too committed. That's too committed. Nah, just start late, man. Just start late. That's
yeah, exactly.
You already bought the tickets and stuff, dude. Just start late.
I can't. Not happening.
It's just a PoE2 league,
For the
so
love of the game.
you can start late. I had to say, like, I would have started this PoE1 league. I would have had to start late. I think 6 days. That was, and then I would have been gone again after 7 days. So I decided to not play the PoE1 league. So
yeah, like vacation or
PoE1
something
is
planned
different
for
than
it.
PoE2 league for you.
Huh?
PoE1 league is different than PoE2 league. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Was that supposed to mean, huh? Was P1
what
league
does
not good
that
enough
mean?
for you, Miso? Huh?
I
You want to see
mean,
a fight
it's
right
just-
now?
I mean,
yeah,
you're on the
right,
tour.
I'll pull up. You're tired. I have an advantage.
We're in the pre-show, Miso. Save that for the live part.
Yeah. You're on the tourist podcast. What do you think this is going to be? Hello?
All right. Let's get this show on the road before I break down.
Okay. All right, cool.
Okay,
I'll bring
perfect.
us in. Hey guys, and welcome back to the Path to Exile podcast, episode 20, partnered with Mobalytics. I'm Cal Torak, and joining me per usual is Miso Shiro and Dead Rabbit. And if it's your first time watching, reminder, we have our audio-only format. We're on Spotify, as well as Apple Podcasts. This week, we have a very special guest, Captain Lance. I am super excited to have you on. It's actually just a few weeks ago that I said on this podcast that you became probably my favorite PoE1 build creator.
Wait,
I
really?
followed you
Oh,
when
hell yeah.
Yes, I followed you when I was doing a Poison Assassin Cyclone character, and I was just trying to find someone I could like loosely follow with, and you were doing your Cobra Lash Leaguestart, and in your first video you said you didn't want to make a path of building because you didn't want to spoil the end game for the character, and that just resonated with me so well. I love that thought process about build making. Before we dive into the 0.4 news, can you like explain, like, did you always like have that mentality with build making, or did that just develop over time as you like just became more experienced with the game?
That's pretty much ever since I started. Now, granted, when I started, I made complete, utter garbage, and I still make garbage from time to time because like the risk is when you don't plan anything out, there's like, you could forget some obvious mechanics that are going to brick your character down the line or whatever. Like for context, when I was started out, one of my first builds when I was playing PoE was I did heavy strike with Raider with reverse knockback gloves. I think it was like the Katava axe. It was horrible. I was like failing to kill like a white tier map boss. But even with that, when you make something so trash, there's still some fun you have with the build as you progress. And then you hit the wall and you're like, well, they didn't get that far. I'll re-roll and do another build and see if I can get farther. And basically over, I don't know, since Breach League, it's been a series of doing that thing where I YOLO send a build and I find my wall somewhere and I try to like gain some level of learning of what did I do wrong. Maybe I'll not make that mistake in the future. I still make bad builds from time to time, but it's become less and less. It went from like 99% bad builds to maybe I'm like 30% bad builds now or something like that. I don't know what the ratio is, but it's more, for me, it's just more fun to play not knowing how good it's going to be.
I love that. Rabbit Miso.
There's always just like the adjustment happening at some point anyway, right? I mean, I think it goes the same for like PoE1 and PoE2. Doesn't really matter, but I always kind of think only about what I will start with, the actual point of starting with, because in the end, like the meta and whatever it is, if eventually going to be mid and end league is, it's not going to be decided anyway in the first portion, right? So I think cutting out that process already, if I already knew today what I will be playing 2 months into the Druid League now, I don't know. that would kind of take away at least for me, that would take away a large part of the enjoyment. So I think that's a good approach. I think so.
I mean, I play the new class, new build every single league at the beginning of league start. So I'm basically going off winging it every single league. So it's basically the same thing as not posting a POV, because that thing will change one day completely to the next day.
It also is like we don't really have, for PoE2 leagues, we really are lacking information going into the league anyways, right? Like at least the last couple ones, we haven't had the tree until like the day of, or even then it was still missing stuff.
Yeah. And with like Oracle coming, it's going to be even crazier. Misa, do I need to change my mic, or did you adjust me?
You're good. You're good.
Okay. I was just, for the last 3 hours, I was in a call with Farmer just now, just like trying to actually find something reasonable to start with, because he is trying to find the biggest blaster build now, because he's doing the challenge with Hopgun or whatever. And I'm just trying to water plants, and I'm just trying to find the best way to water some plants. And
wait, you're doing a plant build too?
I would like to. We've seen one skill. It's just nothing.
We've seen two skills. Two skills.
I like the concept. Like theoretically,
entangle and thrashing vines.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like green spark, so looked good to me. But there's just literally nothing. We started the conversation at basically this point, and then we literally went full circle in 3 hours, and I ended up basically not knowing less than I did before going in. I get the whole point, and that's kind of like a big discussion that people have around PoE2 and PoE1 as well, because I get the whole point of, me too. I don't want it all solved before the patch even drops or before the league even drops. But at the same time, just as someone who really likes diving deep into builds, especially pre-league, I would love to have at least a little bit more information. So I don't know what the harm would be to give us like the passive tree a little bit earlier, especially in a case where it's a completely new starting point and everything. So today was rough for me. I'm definitely going to water some
You're going to have another rough days for half a week now,
yes,
I bet.
Yes. The first thing I saw when I woke up this morning was your video, and I was like, "Damn! Wait, he already knows what he's doing. Damn! I need to decide too now."
It looks cool. I like full send. It'll work, surely.
Yes,
pray.
Yes. I'm gonna just steal your approach now. I'm gonna steal your approach now. I have a concept in my head now, and my concept is that Oracle is gonna be insane. Everything that we're about to see on the path not taken or whatever it is, everything's gonna be insane. It's gonna be 130 passive nodes on that shit. That is gonna. I'm gonna be.
Yeah.
It's gonna be good. Oracle is
I'm
the
hyped
future.
about Oracle. It is the future.
I think
I'm really hyped about Oracle.
Yeah, go ahead, Calcatorg.
Oh yeah, I'm hyped about Oracle. I think given the teaser we got of like the chance of not dying stuff, if there's anything that's like goofy like that, like else like that, like there's got to be something fun there, right? So I'm YOLOing Oracle as well. Like even if we don't see the tree until like we're actually playing, I'm like fine with that.
Do you?
Yeah.
I feel like they might try to give us the tree before playing. I feel like my thought process of like the PoE2 leagues have been they haven't been able to give us information until like the very last minute. But I think that's more not because they don't want to give it to us, but it's because they literally are just changing things until the very last minute. At least that's
they were doing that last league.
Yeah. I feel like they'll probably give us what the nodes are for Oracle. Maybe that's copious. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll let it be secret. I mean, Mark was saying he likes having things be secret, like the Abyssal Lich last league was completely hidden, right?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, they alluded to it though. I
didn't watch the character
Ziggity
jumping into the pit. The character jumping into the pit.
No, I mean in this current one, apparently Mark heavily implied that
there's going to be an Ziri one for sure. It's going to be like Val Gemling Legionnaire or Val Blood Mage or something with that thematics, I'd imagine, right?
Yeah. It's most, in that case, it's probably most likely going to be Legionnaire because what was the last one? Abyssal Lich. That's also Witch, right? So, but yeah.
Yeah, you think you don't think they're going to double up on 2 Witch classes getting it?
Yeah.
I feel like the Blood Mage is more thematically appropriate. It's got the the
I'll
Val
love it.
themes, the blood, like freaking. What is Zeri doing? Bathing in blood when she communes with the beast or whatever. That's my bets on my bets on Blood Mage.
Well, you said the other one would be Gemling.
Yeah, Gemling, because
cooler.
Gemling has like the themes of like gems socketing in your body, which is kind of thematic with the Val stuff, right?
With like the corrupting gems and stuff like that, and like socketing and in your body.
Ooh, yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah,
That's why those are my two
I
guess, but they could do something out of left field entirely, right?
You did a build on the Abyssal Lich, right? Last league, that was the It was kind of a meme though.
Hey, what do you mean it's kind of? Hey, I will not take that.
It had 40,000. It had 40,200.
I was doing the Abyssal Lich because it has like basically one of the nodes was like you could summon a specific skeleton and they'd give a specific buff, and one of them was like a bunch of ES. So I was pushing the ES number. I was doing Impending Doom. Impending Doom's actually like legitimately like a pretty good skill, especially as like a Leaguestart option if the gem is somewhat common, I would think. But would that build have been better as a different class? Maybe as like a Ritualist just for like in scaling or something, because Ritualist endgame with Jewelry gets pretty ridiculous. But no, Impending Doom's fun. That's just like the skill as a whole. Big AoE.
The Doge Race, right?
Yeah, the Dogery's Undoing. I call it Impending Doom because that's just freaking what it is in PoE 1. It's like calling Trial of the Second was Sanctum.
Did you do a lot of reduced movement speed penalty on that one? Probably, right? Because it looked kind of fast when I
not too much. What I have found,
a curse build, right?
Yeah, it's curse. If you have a skill that has like decent cast speed, is you don't interrupt your movement too much if you just tap cast.
Yeah,
that's
Spark, for example,
so like. If you, as long as you can get a skill to good attack speed, it feels like you're moving at full speed almost anyways. If you can tap cast like that.
Yeah, I did a variation of that build on a Blood Mage for cast on crit comet stuff, and I did not need any move speed reduction while attacking stuff. That's a very good example of one of the skills that you can tap cast very easily with to maintain mobility.
Baseline cast speed is just good.
Yeah, I also did Abyssal.
Go ahead, Miso.
Abyssal Lich is such a cool ascendancy, though. I really hope that the new ascendancy kind of lives up. Like, I mean, I don't know how like innovative I guess Abyssal Lich was because there was only part of the tree that was kind of changed, but like the concept itself is really cool and it really made some really powerful builds.
I think Rabbit's league starting Abyssal Lich. He's going to keep saying he's going to league start Oracle, but we know he's going to convince himself to play Abyssal Lich again.
That's what my whole chat is saying that all day. I could say, oh dude, I'm actually like I'm a bear. Like I identify as a bear, and bears are like my favorite animal, spirit animal, everything. And people are just going to be like, yeah, you're playing ED Contagion, bitch. Shut up.
Well, what does history say? What'd you play in 0.3?
ED Contagion.
What'd you play in 0.2? What'd you play in 0.2? Just a question.
I'm just thinking. I think.
What did you play in 0.1? Did you play ED Contagion in 0.1 too? Surely you played like Archmage.
No. No, in 0.1 I played Stormweaver. I played Stormweaver Spark. I think I actually league started Spark Stormweaver. I think.
Based.
You did some like summoning build, didn't you?
In 0.1?
Was it, or was that 0.2?
I don't think I've ever seen Rabbit do a summon build.
I don't.
You like wanted to do a summon build, but then it didn't work out, and he swapped.
Oh, that was. Oh no, that was 0.2. Yeah, that was 0.2 when they made it seem like minions are going to be amazing to get through a campaign. I started with like a hybrid ED Contagion and minions, and then I just ditched minions in Act 2 because it was atrocious. It was so bad.
Was 0.2 at that point? They still had them getting like stuck in doorways a ton, and they would die if you walked off screen and all that stuff.
Yes. They were never there. They died like there was like a small breeze by a white mob somewhere along the lines on the map outskirts or something, and the skeletal archers just went like, yeah, okay, I'm dead. So yeah, no, I ditched that, and then I became ED Contagion merchant.
A very
But
respectable
it's like
profession.
so solid. It's yes, it's so solid. I'm just feel like I'm talking myself into that every single league now.
I just said that you're
it's
going
so
to.
solid. ED Contagion Lich into any blood mage build. Why would you? Why? It's always good. It's always good.
Yeah.
And now we have Last Lament Crossbow Lich too. Okay, okay. I will water some plants. I promise you that.
Any
though.
hollow palmers out there? Any hollow palmers?
Oh yeah.
Not me.
What's
I'm pretty
your,
hard.
what's
I'm
your
pretty
take, Miso,
planted on the plants.
On the hollow palm nerfs?
Yeah. What? What's my take?
What's your since you are the resident hollow palm player, you must have some feelings about hollow palm in its
I mean, I still think it's gonna be
future
one of the
state.
best league starters for like early game, getting through the campaign. But I think at some point, like the scaling of the attack speed, definitely you're gonna feel it. So it's gonna suck a lot more. You might want to swap over to Quarterstaff.
It's probably giga good for campaign now, right? Because it basically got buffed in that sense, but then it just takes a dive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hollow palm bear?
No. It's you have to use the weapon.
Talisman.
Yeah.
Okay. I have not played hollow palm.
I mean, speaking of league starters, we can maybe ask our guest what his league starter is going to be, because I just touched the surface of it, but we didn't really discuss it any further. Mind explaining your concept plans, what your stuff is going to be for the upcoming Druid?
Yeah, so I'm gonna do the bear because Coming Calamity looks really fun. They showcased it. It's like a really long 10-second base duration with pretty good effectiveness of just meteors raining down. The thought process is you go shaman, you get rage gen to then consistently have uptime on it. So you cast a skill, you can't gain glory during it, but once it ends, apparently there's no cooldown on the skill. I already was going to send the skill thinking there was a cooldown, but there's not. So once the skill ends, I just need to generate 20 glory to proc it again. And so if you go shaman with a little bit of mana regenerate, that's like 2 seconds or something you need to generate the 20 glory, because you'll be at max rage and it'll just gen it right away. So I think I'm just going to be proccing that and then just running around as a bear, maybe incorporating like the rampage skill, maybe just sprinting, depending on how much I can get away with getting heavy stunned, but we'll see. I think it might be less punishing for a heavy stun if that skill just continually is hitting the screen anyways. Because normally heavy stun, you get knocked down, you have no way to defend yourself. But if that Coming Calamity skill is like activating all these meteors, maybe it kills the mobs and you don't just die when you get heavy stunned, and because it will wipe the things that were going to jump you.
Just play Pathfinder. No heavy stun. No sprinting.
But then I don't have rage gen. Well, I guess like you could force the freaking gloves for rage gen, but there's other things that are nice about the Druid, and I also just want to start the Strength Int class just because it's the new thing to go with it.
Apoca Bear looks cool.
I wasn't what bear?
Apoca Bear.
Apoca Bear. I like that.
Like Apocalypse and Bear.
What is it? The skill is called Walking Calamity, right? I kind of thought he just picked Walking Calamity because he's on a treadmill all the time on stream, and he wants to call himself the Walking Calamity now.
Nope.
No. Okay.
Just because just cool meteors go burr.
Yeah, it's when I saw it on the stream, it's like that was just it looks
It looks like it'll be fun.
Like
hopefully it doesn't suck.
Yeah. I have the same feeling about the Apocalypse skill on Shaman. It's like it has so many good possibilities, and if it sounds like it's gonna be incredible, but it could also be like a elemental storm situation where it's like it reads well on paper, but when you actually have it in game, it just kind of sucks. So I really hope Apocalypse is gonna be good. But basically everything we know about Apocalypse Ascendancy node and skill is like that they said if you deal enough elemental damage, then you trigger the Apocalypse storms or whatever. And we saw like in the little corner in the top left that it's 20 seconds or something. So if that is actually good, it seems very good, but it's kind of hard to say until we are actually seeing it in game. It could also completely suck. So
was it tagged as like an attacker spell? Did they even showcase that? I don't know if I even saw.
That has to be a spell, no? Because he just said.
I mean, I would think
elemental
Walking
damage, no?
Calamity
Oh,
looks
no.
like a spell, but it's an attack, so that's what gives me question. Like most of the transform things are all attacks, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If it
but
is,
the
if it
Walking
is triggered
Calamity
by
is like
elemental damage.
Yeah, I mean the meteors and stuff themselves are probably a spell, would be my assumption.
I think so. I don't know.
Guess we'll find out.
We'll find out. Misa, do you know what
Yeah.
your league starting? Or have a hunch?
I am. Oh man, I am on the fence, man. I saw Spiral Volley got a bit of a buff, so it's like maybe I league Spiral Volley, but usually I start the new class, right? So I was also thinking about like the Dragon Druid. That was seemed pretty cool. Flying in the sky, shooting down flames. Probably gonna be slow as hell, but looks cool.
It looked like it was
But
like walking speed of Incinerate when you activate it.
Yeah.
That's
It
my
does not
biggest
look like it'll
problem
be
with it.
fast.
It's
But Incinerate can be fast if you get enough of the reduced movement speed penalty, right? But they just took like
they're
all the
nerfing
sources
that,
of that
yeah.
out.
well,
They said they put it in other passes, but then they nerfed the runes to where you can only get one of them. So that's how I was getting a lot of my attack speed penalty reduction, is just using the runes.
yeah,
So
your
now only one of
original
those.
League starter plan just got destroyed. So wait,
Dude, when I read the
multiple of
patch
them.
notes, like I think 4 of my builds got nerfed. Arctic Armor and Wind Dancer's damage both got halved. So yay. I don't know if they'll be even like tier 15 viable at their current damage. And then with the Nova projectile nerfs, when my Witch Hunter build is in an interesting spot. I think it'll live, but what's funny though is Righteous Fire Roa might have actually lived. Like there were some notes that
Unless
like
they fix
tweaked
the
it.
Malice thing.
Well, they did fix the Malice thing because there's a line in the notes that talk about the Infinite Ignite stuff, and I think that would be impacting the like Infinite Ignite like Malice where it does the whole loop. But otherwise, I think it might have survived. But yeah, I think I'm league starting an Oracle plant. I mean, I'm not thinking. I have put in my league start video today of the Oracle plant.
Not even a gardener, an actual plant.
Yeah, plant. I had the plant
Perfect.
skin from the last what was it, 3.27's tower package. So I had the plant skin. But yeah, I'm gonna be growing plants. It sounds like the silliest thing you could do. Like killing Arbiter of Ash while watering plants is like, okay, what? So I'm about that life. We'll see what happens.
Just touring the local fauna.
Yeah.
That was a tourist joke in there somewhere.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think we got
it. Germans are not funny. I know. Sorry.
By the way, guys, just for anybody who's watching the podcast, if I look very uncomfortable, it's because I just came off a flame. I think I'm at 23 hours of no sleep right now, and I also threw up about 2 hours ago, or an hour ago. So, we're running on fumes right now. Just saying. So if I get up at some point, just know I'm probably gonna get water or something.
Rabbit, you said you might league start plants as well?
Yeah, I personally, I think I have to go Druid. I can't do the thing is though, the kicker is I most likely, if we are going onwards without any more information, I'm definitely not taking the risk of starting Druid with like any of the new skills, or like even thinking about starting them with the lightning skills or any of the elemental skills, because I've tried that a lot now, and I've done practice runs already for this league as well again, and it's just like stuff. All the elemental stuff is just very, very atrocious during campaign. It's just so much easier to go eating Contagion. and as a druid, you're right there. You just need like 4 extra points. You just make like the little up there, and then you're in the chaos area anyway. So no, I'm not taking any risks. I will for sure start Druid and then see what I get to in the end game. But I wanna, if I need to finish the campaign at least in my first stream. I don't need to rush. In most of my practice runs, it took me like 6 hours to from level 1 to maps now. So if I'm below 12, I'm fine. So I can I can discover some stuff on Druid and whatever, but I'm not taking any risks on the new skills, and I'm just standing there and I'm literally just becoming a gardener without killing anything.
I don't believe a
and
word
I'll
you're
just get
saying right
frustrated.
now.
I
Everything I just heard was I'm gonna give myself every option to back out of this and play ED Contagion possible. I'm gonna plan my leveling around ED Contagion because I don't want to take the risk. I'm too afraid. You're at like dude, you're setting yourself up to nope out because you're gonna have like your tree partly spec for ED, and then you're gonna try out the plant, and it's gonna be bad because you don't have the nodes for it, and you're like, wow, it's bad, guys. I guess I gotta play Essence Trade. Hey, we tried it. I don't know. I'm not buying it. Are you? Is that your back of the head a little bit?
I mean, you could say it like that. You could also just call it a brand identity. It's like I'm the Essence Drain guy. I don't know.
Yeah, kind of like how Magefist is the flicker guy. He's the Essence Drain guy.
Yeah, or like Pox, like right? No one is saying like, oh,
if you have fun, that's all that matters.
Righteous Fire again? No. also, no. I'm not comparing myself to those guys. I'm no. We'll see. I always just go, we'll see, and then you just see me casting purple stuff. So it's I'm good.
Let's dive into the actual announcement here. We had the league announcement, Fate of the Val, and let's just dive into the nitty gritty of the drama behind the league. A lot of people are either very happy or not happy about the league announcement, and most of it comes from the endgame overhaul was delayed. GGG had been saying that 0.4 was planned to be the big endgame overhaul, multiple endgame systems, Atlas passive overhaul. All these things were expected, never verbally said by GGG. All they said was the endgame overhaul was coming, and then we all just assumed we're getting everything, and rightfully so. GGG does themselves no favors with how they say things sometimes. But what are you guys' thoughts on it? In my initial reaction, especially after the patch notes, was a little bit of a gut punch after all the nerfs. But once I started thinking about what we're actually getting and looking at all of the new toys we're getting and the actual new league mechanic, I'm pleasantly happy with what the league is. I'm very excited to play. I would say I'm at an 8 out of 10 in terms of excitement. Lance, what is your thoughts on, the lack of end game that we got?
That's definitely a bummer because right now it's probably obviously the black eye of PoE2 right now is the part where you get the maps and you go what am I doing? And a lot of people, that's a quitting point for them. So it's a huge bummer, but it's also with how quick they're doing this turnaround because they're forcing in the league to be so they have some dev time before everybody has to go on holiday and stuff. It's kind of it makes sense that real world time frame. I'm glad they made the choice they did. When Mark started listing off some of how big he wants to make this endgame change, to me, I liked hearing that more than them forcing in a halvesy thing, because I kind of thought that they were probably gonna hold on to Infinite Atlas and the current Atlas tree a lot harder and try to do some band-aid solutions here and there inside, and I wasn't really going to be happy with that solution. It might help it somewhat and be more immediate, but I'm glad that it sounds like they're taking the approach of an entire kind of rewipe of how they're going to approach the end game, because to me I feel like that's more necessary. But all in all, bummer that it's getting delayed, but the amount of time frame between this patch and how quickly they turned around from the PoE 1 league, it just kind of makes sense to me that they didn't get it done, because that's crazy to do that much change that fast.
It's kind of like the initial, like you said as well, the initial reaction when I watched it. I think I even said it on stream after they were done and we're going into the MTX selling part of it. I was a little bit wait, that's it? That was my initial reaction. But after the reveal stream, I went into a call with some 4 or 5 other people who were also doing build crafting and whatever. And once we were talking about everything that we have actually gotten, I think the conclusion kind of was, yeah, would have been nice, obviously, to get the extra stuff, but everything that we did get is kind of nice. So like you said, you were at an 8 of 10. I think we came down. I came down to like like overall my rating would have been like I would have been more like at a 7. I have to say, because yes, as someone who plays. For me, it's not necessarily like I'm not fine with it being like a 2-week game, as sometimes the meme like around it is like, oh yeah, for me it's a 2-week game and then it's fine, because I really wanted to be more, and I was kind of hoping on this patch being like the main driver for it being more than a 2-week game for a lot of people. So it was disappointing, but I think it will also depend a little bit on what the league mechanic will end up being like. I've high hopes now. I shifted my high hopes from the hopium for the reveal trailer to now the hopium that the league mechanic is actually going to be something that you can spend some good amount of time in, and that you can actually scale towards a certain amount of, like, it looked like you can. I'm not comparing it to Delve, because it's not even close to the scaling you can get in Delve, but at least there's like a little bit of that scaling in there, because the mapping experience, or like the mapping overall, without all the tablet changes and the tower changes or whatever, now the mapping is still the same that it was in 0.1, and that is overall still very unfortunate for a game that has been just today it's exactly 1 year old today. And yeah, but yeah, I don't think they imagined this to be. I think they have like a big learning process. It's not just PoE 2, it's PoE 1 as well. And I'd rather them to not have as any of those. And like Lance said, I think the most important thing, and I think it's a very, very good signal that they are sending, is that they are not ready to have as something. Whether it's PoE 1 or PoE 2, when they actually give something to us, they want it to be in a state where they both feel confident in actually releasing that, without just saying like, oh fuck, we kind of promised that, so we have to ship it half-ass now. So I think it sent the right message, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, well, to go along the lines with that half-ass stuff, I mean, some people might argue that like the PoE 1 League 327 was a little bit half-ass. So I'm hoping that 0.4 ends up being, more fleshed out, or at least gives us the feeling of it being more fleshed out. Being on vacation, I did not have as much time to process it as you guys. I watched the video once, and that's fine about it. I read the patch notes once. That's kind of about it. But overall, I feel kind of a 6 out of 10. I think it's like what you said, that there is a lot of stuff that we're not thinking about that's in it. But I do think that the main kind of pain points were not addressed about the end game. Like, that's like the main thing. That was the thing, right? That was supposed to be 0.4. That was the end game patch. And it felt like they kind of did not address that. They gave us some nice other things, but the thing that they said they were going to do, they didn't do, kind of. So that's kind of a bummer to me. But, hey, I'm that person. I'm going to make a lot of builds. So just give me a lot of stuff to make builds and I'll be happy.
Yeah. You mentioned 3.27. There's a sentiment going around right now. It's probably going to pop up at every one of these patches where these two games can't coexist. One of them has to be sacrificed for the other to thrive, which it is absurd. They have the two best ARPGs on the market by like a grand slam, and I don't get that sentiment whatsoever. I mean, Lance, you're so deep into PoE 1 and PoE 2, like, do you feel like, how do you feel about the state where we're like, it feels like both aren't getting the love they want? Like, do you look at it that pessimistically, or are you just purely happy that you're actually just getting two wonderful games?
For me, I'm purely pretty happy, because I have previously, before 0.3, I would have been more mentally been like, I'm pretty bummed out. I wasn't really enjoying PoE 2 and where it was going. I felt like didn't really have crafting. I wasn't very confident in it. And 0.3 was a big turnaround for me actually like enjoying it. So at this point, I'm enjoying that, regular new content, get to try out new things. I like fresh league starts, right? But I can see some of the perspective of being like, if you only like one or the other game, being like, yeah, we're not getting an entire 4 months of work into our one game when we have a 4-month delay in the patch or whatever. But yeah, the sacrifice one to make the other live is kind of crazy, especially considering there aren't any other ARPGs that are even close. Like for me, I thought the closest one was Last Epoch, and Last Epoch just like self-imploded or something with the Krafton acquisition and how they're changing things. And so it's like, that's crazy to suggest they should stop developing one, considering each have very committed fans and a lot of people that like both games.
Agreed.
I like, for example, I have a pretty, since I only recently started even like streaming. I started streaming in February of this year and like doing content creation in February of this year even. When I played PoE1, for example, from, I don't know, 2015 to 2019, I think. And since I only started in PoE2, I have a pretty, like, I would say pretty dedicated PoE2 audience, for example. Not a lot of people. I would say I have like maybe 30% overlap of people in my community that actually play PoE2 that also play PoE1. And sometimes you like, even in my community, it's like crazy for people to assume or for people to have this whole like sentiment of PoE2, like even as someone who like basically I make my living just off of purely PoE2 and I love PoE2 as much, but it is completely crazy to say like just because PoE2 is the future now, you have to kill PoE1. PoE1 is the best ARPG there is, and I say that as someone who's like, I still have posters of Diablo 2 in my room and everywhere. I still like have my collector's Diablo 2 version in my bedroom right now. PoE1 is the best ARPG there is. I do also think PoE2 has like a bright future, but the sentiment just blows my mind. The only reason why I, for example, last league didn't go into PoE1 as much is because I'm just too scared to be addicted like I was for like in 2015 again, because it's so good and the end game loop is so good, and I just like this and so it's just crazy to me. I think honestly I just think both games can absolutely thrive, and I think Jonathan, I watched the Destin interview with Jonathan yesterday, and I think there was like a very similar question to this. And I think Jonathan even said himself, like the games are both like they are in a symbiotic relationship a little bit. Like both games do learn a little bit from the other, and both games are actually. I think this is just, and I said this on the podcast too. This is a very, very unique situation because in like the history of games or like game developers, I can't think of an example where a company decided to make another game in the same genre competing with their own game that is already like the absolute pinnacle of that genre. So we're just like in a completely unique situation outright with this. So it's, I don't know. I think we're just gonna have to wait and see a little bit, settle down a little bit, stop the tribalism, like just like chill a little bit. Play what you enjoy. If you don't enjoy PoE2, it's fine. If you don't enjoy PoE1, it's fine. Like it's kind of a crazy opinion, right? I don't know. I'm
crazy to some people for sure, right?
Crazy idea though. Tell Blizzard to come out of retirement, bring back Diablo 2 and start patching it. Yep. Amazing idea, right?
No. You can tell how sick Miso is right now. He just got back, guys. He is fried. Don't judge him.
No,
that'd be funny.
If Blizzard, I'm so scared that Blizzard is gonna say, "Yo, guys, by the way, we're gonna next season reset, next season ladder reset for Diablo 2 Resurrected. Us as Blizzard, we're gonna do everything now." I would be like, "Oh fuck!" And I haven't even played Diablo 2 for a few months now, and I would be scared as hell. They should get the Project Diablo 2 people onto Blizzard, but they would never do that because
just go
Blizzard
play Project Diablo 2.
Yes, exactly. But I would like to we need that in the Resurrected thing, because Resurrected is actually fucking beautiful. But Blizzard would never do that because they, for some reason, are like egotistical megalomaniacs for some reason. I don't know why. But well,
we have a counter on the podcast. If you're new here, Rabbit cannot avoid talking about D2 every week on the podcast, so it's kind of a meme at this point. But back to the discussion about how they're the development time constraints. They did just say in this interview that they have increased the balance team from 2 to 5 people. So I'm sure that's going to lead to some faster turnarounds, right? That stat just was so funny to me. Yeah, they're just that they need way more people.
Did you just wait? What? 2 to 5 people balance team of what?
That's what he said. They just brought on 3 more people to the balance team, increasing it from 2 to 5. That's what they said in the Ziggy D Q&A.
Really? I completely
Jonathan
missed it.
and Mark were the 2, and then now they have 3 more.
I don't think it would have been Jonathan and Mark, right?
Maybe it was from the Dustin interview. I have it in my notes from one. I don't remember where I got it from the notes from, but I don't remember. It might have been from the Dustin interview. But somewhere was said that they added 3 people to the balance team.
Well, that's pretty. I mean, mentally, like, my brain's like, man, they only had 2 people doing that. But at the same time, it's also like, yeah, they didn't do a lot of balance changes, like patch to next patch. Usually it was like they'd hit the top few skills.
He clarified what he meant by that in a previous interview. I think when he says by like these balance people, these are the ones that can make balance decisions without anyone else's approval.
I got you.
There's other people who make like mathematical tweaks and stuff that I'm sure are like balance teammates, but like people who can like.
I think I remember now, because he was talking about it like he's like, oh yeah, we took some QA testers and we leveled up, like we promoted them basically. I'm following. And then he alluded to like Hou or somebody, but he didn't want to say who it was. Like, he's a good player.
So hopefully that helps speed things up. But I cannot imagine developing 2 games like that. Like, especially because, and we keep talking about it week to week, but the turnaround time between 3.27 and 0.4 was not the full, time length or whatever. Like, they didn't get the full development window they would normally get. So once we're more synced with that, hopefully things get better over time. But yeah, we already talked about Druid earlier. You talked about your Leaguestart plans. I mean, are you excited to like that? Just having the shapeshifts in general. I assume like the idea of them being global was that. Did you assume they were going to be global for every Ascendancy? Because a lot of people, for some reason, thought they were going to be Druid only or Ascendancy based.
Before they announced it, part of me thought maybe they would tie it to an Ascendancy, which I was really hoping they wouldn't, and they tied it to the weapon base type, which I think is fantastic in terms of like PoE has always been, if you can figure out how to make this thing work, maybe it's the best way to do it. They obviously like give you some themes to various classes, but the fact they leave it open and they don't force you into something, I think is like the best part about PoE is you can take something that is maybe unintuitive or maybe didn't necessarily be advertised as the way to do something, and then put it together, and all of a sudden it's just this crazy interesting thing. So I was a little worried they tie it to an Ascendancy. I'm just really glad they didn't, and freaking pumped because that means people can play the shapeshifts with other classes and figure out what combinations they can do with them.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were worried because of Infernalist. Infernalist is like a shapeshift, right? And it was attached to Ascendancy. But yeah, it would have been a real letdown if it was like Druid could only shapeshift. There's so many cool like shapeshift possibilities that we can get. I think Pathfinder looks really cool. Witch Hunter with Culling Strike using some of the shapeshifts seems fun. So I'm very happy that it's global. Rabbit, you said you're playing a caster build for your Leaguestart, but if you were to play, like, is anything about the shapeshifts calling to you?
Yeah, when I went over all the stuff with Farmer today, we also both kind of realized that some of the shapeshifting doesn't even seem like it is strictly Druid based, because for example, both the Oracle and the Shaman, it does not seem like they would even be the best ascendancy for something like just purely Wolf, for example. Of course, on Shaman, you just have the rage generation thing, which is probably always going to be good for most attack-based classes, but also then you have the Ascendancy node with the spell damage on top of that. But it definitely seems like it is not something they just threw in like that. So think there's going to be a lot of stuff, and I've heard already people saying they want to try out Smith of Kitava on Bear, or they want to try out Monk Wolf or something. I kind of thought maybe you can also do something like a Wolf Ritualist even maybe or something. So yeah, I think it's going to be cool. I really hope it doesn't end up being a novelty basically, because when I was thinking about the whole spellcasting approach for Oracle, for example, I was kind of thinking of more of the Wyvern form being like basically a damage cooldown, that mostly you are in that human form, for example, and you're casting, you're using spell totems or whatever you're casting. And then, for example, for the Pinnacle boss fight, you have the Wyvern form and the Fire Breath that comes with the Wyvern form, which is probably going to have like a big downside, like very, very low movement speed, or like being very stationary for a period of time. I see that basically just as a big damage cooldown. And I just really hope that it's not going to end up, like I said, going to end up as a novelty, and it's actually going to make more build. It's actually going to make more build diversity, and actually going to open up the game a little bit more, because you can now see stuff in also, oh, this might be a shapeshifting angle here or something. But I think it's going to take some time for people to actually make use of it the right way. For now, I think the bear is very obviously like shaman, like someone in this call also already theory crafted on. For the wolf, I didn't really see the point in doing it on any of the druid ascendancies, and the wyvern form I don't know about. I think this might be a hot take. I think wyvern is going to end up sucking bad.
Oh, not a believer of the wyvern?
It's perfect,
I don't know
that's
why.
what I'm playing.
Oh yeah, see.
Wait, are you saying basically that I only play bad builds?
He said C. He said C.
What was your league start this league?
I'm thinking about doing wyvern.
No, I mean the last one, the ascendancy that you took.
Hollow Palm,
No,
but
Ascendancy.
Chayula, and that was bad.
You know, never click Chayula. Never click Chayula. That was your first mistake right there.
So yeah,
don't bully him. He's sick.
It's gonna be cool. I just like I said it 3 times. So I just hope it's not gonna be a novelty. I hope it's really gonna be something that is gonna be usable, gonna be build defining in some stages. I would love to play a wolf.
I think it looks cool.
Oh, no one believes me? Okay. Perfect. Amazing.
Miso, you said you were playing Wyvern, but overall thoughts on just like the shapeshifts as a whole?
I mean, it was so hard to tell because like they just threw in like footage of them doing like 10 damage. It was ridiculous. They look cool, you know, but like
you gotta look at the numbers. You gotta look at the level 1 numbers and compare to other level 1 skills. Be like, how well do these skills turn out?
Well, they did say that Wolf was overperforming in their testing, so
yeah, they said the beta testers all said Druid was overpowered.
Hell yeah,
whatever
yes.
That means.
I'm gonna log in day 1. I'm not gonna have a bad time. I'm gonna be crushing Shirley. I think the numbers look good. Like when I look at the numbers, like the weapon type it's a 2-hand base type. It gets all the 2-hand modifiers. It has better attack speed than maces, so it doesn't have quite of the quality of life badness that comes with mace. It's slow attack speed. And then on top of that, it has good base crit. So it's like a lot more scalable. Like there was a talisman with 9 base crit, whereas a mace starts out with like 5. And the comparison I'm getting there is I see similar base damage scaling with just better attack speed and better base crit. And the effectiveness on the skills, that's where it's going to come down to. But the numbers on the ones they showcase on the page seem like they could be decent. As long as you can get a decent weapon with it and some scaling on your character, I don't see why any of those classes will have an inability to clear content. And you'll be a cool freaking dragon or a bear or a wolf while doing it. I'm full believer.
I'm a believer in everything but the dragon. I agree with Rabbit that the rabbit just looks a little too. I don't know. People got like you can't turn. You can only be not a blaster to a certain extent, and its speed just looks a little too slow. Like it just turns slow. We'll have to see, man. I don't know.
I mean,
the turn rate.
the slow turnaround.
SUV. It's what is the American big car? It's like a Ford F-150 or whatever. And no, it's like you think
That's
it's
just
not
a
going to be
truck.
nimble and fast? What are you about
We'll
to say?
see. Maybe
Lancer?
there's a zoomer. Like, you know how we have the bone shatter techniques and stuff. Like, maybe there's some weird technique with Wervin where you're just spamming its attack and it's like lunging forward fast. Who knows? We've talked about Druid a lot already, but we're getting plants, lightning, and fire skills. We're getting Oracle and Shaman. And then what we haven't talked about is spell totems. Lance, let's start with you. Spell totems, thoughts?
That's funny you should mention that, because I was literally talking to Rabbit before he asked me if I could come on the podcast. We were talking about spell totems, and we were thinking maybe there's a world where you could make it work. And the thought process was Hate Forge with Shaman, and you actually invest into like a decent amount of mana regen. Like, you play it like an Archmage build where you have some mana investment, you invest in a decent amount of mana regen rate because it still benefits like your scaling on mana as well as your rage gen. And the thought process would be you could get it to the point where you full gen your rage within, 1 to 2 seconds, which is popping 3-4 charges with Hate Forge, where you could actually reasonably be placing these totems down, and maybe combine that with the Spirit Shield that gives spell damage per spirit, plus the Shaman gets the Spirit node from Empty Charms. You could probably push, I think, 400 to 500 spirit with a wand on a Shaman, and you could have Archmage and then like 5 to 6 totems. Like, numerically, I think that could actually be legitimate because you have all the scaling from Archmage that pairs with it, and then the question is, would that feel good enough for consistent placement of totems if you have the ability to place them once per second? And I feel like that would start to hit that threshold of this feels like a playable thing to do.
It made a lot of sense in Discord. Like when I read it on my phone, it made a lot of sense. So,
I think it would require a lot of mana regenerate gear. Like you wouldn't be able to like fresh out the gate Leaguestart. I think it would be too scuffed. You'd have to do it as like a second character, I think. Which that's probably the bummer about it, is people that want to just like play a totem build from the start type of thing, because that's like not feasible, really.
Does Oracle have something that lets you turn rage into power charges?
Oracle?
Well, so one thing to note is we got a media packet that has both the ascendancies and what the passes were going to be, but GGG said that things have changed on those and they're going to be releasing the ascendancies soon. So just wanted to clarify before the comments, they might change.
Yeah, the spirit thing might not be there. The rage gen might not be there.
Yeah,
I would think the ones they showcased on the live stream were set in stone, but maybe they didn't showcase the spirit, for example, so maybe that one gets changed, right?
Yeah, I'm probably misunderstanding something, but I thought spell totems you needed to spend power charges.
Yeah, you do. So the reason I was talking about rage is because Hate Forge gives you 3 to 4 charges at a max roll when you reach maximum rage. So if you have the Shaman 6% rage gen per second, and you get, now this is like a crazy number, like 1,000% mana regen rate, which is something you can do, and it would make some sense to invest that much if you're going for Archmage anyways, then you're looking at a 1.5 second timer to hit full charge or full rage to then pop 3 charges. So you'd be getting like 3 charges every 1.5 seconds to place totems. But that's contingent on good gear and Hate Forge, right?
Yeah, exactly. But theoretically, it should be like 1-2 seconds, and then you get like a 3 endurance, or no, you get a random charge. So one of those is
that's
you don't need.
That's the awkward part, is like if it chooses to give you frenzy charges, maybe you could force away where your frenzy always generates as a power or endurance, so that way you guarantee can be placing the totems, right?
So it sounds good, but like Len said, that is probably that's very far from being a Leaguestart, but like
no shot.
Funny thought experiment. I think a lot of this stuff is gonna come up in the next few weeks as well into the league, especially due to the thing of the Val uniques, because we still don't know what we can kind of guess what the Val uniques are, I guess, or we can at least say for some of them that those are definitely going to be Val uniques. But I think there's going to be a lot of like very innovative or wonky stuff when we can roll off like downsides to some of the Val uniques. Just like as an example, that's not a Val unique. It's probably not going to be a Val unique. It's for sure not a Val unique, but it completely changes the game when you can roll off Veil of Night, the no resistance thing. And I think there's going to be a lot of stuff like that where a unique has a certain downside where when you actually remove that, it's going to have like a completely new possibility. So I think there's going to be cool stuff to come. And since this is usually a very build making focused podcast, I think this patch is actually going to be very, very good in terms of build crafting and build diversity. So that's always a positive for me, at least.
Misa, did you have any thoughts on the spell totems?
I mean, all I know is just like, for me, when I first saw it, I was just like, why are they giving us like a cost for it? Why can't they just let us throw these totems down like normal? Like, I don't know. You have the mortar grenade totems that go ham and just blow up the entire screen, but somehow spell totems can't have fun.
Lance just said, whatever Lance just cooked sounds fun.
Yeah.
But it's also like, it's pretty contingent on gear, right? Whereas the other totems could just start, you could be a totem build from the start, from the get-go, which I think is the big contentious point where people want to be able to just like, they want to play a totem build. Totem builds are very beloved in PvE1, right? As like their own standalone thing.
Well, you mentioned the uniques and the corruptions and getting rid of the negative modifiers. Let's talk about the Fate of the Bow. I mean, we get the Robo Arms. That sounded really cool to me. I'm actually kind of excited about like a mechanic that like you lose the buff when you die. I was very shocked when I heard that, and it sounds cool. I don't know. I like the idea of running around with Robo Arms, but I think the difficulty scaling with the you mentioned it earlier, Rabbit. We also have it to where they said you can run up to 60 maps almost of like juicing to like, and then you can just go do the Val Temple for like 60 maps worth of farm. So that sounded pretty cool. The double corrupts, and then the last thing was the Abyss confirmed core. I guess Captain Lance, what's most exciting for you about the new league?
The new league, most exciting, double corrupts, not even close. I am not a gambler, just so we're clear. I simply like to risk my item for massive gain if it doesn't get destroyed. It's investing in my character, not a gambler. Just want to clarify, I do not have a problem. But besides that, I'm really hoping that Itziri is just ridiculously hard. Like, Itziri in PvE1 is like this iconic boss for a number of reasons, but one of the reasons I think is that it's a really hard, difficult fight, and it has remained one of the most relevant fights even as the game's been power crept. Now, granted, they just yanked Itziri out of the Feared in PvE1, which I think that was maybe in part because maybe Mark has some plan for it. Obviously, they did Fate of the Vow this league, which is Itziri themed. Maybe next league for PvE1, they're gonna continue this symbiotic relationship of using some of the dev work they did here with the Val stuff to use it again, maybe in PvE1. So I'm excited. Hopefully it's a really challenging fight. And then the build your own dungeon mechanic reminds me a lot of Synth League, which I really like that league for like the building out your little thing. Like that to me is kind of cool. We'll see how it plays out in terms of like, there's a lot of interesting crafting currencies from it, things that modify gear and whatnot, or a lot of risk reward stuff, the re-rolling Falborn items. I said Valborn, but they look like Falborn, right, from Keepers. I think that stuff's all wins in my book for an interesting mechanic. Cool thing, not necessarily a part of maps. It stands on its own right, and I think that's usually a good time. I like when they add mechanics that aren't just necessarily something that's only in maps but has its own thing going on, and that's kind of what it is, right?
I can just
go ahead.
I can just avoid doing maps even more now, which I like. Usually I'm a Sekima enjoyer, and now I also, on top of doing Sekima all day, I can now just do the Val Temple too now. So I really like it.
You do have to go into maps to get the Val Temple. You might not avoid the maps as much as you want to. You have to build them up.
No, I think last league I actually mapped a lot, especially after the change and stuff. I just think maps are still like severely undercooked in PvE2, so it's kind of it was always just a little bit of yeah, what am I doing here? And especially, for example, for me, Sekima was always just like you had a better goal of it, because there was always like the unicorn of having like the ATDs and the last flame and all of that. So that's also the reason why I really hope that the actual endgame overhaul is going to come in this patch. But now it's probably just, I think this is going to be a good like how do you say that, a good substitute for now, because I'm excited for the Val Temple, especially like the double corrupts, of course, because I'm not a gambler as well, because it's not gambling if you're good at it. If you just win, it's not gambling.
Wait, are you one of those people that's just lucky?
I don't know. People always say that. People always say that because I only upload YouTube shorts, obviously, where I'm lucky. So everyone's always assuming it's always like, he can't keep getting away with it.
You should upload the clips where bad things happen. People like to see bad things happen to you too.
Yes. If you want to see bad things happen, you just need to go on my YouTube channel and watch the most recent. Every league I do like a liquidation on like on all of my stuff. And we just do it like a crazy Val stream, and we did it this league again as well. And I ended up balling like I think overall it was like 30,000 divines, I would say, like overall in all of the stuff. We did like 100 prisms, we did a full quad stash tab of exceptional wrath piss, or everything. We just did everything, and it was like abysmal. It was so bad. It was so bad. Oh yeah, I vowed 10 cold lightning ATDs, which are like 700 div per and stuff, and they all bricked. So yeah, if you want to see someone lose, you just have to watch that video. It was it was not my best showing, but usually it's kind of funny. Last league when we did it, we had I had 10 mirror balls in a row, and I did 10 mirror balls and valing them, and I got a third socket on 8 of them. So
win some, you lose some.
Kind of here and there.
Yeah,
I'm just happy for it, because it's like it's just fun. I think it's just fun, and double corrupts especially are gonna be ridiculous. There's gonna be some clips of people actually crying, I think, when they just see it, when they just see the animation of the 50% chance of it just evaporating,
destroying. Yeah,
that is just I love that. I'm gonna be so happy seeing that.
Mr. Miso, are you alive? He might have AFK'd. That's okay. We'll go to you, Lance.
I'm barely alive. Not feeling too well,
barely
right?
alive. But I mean, I'm also very excited for the Vol stuff. But to be honest, I'm most excited about just like seeing what the new temple system's gonna be like. Just like going through it and playing it. Just an alternative to mapping. I mean, I'm the type of person that I really enjoy mapping. I enjoy it more than actually the league mechanics that make you go to another like area, but we've had the same old for so long that I'm ready for something new, and that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Oh, change of scenery.
Yep.
Yeah, it should be fun. I'm a big fan of Delve. This is not like Delve, but it's like Delve's like its own side mechanic that you do, and this sounds like it's similar, where you go and farm your soul fight and maps, and then you get to go Delve for a while. So hopefully there's a way that you it's not soul fight for this, but whatever the currency it is to go into the Val temples, you can like increase the rates you're getting at it, like you can with soul fight. So you're not actually having to do as many maps deeper into the league. We just talked about the double corrupts. Lance, to start with you, is there any specific uniques that are screaming to you that you're like really excited about that will change how you're approaching any of these builds?
I mean, double corrupts aren't just uniques. So like, I'm looking at it as like every gear piece I'm going to be using is going to be double corrupted type of thing, where, okay, I got +1 socket on this. Let's go for the third socket type of, or the next socket up plus on top of that type of thing. As for specific items where it's interesting, a good example of this is they just giga buffed Adorned, which I think this might end up becoming a monster that takes over the entire late game meta of build making, which might homogenize builds and then ultimately end up with a lot of people saying, hey, we need to take this out because I can't play the build any other way and it kills the tree. But the thought process is Adorned drops corrupted, right? That's how it forces its roll. Maybe you drop a 0% adorned, and you could say, I'm going to try to send this for its second corrupt, and maybe if they give the option to re-roll modifiers and multipliers, like, I don't know if that's even a possibility with a double corrupt. They only showcased adding an enchant, so you don't know if like the +1 socket or the, you know, like the sanctify re-roll option's even a possibility. But if it is, that would be even more ridiculous to take a adorn that's a bad roll and have a chance to make it actually a good roll, or even better than what the top end is, which is balance wise. I think they're going to regret making it go from 0 to 150 because that's just crazy.
150 is crazy. I am blown up. Like you made a meme. I think it was you that made the meme clip that was of the Pathfinder tree. Was that you, Lance, that I saw that from?
Maybe, yeah.
Where it was, with all the sockets. Like that's not far from the truth.
I literally think that's going to be like a go-to staple of like literally top performing builds. Is just clicking Pathfinder, clicking global defense, grabbing every jewel socket on the tree, and then having 60 extra movement speed from jewels plus like 500 damage from just companion damage or whatever. And then they have 500% defense from their travel nodes, and they still have 15k ES. And it's just like, here's a huge generic thing you could do in every single character, and it just works. So, and now on top of that, you could double corrupt your jewels. So you could get freaking another stat on top of that. So it's like, not only do I get to have my cake and eat it too, I get some extra serving on top where it's not only is this jewel giving me 50 damage, 5 movement speed, and let's say like 15 res, it's giving me another 15 res, and I don't need res on gear anymore. You know, it's like, I can't believe they did the 0 to 150 roll on that. I'm mind blown.
Same.
I don't know what led to it. I would guess that what led to it is that they saw the usage rate of Adorned this league, because no one really was using Adorned in this
there
league.
are a lot of good jewels this league, right? With Heart of the Well and stuff.
Yeah, and with combined with the whole nerf from 0.2 to 0. No, was it already in 0.1 to 0.2, the nerf to the jewel sockets? I'm not sure, but that kind of drove the narrative in the community. Like for most people, that Adorned is just dead basically. And I didn't really see any builds, at least in this league, that utilize Adorned that much. So maybe they thought, oh damn, this is a cool item. We kind of want this to be used again by people. So they thought like, oh yeah, the approach obviously is going to be to buff it. But like you said as well, with the addition of then the corrupted jewels also being able to be double corrupted, I think it's gonna be way too much.
Yeah.
I think that is going to be crazy. I haven't really done. You can probably pretty easily do the math already and basically pop it already, or like at least get a glimpse of it. And I would like to see some people do that already. Yeah, I think we're in for a ride. We're in for a ride on this one. I wanted to like ask as well on the, like, if the Adorned drops corrupted, right? And what does it mean? Just like I had this discussion with my chat earlier today as well. Like a Megalomaniac, for example, drops corrupted as well. Can I double corrupt a Megalomaniac then?
I assume.
Right? I should be.
Mm-hmm.
What is the outcome then? Can I get another notable on a Megalomaniac now with a double corrupt, or?
It's probably just the normal jewel corruption possibilities, which is basically you either hit an enchant or you hit a socket, which does nothing, or you hit the number reroll, which maybe that changes the allocated passives. But we don't even, like, they only showcase the enchant. So like we don't know for sure it's gonna have +1 socket as an outcome possibility, or the number reroll thing, right? So
yeah, a lot of people are like 4 socket boots, 4 socket gloves. My builds are set, you know, and we don't know. That's we have to see the double corrupts. They're exciting though. They're very exciting. Miso, you have any thoughts? Trying to get you in as much as I can because I know you're muted. I can't see you, so I don't know when you're ready to jump in.
No, don't worry about it. Just call on me whenever. But I mean, the thing is, I didn't really take too deep of a dive into all the uniques, but kind of more commenting on like the Adorn conversation. One of the reasons why I think that Adorn was so, I guess, not used was, one, because there just weren't like they reduced the amount of jewel sockets, right? So that it was a big hit to Adorn, but then also just farming the boss for Adorn was like ridiculously bad. Like the only thing you would actually get from value from farming the boss was the Adorned. And they did buff the shield this patch, so maybe we'll see some relevancy from that, making farming Trialmaster a little bit more relevant, and maybe having more Adorns on the market. I don't know.
Shield is still dead, by the way. I checked that yesterday. The only soul cores you can put in there is Chaos Res and Elemental Resistances. I don't think anyone's gonna use that. I think the only reason why Mahuk Sotl was like used in 0.1 was rarity. And since that soul core doesn't exist anymore.
Hey, I used it for mana sometimes. Okay, listen, not just rarity. Okay? Archmage was good, dude.
True mana stacking, yeah, but yeah. I used it, yeah, true. Wait, I used it for mana too on mana stacking Archmage Stormweaver.
Yeah, that's a good point because they limited a lot of the good runes to specific item bases, which wasn't the case
and it's
before.
Just gone now.
Yeah,
that was not a joke. The actual only runes, soul cores you can put in a shield is Chaos Res and Elemental Resistances. That's the only ones.
Yeah, that's kind of rough.
They can buff the shield to 600%. I don't think anyone's going to use that. So
yeah,
to me the Adorn
runes are limit 1 only.
That's most of the special ones though, right? Not the normal ones, like the basic ones at least. I think
a good point is Shaman node. Yes, there might be stuff on the Shaman.
Some special alts.
That's true.
I think from the Shaman node, the Shaman node is only bonded modifiers relating to the weapon. I think that's how it's like balanced. At least when all the ones they hovered over only had wand or martial weapon as like the extra mods, nothing related to other sockets or other socketables.
Interesting. Yeah, that makes it a little less exciting. We'll have to see how it comes out. I'm sure we're like some of the I'm sure it's like maybe special runes, like the runes you get from the special map, like the runes of tithing. They might have something special, but yeah, for balance reasons, that could be weird. For sure. We just talked about rarity. Rarity on gear's getting changed, guys. In a weird way, it's not getting deleted yet. It's announced to get deleted in 0.5, but they have opted to. I don't know how exactly it was phrased. It's been like the values have been nerfed on gear, which confused me. Maybe I'm just like thinking about it wrong, but wouldn't that just make like ritualists like even more important for getting the rarity breakpoints? Like it doesn't feel like it's gonna change. Like I'm confused. So maybe someone smarter can explain it to me.
It's the same nerf they already did to rarity, right? They didn't really change anything about how rarity works. Overall, they just changed how much rarity you can get on your gear, which is
interesting.
If I understood it right, that's what they did, and it's just like I don't get that at all because it doesn't change the situation. Like it does nothing for what the situation actually is. It just makes it even. It kind of even makes it more required now to get rarity on your gear now because you need more rarity on your gear now to hit the actual, like, it's not a breakpoint obviously, but to actually hit what most people deem to be the needed rarity, which is 150. I don't get that at all. I didn't even notice, or like I heard for the first time that they said they're going to delete rarity on gear in 0.5.
0.5. They wanted to do it this patch, but they didn't have them. They didn't have a modifier repair ready for it, and they didn't want to just remove the mod pool, have to change like values and RNG rolls and stuff like that, and then add a new modifier later. So they are replacing rarity with something else in the next patch. 0.5.
Effectiveness. What's your
I don't know, maybe we get light radius.
We on this podcast we have shifted on the rarity discussion. I think about six to 9 times so far. So
you guys pro rarity, anti rarity.
I like rarity. Rarity attached to difficulty, yes. Rarity on gear, no.
Rarity affecting currency, no.
Currency specifically, yes.
Yeah.
We're all essentially saying we want the PoE1 rarity, where like you have the it's the quantity version.
Like help you find uniques, not necessarily be absolutely mandatory to find divines and regular currency drops.
Yes.
That makes sense. Because, like, yeah, right now it's basically you pretty much feel like you have to run it, or you're just not dropping divines, you're not dropping exalts really without it. I don't think I care too much either way. I usually just end up Alkin going, and sometimes my gear will have rarity if I have the extra affix for it. Otherwise, it won't.
I mean, it's kind of the base take, because in the end, if you actually want to make currency, playing the game isn't like, that's not the solution. If you actually want to make currency, and if you're actually out to, I want to make 1,000 divines in the first few days of the league, the answer is not playing the game. It's Hideout Warrior.
Are you trying to say Hideout Warrior is not playing the game? Blasphemy. That's a big part of the game. What do you mean? Not that I like the map personally, but I know people that do like to Hideout Warrior. Farmer, not me, just so we're clear.
Wait, Farmer's
Rabbit's kind of a Hideout Warrior. He spends a lot of time holed up in there.
No.
Yeah.
Off stream, I'm an off stream Hideout Warrior. I every time I turn off the stream, and then because I don't want to do what I actually like. I don't want to do it on stream. It's just like me. I do like the content gameplay. It's just like flipping. I'm just on trade side, just 47 live searches open. That's not like good stream content. So I'm an off stream Hideout Warrior. Yes.
All right, guys, the coffers are looking a little bit low. I gotta go. I'll be back with more currency. Don't mind me. We're in a dire state financially speaking.
But like on the whole rarity thing, it's just like I personally what I most enjoy about the game is like the thing that I think most people play RPGs with, and it's like the simple monkey brain dopamine, and having it tied to rarity that much, I think it just feels bad sometimes, and I'm not sure why they went with the approach of having it applied to currency, because I don't think it needed any fixing, because it worked so well the way it did in PoE 1, and also, for example, in the game that they clearly took a lot of inspiration from as well, which is Diablo 2. So yeah, I think I'm excited to see what it will look like in the future. It's just it is absolutely necessary to have 150% rarity if you wanna have significant drops like that. If you don't care, that's fine. You're a better person than I am. So,
Miso, you have any thoughts on the rarity stuff?
I mean, the thing is, at the end of the day, the best way to farm gold money is, like you said, to be in the hideout, but also like even beyond that, just trials doesn't require any rarity, and it's probably the next best thing. So it's not like yeah, it's just if you enjoy doing maps, you kind of have to do rarity, which is what most people like doing. And my take on the rarity is, and again, being away, it was hard to see and hard to tell, but I think maybe it's like the cap gets lowered again from 150 down to like maybe 100 or 90 or something like that. That's what I'm guessing.
Oh, you're thinking that they removed the breakpoint or whatever it is.
Yeah.
The diminishing turn point or whatever. I see. I mean, that would definitely help a bit.
The forbidden two words, diminishing returns.
Diminishing returns.
Yeah, the two words that almost gave me a mental breakdown when the Crypt video released. Peace.
It's okay. We're almost past this point in the development process. Some general changes for the patch. One of the big ones is they are finally starting to adjust gem skill levels. Gem skill levels is something we've talked about a lot in depth on this podcast, Lance, and I'm curious your thoughts on it. You know, you can get up to 7 gem skill levels on weapons, on wands with the sockets. You could get, like in this patch, so many. I believe the changes they are making it, amulets can only roll up to +1 now, and focus have been nerfed, I think was the other one. But just in general, what are your thoughts on gem skill?
Was that in the patch notes or in the Q&A? I don't remember seeing patch notes where they said that the levels are being nerfed. I think they need
it's
to.
Only on amulet and focus specifically that it got changed.
Okay. I mean, like, I am personally not a big fan of it being a pass-fail check for all spell builds. Basically, if your item doesn't have gem levels, it is worthless, and then if it does have gem levels, it passes type of thing. So I'm hoping they can start giving us more like things we can go for besides just forcing the level up. Because right now it's so tied. So overall, I'm probably positive on that sort of change of start removing some of these levels. It was definitely like coming from PoE 1 when I first saw those mods, like on the possible roll to have +5 on a wand. My first initial reaction is that has to be, they have to have had lowered the gem level scaling compared to what they are in PoE 1 because that mod made no sense compared to the other stats possible. And come to find out, the gem level scaling is pretty similar to PoE 1 / slightly better. And those mods are just ridiculous. So I'm hoping they come to the point of giving us some more diversity of ways to scale damage that isn't gem levels and try to dilute some of that power elsewhere. I know, like, for example, they said the tree's multiplicative with like your gear and stuff, and I don't really feel like that's the case at all. And I think the gem levels are a pretty stark example of that, of like, it's, if you don't have those gem levels, you don't do damage, and if you do have the gem levels, you do damage, and it doesn't really matter too much what's on your tree because you get more % damage scaling from your like weapons and other gear slots anyways. The tree doesn't like multiply that. So I'm hoping they can maybe dilute some of that power into the tree and spread it around in terms of options for scaling.
Damn, perfectly in line with our opinion that we have like so many times now did on this podcast. Yeah, it's like exactly what we were also saying. It's just it
I
doesn't
passed the test.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. This
just makes us feel better that we think like in
I feel
line
like
with
that's
you,
I feel like it's like most the PoE. I don't think there's too many people I've met that are like, yeah, these gem levels make sense that it's this powerful for one stat.
Especially on weapons.
like
the big discussion we have is with weapons, and especially martial weapons. Like having a +2 to +4 weapon skills is just, it makes or breaks your campaign run. We're talking about like hour differences. Like we had alcohol on, and he said it best: the weapon in the campaign can change a fight from 1 second to 2 minutes, and all because of gem skill levels. That's not okay.
Yeah. And it has like so many other implications as well. It devalues a lot of the uniques, and we have so many like cool uniques in the game, but they are just immediately thrown out of any theory crafting for any build because any rare item is just going to be better just because it has like +4 to X or whatever. It devalues all the uniques like that. It makes it so that it is just very, very based. Or like especially campaign runs are very, very based on whether you get the plus levels or not. And it's just also, and I think the third thing is also it could be such a cool way to have it as a thing, as a stat on, for example, like actual T0 items. For it being like we have certain rings or certain amulets that have this +1 to all spell levels, and that actually being like a very, very rare and cool thing, and not just being like the standard baseline for every single gear piece, like or mostly weapons. Because at that point it's like, yeah, if that is the baseline, why not just, then it kind of loses any kind of value, right? Or like any kind of sense, because if everything you want to use on a crossbow build just starts as +7 to projectile skills, it's kind of not even that exciting, as opposed to just
why is it even there? That's what happens when you have a stat that's like a pass fail check. It's you either have it and you use it, or you don't have it and that item doesn't exist to you.
Yes. And at that point it's just like, why is it even there? I said kind of the same thing on the podcast before the reveal stream about like Delirium installment and PoE 2. It's like you if you're just like speaking from someone from a perspective, I know there's people out there who don't care about the efficiency, and that's totally fine. But speaking as someone who wants to do the most efficient maps when I'm playing the game and stuff, it was just like you have to instill whatever it is, like paranoia in most cases. But if that then becomes the new baseline, that I have to have Delirium on every single map instilled for it to be like the baseline efficiency level, why is it? Why even have it then? It's like I think it's it goes well, or this argument goes well for a lot of different things right now in PvE2. That there's some stuff where I just ask myself, why?
I think they'll change it. I think like I don't think there's much support for it in the community, and we're gonna keep saying every patch, yo, why is this the way it is? And like Delirium, right? The freaking meme guy on Reddit, you know, he went on a campaign and he got it done. So we just need to do more of that. Maybe next time we go at the gem levels with the meme every day, and hey, maybe something happens, you know.
I like it. That's the way we get stuff done. Miso, thoughts on the change? And one thing I want to throw out there is, because we were talking about weapons with the gem skill up, they did mention that there is an adjustment to the weapons throughout the campaign. Like the curve has been changed a bit, hopefully. So hopefully more people have more smooth starts. I'm sorry, Miso, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I know they did some readjustments with staves. You get kind of like a range at the top end and the lower end as you're leveling up. They reduce the number that you get from each tier of the affix. But the other thing that they did was they nerfed Essence of Battle. Instead of having +4 attacks, it's +3 attacks. So they are...
Yeah, sorcery as well.
Yeah, they are, like you said, kind of starting to address it, which hopefully they continue to push it towards that direction where it's, you know, a nice to have rather than a, oh, I need on every single thing. Because at this point, it really is. If you have a plus level on your, like if that gear can roll a plus level, you roll that plus level. Doesn't matter if it's a weapon, glove, amulet, helmet, whatever it is, you roll it.
Yep. I don't think they were anticipating so many people wanting to push skills to level 40 and like that curve being so powerful. Because there's just a lot of skills where you're pushing it as high as you can get, and the curve just doesn't taper off near hard enough.
No, it becomes even better because it's the best way to actually, at that point, at that min-maxing stage, it becomes like the easiest way to still get another like 13% or whatever it is. And it's, yeah, I just think if it is at that stage, it just becomes boring rather than it being like a super awesome thing when you have like, I don't know, an arachnid mesh or something with like +1, and it's like, oh, holy shit, I have a +1 amulet here or whatever. And I don't know, it doesn't really also, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, game developers, but it wouldn't really destroy like there would probably need to be some adjusting in like player power if that just straight up goes away. But I don't think it would destroy anything in like the foundation of what the game is about. Like Jonathan said in an interview, for example, what he said on stuff like movement speed, because he used to say in an interview, I think it's quite a while ago now, that like changing the movement speed like that would basically, they would have to do everything from new, because they would have to code all the monsters new, because everything is on the baseline or like tuned to the baseline of the movement speed that we have right now. So yeah, I think it just would just be positive overall for the game.
Yeah. Things like that, of like, yeah, anything that's limiting to build craft, like Lance said, it's like it's a check mark and you have to make it or you don't, and then you fail. I want to talk to you about a few more things, Lance. I don't know what your thoughts are on the density change. That seemed to be one of the big talking points from the community. What are your thoughts on the density change?
I'm definitely, I think, a minority opinion, at least from what I've seen with the feedback of people seeming to hate it. I'm looking at the density change, and it says it's a 0 scaling. Like the way that they put it, they said the monsters scale up from a tier 1 map to tier 15 40%, and they took away that scaling. And then they replaced it with you get more quant based on the monsters you kill. I know people are memeing about the maps being empty. I think the maps are still going to have a lot of monsters, so I guess I'll find out on Leaguestart if I'm crazy or not. But a lot of last patch when I was doing maps is there were, well, specifically the Abyss Overrun maps would have so many monsters, they would literally just crash my computer. And I think, yeah, they probably did it in part because there were some people giving feedback like too much swarming, but I think they also probably were thinking about performance as well, where it's crashing your game. I'm going to play it and see, like, does this actually make the maps feel empty or does it not? And I'm guessing it's going to feel fine, but maybe I'm just cooked and I'm going to show up and log in and I'm actually not going to enjoy it or whatever. So I'm withholding some of my judgment till I get to play it. Really, is where I'm at with it.
I'm not withholding judgment. I'm going with the craziest opinion of all time without knowing all the full details. That is my way of doing this. And no, I think it's the reasonable thing to do, right? I think it sounded like it sounded like a good change. I think it is something where when you say it like that, and when you open up a sentence like that, especially in a reveal like this, and after coming from a league with probably some of the highest monster density we ever had in PvE2, and when they then say, oh, we're going to actually reduce the monster density, there's a large portion or a large part of the community that I think understandably really, really like the thought process of like zipping through maps, having like these huge explosions and everything. And Counteract, for example, is one of them who initially said, oh, I don't know about this one, because this is like a big part of my enjoyment in the game is having these like huge monster groups. I think at the end of the day, and you said this kind of, I don't think it's going to be that noticeable. It maybe sounds like a lot now, and also what some people have been saying, like it's 40% less monsters. It's not. It's 40. They are removing the 40%
scaling, yeah,
increase that you get from T1 to T15. It's not gonna be. And then people jump from the, oh, it's 40% less monsters. Then of course what happened next is, oh damn, it's basically 50%. So it means we have half the monsters. So I think that's just disingenuous, and it's just like, we're gonna have to wait and see. I've had the comment in my chat today, barren wasteland and whatever. People really like to throw out all these hyperboles and stuff. I'm not a big fan of that. I think it's gonna be not as noticeable as people make it out to be. I have full trust that it's gonna be nice. I think it's gonna promote build diversity a little bit, because what's definitely happened in this current league that we're still on, what definitely happened is that those builds like the Nova Projectile, Roar, Lightning Arrow, the 500% movement speed, Ritualist Spark builds, like I really like to call them like the lawnmower builds. That was like the meta, because you just, with this monster density and just running through the map, you just want something that just basically like cuts away everything at the same time and just like clears the whole screen without you really have to do anything. And I think maybe that's kind of the implication that I think might be in there, is that we might see some more builds that are more specialized towards than actually killing these mob groups and being fast in between, but then going like that. But in the end, I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see, and how it will actually look like in the game. I think we're fine. That's my point. I think we're fine.
Yeah. The one thing to add is that they did say, I think it was in the Q&A, I didn't write down where it was, but they said that eventually, I think maybe in 0.5, they're going to add a way that you can get monster density back and lower the difficulty for people that do want to juice monster densities. Like the biggest thing I was worried about is like a build like Trample Toe. Yeah, it succeeds because mobs connect and it can cascade. And if you lose enough density, you can't do that. But I agree, it's probably going to be fine. We'll just have to wait and see. Miso, what are your thoughts on the density? If you're still alive.
I think it's very interesting, right? Because they nerf density, like map pack size, and I think Fobgun mentioned this, but that doesn't equal rare monsters. And you know, if you think about it this way, you never got drops from like white mobs anyways. So it's like, you know, maybe it's actually an overall buff to loot.
If they make the rares drop more and it's the same number of rares.
Yeah. Is it actually going to be the same amount of rares? Because I've had people correct me that it's not actually.
They said pack size.
Just like,
and if you think about pack size, it's only white mobs.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, their goal was reducing the swarming, right? So that wouldn't necessarily mean they want to cut down on rare mobs, but I guess it depends how they choose, how they generate, how many monsters are on the map, and how that all friggin' works. Who knows?
Yeah. It's probably one of those examples of the community overreacting to something. It's hopefully we're not eating crow in a week.
I mean, it might be shit too, Like it could be, it could be like next week we're going in there and it's just like it feels absolute shit, and then I'm the first one who's gonna say like this feels shit. So, but I don't like we don't we just don't know. To me, on the surface level, it didn't sound like it's gonna destroy my enjoyment of actually killing monster packs. I think that is just like going a little bit too far. But it could at the same time it could feel like absolute dog. I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what Lance was saying as well. Like we have to see it.
Gotta friggin' play it to find out.
Yeah.
I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are.
Right. Yeah.
What are your guys' thoughts on the anti-boss bursting mechanic? They were trying to, I guess what the goal with this is to stop like the things you do to set up boss kills. Like sometimes you'll like do like pre-dropping lightning rods or like things like that. Like you're like to try and stop the slow down the pre-setup. They didn't really give much details into it, but essentially the bosses are going to take significantly less damage when you start the fight, and it will taper down to 0% over time. If they move, that will speed up the timer. This seems very like this. It almost feels like a bandage to the problem of bosses being one shot. I found the solution very weird. Is there anything like this in PoE1 Lance that I'm just not aware of? Okay.
Yeah, they have this on, like, let's say Uber bosses, for example. They start out with a significant DR at the very first moment of the fight, versus if you wait 10 seconds or whatever, it tapers off. It's kind of one of those funny things where you'll see clips of people where they're saying my build does this much damage, and they showcase them one-shotting an Uber boss, but it's clearly the fight has been going on they waited, like, you know, they're somewhere else in the arena, like there's time it's to progress, because there's a very big difference between the boss spawning in and you one-shotting it, and the boss walking around and letting that DR fall off. I think like in PoE1 the way it is with the Uber bosses is it feels fine. I know I've previously experienced a mechanic like this in Last Epoch, but in Last Epoch it was an adaptive DR, which that I hated, where it was like, oh, your build does damage. Well, now it does damage like it didn't do damage. So I'm definitely more okay with the taper off. It's just a standard thing, but I don't think it fixes the issue, which is the damage scaling we have from, like, I think this just ties back to like gem levels and like some skills are just not balanced compared to other skills where their effectiveness or the amount of DPS you can do in a short time frame is just kind of crazy. Because a lot of things can scale to this point where we're just one-shotting bosses and the balance is just kind of like, I think, out of whack. And I think it's a band-aid solution. It pretty much is what it's doing. And I don't think it's even one that's going to stop the situation where we're still just erasing bosses.
Do you think they thought when like PoE2 first released that they thought that the pinnacle bosses are gonna be not killed in 0.5 seconds, or because that it just seems like such an oversight to me, like this whole situation that we have right now, that everything is just down to either you have a build that kills Zesht in 0.5 seconds or it's basically not a build. Do you think they actually like thought that we're not going to get to that power to not
this might be kind of harsh of me to say, but I think it comes down to they didn't have a lot of time in terms of testing late game scaling on things is what I think it comes down. I think they had a lot more time where they finely tuned and balanced campaign run and that sort of element of the game, and then they're like, people are going to want to end game, we need to put this together in a few months time, and maybe we'll take some of our ideas of stuff we had in PoE1 that worked and just kind of throw it together and see how it goes. That's the feeling I get, like they really hadn't had time to fully assess and try to fine tune and balance. And obviously between 0.1 patch, 0.2 patch, 0.3 patch, there's clear outliers: Archmage, Lightning Rod, Lightning Spear, Blood Mage. There's clearly outliers that, like, okay, yeah, this balance is way off. These things are doing multiple times the damage of the HP of the boss, you know. So I think it's just gonna it's gonna take time where they're gonna keep seeing outliers. They're gonna keep rebalancing, and you know, I'm hoping we get to the point where stuff is more like reasonable. Like I do like the idea of being able to make your character strong enough to like destroy a boss, but I don't like how quickly it happens, and it probably varies based on how what type of player you are and stuff where you're gonna fall in that line. But for me, it's way too much damage availability compared to the defenses the bosses have.
It's just gonna keep on going like that until they actually, like, we're just gonna keep on getting nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed and nerfed.
Yeah, I think it's gonna have a lot of rebalance patches. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
To Lance's point, he said, like they said that I think they were going to release 0.1 originally with no end game, and then they pivoted away from that, and they threw the end game together in a few months before launch, I think is what the quote is.
Yeah.
So, like, it was very like they probably had no end game balance, and it has been hard for them to rein some of these outliers in. That's for sure. And you just get into max damage way too easily. Yeah, and then in 0.3 they cut boss damage in half. We used to have like 32 to 40 million boss life, and they cut it in half, which was
they just got rid of the top tier, so it's like, oh, now they're even easier to one shot.
Yeah. Miso, thoughts?
Okay,
we might have actually lost him this time. He's actually gone this time. Do you care about the Homogen change?
Homogen
orbs. We call it Homogen.
Homogenous orbs. Oh, I was a crack addict for those things. I'm like, every time there's like some pretty ridiculous, powerful crafting mechanic, I like making things with it. But those orbs were just also, they were the problem in terms of the reason you could go from start to finish in 5 minutes for 90% of your crafts and end up with almost all like T1 ideal mods was because of those things. So it's like, I was hoping they would try to add some sort of nerf or balance to it in some way where you either dilute the pool so you can't be as targeted with it, or you maybe add in some extra conditions for how they work type of thing. But they just removed it. Was just, it's probably fair because you could force your ideal stats on so many pieces. I'll see how I feel about crafting when I get to play it, but it's like, yeah, those were kind of ridiculous. That's where I'm at with them. I did really enjoy making with them, but I understand why they took them out.
Have you recovered yet, Rabbit? Or have you moved past the mourning period? Or
I was actually kind of fine with that, even though most of my currency made this league was obviously by crafting and everything like that. I'm kind of someone who like feels forced to craft because I really like crafting in a way where it's not that the system that we have right now. I think the Gamba aspects are fine. I think they make it fun if you have like 100% deterministic way of getting every single mod you want on every item. That just takes away the fun again. So there always has to be like these gamble aspects. And I think homogenizing was the right idea, but it just ended up, like Lance said as well, it just ended up as being too powerful, which in turn devalued pretty much everything else. And that is the part that I really don't like, because for example, I don't know, and I think everyone who played PoE2 in this current league for like more than 2 weeks definitely noticed how, for example, rare loot on the ground, even tier 5 rares,
worthless.
I actually ended up removing all rares from my loot filter. I didn't even have T5 rares in my loot filter. And at that point, it's just like, yes, I like the whole idea about homogenizing Omen to craft like insane stuff, and that is super, super fun. But the payoff on the other side, or the non-existent payoff, the opposite of payoff on the other side, is that you lose a lot of value in the ground loot of the other stuff. I'm kind of surprised they just deleted it outright. I kind of expected them to just go like, oh, maybe it's just gonna be up to a certain eye level of modifiers or something, or at least have like some sort of substitution for it. Because deleting it outright, I'm a little bit scared that crafting is actually kind of annihilated a little bit now in the next league, and we just go back to chaos slamming into whittles without having double annuls and stuff. That just sounds like pure despair for me again.
Yeah.
So I just think
because they're getting rid of they're getting rid of also like how often the abyss stuff shows up too, right? So it's on top of like removing homogenize, they're also reducing the amount of like abyss crafting materials you have. So it's like, and most of the power was coming from the homogenization. So it's like, what do we have left?
I think I'm more optimistic about this in that they obviously have Abyss as a map mechanic now. People are going to be able to target the mechanic. You're going to be... I think there is a non-zero chance that Abyss is easier to target farm, let's say an Omen of Light, with it being something you can invest into, whereas previously you could not invest into like a tree to support it. But aside from that, although homogeneous Omen was the backbone of forcing a lot of the crafts, there are a ton of crafts that are still really way more doable with perfect augments, perfect regals, perfect transmutes, the essences that could force a lot of your suffixes. Like, I don't think it's like obliterate. I think there's still a lot of crafts where you can force in certain things and have a consistent, reliable craft. Like a good example would be like boots. Boots are a keystone item for every build to get your boots that have good movement speed, socketed effect, and some res. And like the way I'm looking at this is I see the scenario where you still have Essence of Hysteria forces movement speed. You can still force, like let's say you start out with T1 life, and then you regal on a suffix, and you do Essence of Hysteria plus the other thing that makes it so it can't remove the prefix, forces on movement speed. You force on a suffix that you can then replace with, like, let's say Essence of Horror. Then you could go for a perfect, let's say Exalt, and then you could go for an Abyssal suffix, and that gives you still like a 5-stat item that's pretty good. No Omen of homogenizing need. Like that's kind of off the top of my head, not really thinking about it. There's probably a better approach than that. But the point I'm trying to make is there's still a lot of support with the essences and the other currencies that we're still going to be able to make pretty good items, but we're lacking kind of that like forcible final 5th or 6th step is what homogenizing really was like critical for.
Right. We didn't lose the the perfect transmute and augments, which is probably one of the biggest things about not necessarily crafting, but like just like getting baseline items like that.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. I'm for sure there is gonna be, at least it shows that they are actively thinking about what they are gonna do with the crafting process in PoE2. We didn't get a crafting bench. This podcast has been a crafting bench enjoyer hideout for the past few episodes. So we're gonna have to wait and see. But yeah, it's gonna have, like, there's gonna be a new meta developing, basically, I think, now without the homogenizing Omen.
Any final thoughts, Miso?
Not really.
Oh,
kind of. I think what's said is said. It's kind of. I think like we're just gonna have to deal with having a little bit less powerful items, which is not the worst thing in the world. We dealt with having a league with no crafting, and we still have some determinism. So it's just that the ceiling, or like the floor, I guess, is going to be a lot lower for this league, which is not necessarily a terrible thing.
Cool. Well, we're going to be wrapping up there. Lance, thanks so much for coming on, man. It's cool to see how excited you are for the league. I hope your bear build goes well, man.
I'm looking forward to it. I think I'm going to be running around with just, hell raining down on my enemies. I'm running around as a bear. I think it looks fun. So thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
You have any shout outs, like plug your channel, plug what you're going to be doing and stuff?
Yeah, you guys, I am going to be on YouTube, CaptainLance9, Twitch, CaptainLance9, and I'm now on Mobalytics for my build. I'll be updating the guide there, so some fun stuff. So, yeah.
That's why he came on now, guys. That's why he came on the Mobalytics podcast, because he's now a Mobalytics creator, right?
Yeah.
And we didn't even talk about Energy Shield or cheese.
why would we talk about that? That's not related to me at all.
Oh yeah, other lands. Fuck. But yeah. Thank you so much for coming on. Yeah. Dead Rabbit. On no. Why am I waving? Wait. What do I do with my hands now? No. I stream Path of Exile 2 on Twitch, and I'm gonna do a cosplay for this league launch. We had a sub goal. We had a sub goal on my last league launch for me to do a sexy cosplay. So I have to do a sexy cosplay now on league launch, and I'm already regretting it a little bit. But if you want to see that, and you can tune into my stream on the league launch, it's gonna be fun. Not for me.
Are you doing another one of the sub goals?
No. I did it once now. I do mean like subathon type thing. I
Or
did
whatever,
it once
I don't know.
now.
I don't know what they're called.
No, I did it once last league because I grew so rapidly, because I went from like 200 from like 60 viewers to 400 all of a sudden, and then I decided to maybe just do like a subathon type of event because it was so hype and everything. But I feel like you shouldn't overdo these. I think maybe the next one, maybe some, if it launches actually in 2026 or 2027, maybe then. But nah, one is enough for now. I think you shouldn't overdo the. Everyone was so gracious. No, not gracious.
Generous.
I'll stop here. Generous.
Yeah.
Generous. There we go. Everyone was so generous and stuff. No, I'm not doing it. I'm giving back now, which is me shirtless on Friday. Because I guess that's my version of giving back, apparently. Yeah.
Okay.
Can we stop?
Miso.
I wish I could have participated more. Unfortunately, I'm dying / dead because of my trip and also being sick, I guess. Really last minute. I wish I could have participated more, but overall excited for the league. Twitch.tv/MisoXiru, YouTube MisoXiru. I'll be making more content now that I'm back from Japan.
Get some rest, man. Get some rest.
Thank you.
Yeah, my shout out is definitely towards Miso for being just an absolute beast the last month, putting on the show for us while he was in Japan. And then, yeah, he got really sick right before we went live here. We almost had to cancel. So my shout outs to Miso. We'll be live this Wednesday with another episode with Darth Microtransactions. So if you are looking for something to watch a few days before the league launch, come hang out. Just keep in mind, guys, this is the holiday season. It's a time to spread joy and cheer. Be happy. Call your parents. Tell them you love them. This is the time to just spread that love and joy out there. Bye.
Peace.
Thank you, Lance.
Thanks for coming on, man. Seriously.
Happy to be here. It was
Are
fun.
you still streaming, Lance?
Yeah. I'll probably be streaming after this a little bit. So.
All right. I'm going to raid everybody over to you then.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks for having me, guys. I'm dip out now. So peace out, guys. Peace out.
See ya.
Peace out.
All right, guys. That was the podcast with Kaltorak, Rabbit, Dead Rabbit, and Miso. The poor Miso, man. It sounds like he's getting brutalized with whatever he got hit with, because he was apparently doing he was just flying back. I think he just got back on his flight and stuff. Yo, Miso, thanks for the raid, man. Appreciate you. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the podcast. It was a good time. I had drank a bunch of water during that, so I really have to pee, so I'm gonna just give me 1 second. This entire thing is empty now, and I it all went through my system. So give me 1 second. Give me one cheese heist. I might grab one slice of cheese. Okay, I mean, like, I haven't eaten in a while, guys. Okay, but maybe one snack. Maybe one quick snack. Yeah, I will be right back. So give me one moment, guys. Give me one moment. I will be right back. All right. I have returned. And yes, I did grab one small slice of cheese. Hey, Gavin, how you doing, man? Saw a thumbnail with the tourist. Yeah, we were on the podcast with Kaltoric. And Rabbit and Miso. How was your experience with the tourist podcast? I think it went well. I think it went well. They didn't say they were for sure changing rarity. I thought they did in the Q&A. I thought they were nerfing the amount you could get on gear is what I thought it was. But maybe I misheard that. I thought, like, for example, rings could roll, let's say, 25 rarity. Now they're going to roll up to 20 type of thing. I thought that's what they said. But maybe I misunderstood. They said they were going to remove it. Yeah. That's what I thought it was. They're going to remove it next patch, but they're nerfing the values for now. They said that's going to be the same problem. Yeah, I mean, they just didn't have something they were happy with replacing it with, right? Is the reason they didn't want to remove it, you know? I suspect the new scaling for mobs and maps was hidden rarity component. They nerfed some of the values on gear. Nah, I think it's more they're just coming to the conclusion they want to get rid of it, right? I mean, at least the way they were talking about it, Jonathan's like, yeah, I just want to remove it. We just don't have anything to replace it with. 150 on the character might not be the goal anymore. Yeah, we'll see. I'm sure people are gonna be testing and say this is the golden number you want to go for. You know, after the patch, we'll see what they end up coming away with. Can you make a crafting guide? I skipped point 3. A crafting guide? I did a few crafting videos in point 3 for specific items, and like them removing homogenizing changes it, but maybe we could try to do a crafting guide or refresher course for people based on the fact that homogenizing is not going to be there. They removed the homogenizing omen, basically the strongest crafting currency that allowed you to get your 5th and 6th affix where you could kind of target for specific mods on. That is getting the axe because it was ridiculously strong. That being said, although we're losing the homogenizing omen, this patch, the Fate of the Val patch, when they're like a lot of these, like here. I think on the actual page. See, I have the page open. Yeah, this page. They actually have a lot of like upgrade style currencies, right? Modifies corrupted equipment or jewel unpredictably or destroys it. Modifies. So I guess that is simulating like the corruption chamber, for example. Modifies corruption. So this is the double corrupt for the jewel. Where's the Adziri one? This is the one for Valborns, right? This is one for precursor tablets. Destroys an equipment. Okay, that's how you remove the sockets. Some of the special socketables they give. Modifies a soul core unpredictably. So maybe this is how you create these special soul cores or something else potentially. Modifies a soul core unpredictably. I don't think I noticed this earlier. I need to see if they actually talk about this in the content reveal when they show the dude, I think. I don't know if that's just like how you get the special soul core. I thought they dropped from the guy. I feel like this is something different. So much gamble this league. Yeah, and there's like the quality corruption one. Oh, yeah, let's hold on. Let me find this dude. Was he over here? No. It's probably too far. It's here?
Like Guatali.
Okay, back it up. This is the right spot.
For example, A level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Val construct to fight. But if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores.
He said you can find new corrupted soul cores. Maybe this is like just you get a random corrupted soul core from this potentially. BRB snack still up? Oh shoot, my bad. I didn't realize that was still on the screen. Sorry about that. My bad, guys. Thanks for telling me. Yeah, so they didn't talk about this at all then. Maybe it's how you create these, or maybe it's something, another like nested layer of upgrade possibility. No need to take it down. Well, I'm not snacking currently, guys. But yeah, so that's interesting. Oh, no. It was on the Aziri page, right? Where is it? This thing adds a kill threshold to a corrupted rare jewelry. When the threshold is met, you get to siphon a random modifier and improve another one. And this is for jewelry. Like, that's pretty freaking interesting. So maybe you get to, it's a way to create a tier 0 affix type of thing, you know? Something past tier 1. If you're really trying to double down on a specific stat on your jewelry items. So there's a decent amount in terms of like, I like Val Orbs, maybe people don't look at them as like crafting, but to me it's like, I feel like it's kind of crafting. It's taking your item to the next step. It's a very risky step of upgrade. I wonder if that's Orb of Remembrance. It doesn't sound like Orb of Remembrance to me, because it says an already corrupted rare item. So you already have had to have corrupted the item. And then it says you can siphon the power of one mod to upgrade another. So it seems like it's kind of like more like an Orb of Dominance type of thing than it is it's Orb of Dominance with conditionality on being corrupted rare. Siphons, yeah. To me, that sounds like it's gonna like remove an mod and add another mod is what it sounds like to me. You can do that after a double corrupt, yeah. So I think that's going to be like elevated affix, T0 affix type of thing. The other soul cores, devour them into the new ones. Yeah. Which, looking at the, I think we might be able to use this one on our bear. I think we might have giga movement speed on bear with our sprints. I think we maybe will be able to get away with it. That sounds kind of nice, to be honest. Think of it kind of like a reflecting mist too. Yeah, I guess that's like a way to think of it. To me, it just sounds more like Dominance Orb than as because reflecting mist is like the whole item. This just says one mod gets siphoned for another mod. Magic Gorgortle with the armor cap. Yeah, the question is what items are Val items with the changing mods and what mods do they allow to get changed? Did I miss the podcast? Yes, it just finished a few minutes ago, Bobby Sticks. Miso is going to be doing an upload on YouTube though, so he'll have a video with the whole layout and stuff set up. I'd imagine within the next day or so. He was really sick, so it might take him a little bit if he's like resting up and stuff. But yeah, is it 1-for-1? It reads like it's 1-for-1. Siphon a random modifier and improve the numeric values of other modifiers. Well, maybe it's not 1-for-1. It's one for the others. Because one mod gets siphoned and the other mods get improved. Whatever the hell that means. You think it's kind of like a tainted divine orb? Yeah, kind of like a tainted divine orb. Tainted Divine Orb is like every mod can go up and down. This is like specifically some mod is getting got. 5x multiplier? I doubt it's a 5x multiplier, but it's definitely like they're showcasing this with kneel before your queen. So it's definitely like a drop from Aziri. So it's probably going to be a pretty valuable currency, you know? Similar to like dropping an Orb of Dominance from Maven or an Awakener Orb from Awakener type of thing. I bet that's going to be like one of her her key currency drops, maybe like a 1 in 4 on fighting her type of thing. Find a way to get rid of reduced attribute modifiers? Yeah, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. All right, before we went into the podcast, we were looking at Pal's video about his buffs and nerfs. I think we'll finish looking up at that, and then maybe we could convince ourselves to do another practice run. Although our practice run didn't go too bad, right? We did technically. If I log out and log back in, will it put me right back here? We did technically do a pretty decent act one time. Like we were sub 1 hour. That wasn't half bad. That wasn't half bad at all. All right, let's see what Pal has to say about Pathfinder.
While sprinting, which is this node right here. So you have to path through the immune to slow.
Oh, I didn't realize it, but that's like almost 25% of his video is Pathfinder. Is Pal gonna Leaguestart Pathfinder?
Which is already quite a nice node to have. And then you have running assault, 50% less movement speed penalty from skills while moving. This does not scale with any of the nodes from the passive tree, so you wouldn't really go for much more, but you have a lot more of a cozy time casting. And then in between packs, you now have the ability to sprint without ever risking being heavy stunned, which means you can be way more risky with it. You can walk by mobs, you can walk into packs.
Ah, that's really nice. The addition of not getting heavy stunned. Do you guys? I feel like the reason for doing 100% reduced movement speed penalty is so you can like hold down the button, but I don't really feel like that's gives you a much different performance result to like tap casting with decent like attack speed or cast speed. I feel like going like all in on the reduced movement speed penalty is overrated. Would it still end your sprint if you get hit though? Probably. It says you can't get heavy stun from it, so maybe it wouldn't end your sprint. You need a giga cast speed to make it useful. Well, I'm saying like if you have some decent attack or cast speed, you just don't get that much of the interruption. Or at least I don't feel like as I played the Blood Mage and I played the Archmage character and even the Essence Drain character. I felt the same way about all three of those characters. Once I got a halfway decent amount of cast speed, I felt like most of the time I was pretty much just moving pretty much full speed. You might get the light stun animation instead. Yeah, I could see that. But then you're not falling down on the ground, so you're not losing, 4 seconds or whatever long the heavy stun is. Is the reason not to play Pathfinder 5% global is good? No, Pathfinder I think is just very generically good. I think a ton of people are going to want to play Pathfinder late game. I'm going to save a frog for late starts doing practice runs again. You got an appropriate frog for practice run, Doc Statistic. We might do one after we finish Pal's video. Unless we figure out something else to distract ourselves with. Rouge Moves is good for Spark. You just hold it and walk. Yeah, all I'm saying is I don't feel like it's too different to tap cast and walk versus hold and walk. But I guess it's like you could just... to each their own. I don't know. I feel like the needing 100% reduced is overrated.
Ever risking getting knocked down. We then have the probably most broken node here, the Path Seeker multi-choice ascendancy. So what it does is you take a passive node. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it's going to be a 2-pointer. And then, like in PoE1 with Scion, you can start at other classes starting points. So you have the Witch at your disposal and the Warrior. And not...
I really think people are going to do like the freaking 11 jewels tree. I think people are still going to use the Rager start because it has movement speed at the start. And it's just going to be the path all the way around. I really think that's what's going to happen. Man, there's going to be some builds that use this just because they're going to be playing like some sort of archetype that has, maybe melee damage. And they want to start at the Marauder start versus spell scaling with the Witch start or whatever. But I feel like a lot of people are going to click this node for the 4 passives. They're going to just going around the planet. Path of add a new Path Seeker multi-choice ascendancy. Traveler Wisdom now requires Path Seeker. Yeah, it's a so the Traveler's Wisdom will be behind this, right?
Not only that, but you're also getting 4 passive points for your troubles. So
CI
before,
Ranger, yep.
you got 5 passive points, and now you're getting 4, and you're probably going to be able to just save a ton of points by travel on the outside. Most likely what people are going to use this for is for the Witch starting area and just getting a ton of extra ES from this little pocket of the tree, which you would usually have to weirdly path around. One thing that you might say is, well, I could already kind of do that, and the monk area is good anyways, which is point taken. But my point is that even if you just, I don't know, save 4 to 5 points, this node is already absolutely premium with a total of 9-ish points saved. And they did say that there's going to be 250 new passives on this side right here. So what like prevents you from starting at warrior or starting at witch and being able to access all of this while also taking all your nice ranger side notes. Either way though, I'm looking forward to fiddling around with this one. Great note that they added great flavor. Talking about great flavor, we also have Traveler's Wisdom.
That's a good point. The witch starting nodes for ES are pretty decent if you want to go with those points. That makes sense. Pathfinder's Walmart brand Scion. Pathfinder do kind of have that vibes a little bit. Maybe better to some extent in some regards. Hey Forge of the podcast, I think those gloves are OP. Best of soft for any charge-based build. This patch will be more expensive than the last patch. You think so, Nippleips? I think there's a good chance, yeah. I really think that could work, using the Hate Forge to make totems work. I think I might want to do that as a second or third build. That to me, I feel like could be a good time. That doesn't make me a totem player, just so we're clear. That's more about me wanting to, like, this is just an interesting build to try, I've used those gloves twice. They're pretty OP. Nippleips, when you did those gloves, what were your rage gen methods? Were you pretty much just using like rage on hit, or were you doing other stuff with them too? 150 Adorns is going to be too... Yeah, 150 Adorned, I'm a little bit concerned is going to be a... start to make every build feel the same, where you just path jewel sockets. I'm a little worried about that with Adorned. It was melee? Okay, yeah, so you're just doing the rage on hit stuff. I'm thinking Shaman makes sense with the rage gen, with the passive rage gen to make it work with totems. I'm not sure if there's other good options for that rage gen, because you can't go the gloves because you're competing with Hate Forge. I think for mod Christmas, you let Dr. Statistic choose one of your builds. No deal. No. Dr. Statistic can choose his own build. I want to play what I want to play, dude.
Which requires Path Seeker.
And Theorycrafting with Rage Charm and Pragmatism. There's a Rage Charm? I know there's a Rage Charm. Dowsing Charm. Is it a unique one? Grants maximum rage on use when you take a fire hit. Oh, interesting. So you have something like Pragmatism. You could also do something like Ritualist, right? You could do Ritualist. And then you just hit yourself with fire. Right? Because Ritualist allows for proccing them if you don't have the charges for it, right? Can consume 25% of your max mana to trigger charges with insufficient charms with insufficient charges. Maybe Fire Flower would work. Fire Flower is a good plus level item, right? Take 100 damage when you ignite an enemy. So I guess so this wouldn't work well with Totem. Well, you'd have to do a separate cast, right, to ignite the enemies. But that could be a fire spell angle, right? Druid also has a node that converts Fizz to Fire, Cold, and Lightning. Yeah, the Elemental Adaptation node. That node seems pretty solid. But what are you hitting yourself Fizz-wise? What's the trigger there? Damage taken as Scold's Bridle. Yeah, Scold's Bridle could work. Scold's Bridle, PoE2 wiki. Makes you take Fizz per cast. Take mana cost you pay for skills is physical damage. Yeah. So you use that, hit yourself, proc adaptation, which starts giving you DR. That's a decent way to do it. But then you would have to run pragmatism. You'd have to run pragmatism if you wanted to use this stuff. With a ritualist, you could use other damage taken as sources, which is basically chess piece slot, right? Top left tree has taken as well. Top left does. Yeah, it does. Molten bean, physical taken as fire. That could totally work. So you cast your totem hits you with fire, then you proc the charm. Use when you take fire damage from a hit. The thing is, this has a duration though. Would you still have to wait 4 seconds to re-proc it? Like you wouldn't be able to keep re-procking it, right? So that kind of bricks it right there. You'd only have 4-second procs. So I think that alone kind of cooks it. Unless you have 3. So if you use 3, yeah, that maybe could be the route. That feels kind of awkward. I just found out the area ability beast is the same as the beast from PoE2. It's classic stuff, man. The throwback reference. The old RF charm used the belt for instant proc. But then you have 10 uniques. Yeah, it starts getting really cumbersome. I think I like the idea of the shaman plus rage gen route. Hey Forge, well that's the whole point. We're trying to solve the summon totems angle. And this charge gen seems like the way to do it. There's not, basically the bigger issue is there's not lots of ways to generate consistent charges, right? Not a lot of ways. The charm could be supplemental, true. The charm could give you a little extra, but the thing is, at that point, if it's just some extra supplemental, like once every 4 seconds, is it worth using, 3 different gear slots to make that work? I don't know. I don't think it is at that point. I've seen Raging Cry generate a lot of rage. Yeah, Raging Cry can generate a lot of rage. The question there is, would that feel good? Having to click rage to then be able to place a totem. I think ideally we'd want to get it to the point where we just place the totems down and then they're just gunning it. Aelith's Chimes is easy generation. 10% chance to gain power charge when expending combo. I gotta be honest, every time I read this word, I still don't really know what it means, but I just like, I glaze over it and I just like, not the combo word. Is it actually decent? This is like you have to use this with like quarterstaffs, right? I'm trying to think of what skills have even combo. I don't know, Aloise. That might be too far gone. I don't want to have a quarterstaff attack to then summon a totem, you know? That's too far removed quality of life.
So you have to take this note before, and then you're getting another 3 options whenever you take an attribute point. Either 5% increased damage, 5% global defense.
Here's a combo for you, Bear plus Meteor, and yeah, now we're talking. Bear plus Meteor. Oh, it's gonna be beautiful. All right, so Pal is a Pathfinder believer. I can respect it. Pathfinder do look pretty good. I wonder how many people are gonna actually start Pathfinder.
Uniques have been buffed.
I feel like it's a second build type of thing. Any Leaguestart Pathfinders in chat? Anybody who's just gonna gun it right out the gate, Rav, you're gonna do it? Because I feel like Leaguestart, you don't necessarily have a lot of extra attributes. So it's like the attribute thing transfer node is like kind of hard to use because you don't have gear with attributes on it to supplement. I guess you have the running gun heavy stun stuff. I was thinking Ritualist. Ritualist is another one where I'm not necessarily like, I look at that as a Leaguestart and I'm like, oh, that's a bit rough to pull off. I'm gonna start with just Poison, Plague Bearer, and Bursting Plague. Okay, yeah. If you have some setup like that, not necessarily trying to lean into the other stuff right away, that makes sense. People are gonna start Deadeye? Yeah, a lot of people are gonna start Deadeye for sure.
This is what I'm saying. I know that the end game really hasn't been changed.
Dude. A lot of people were talking smack about Foulborn, but I feel like they added so many builds this league with Foulborn.
But there is
was the podcast with Miso Soup. The podcast was Miso, the PoE 2 content creator, which he might also make stuff for PoE 1 too. Actually, I don't know. It was my first time. I don't think I've seen videos from him before, but he seems like a chill dude. Do we have info on the tornado? Not that I've seen.
A lot of things here that I like, which starts with stuff like Svalin now being able to reroll the damage taken from blocked hits down to 0.
Are we gonna see expensive Svalins in PoE 2? How rare is this item? How rare is it? 2,600 Headhunter. Oh, that is funny. Maybe it's hidden on filters. Let's see. Defiance of Destiny. It isn't that rare. People probably hiding on filters. I don't know about that. There's a lot of people that aren't necessarily gonna have it hidden on filters. It's boss loot? Okay, that's different then. Boss loot's kind of like who wants to run expedition. If they do run it, people are yeah. Do we have the drop rates? Does the PoE wiki have PoE 2 wiki have drop rates for stuff? Olroth. Difficulty 3, Svalin 11%. Yeah, so it's not particularly common, right? Wait, actually, Olroth's is less than 1% drop rate for the flask. Dude, that flask is gonna be costly next patch. No change to expedition. Why would anyone run it? They'd run it because of the boss loot, right? If this flask is valuable, if this shield is valuable, if these supports are valuable, then people are gonna run him, you know, for the for the potential gain of loot. How expensive is that support? Just out of curiosity, that's a pretty low drop rate on the support too. Less than 1% for the +3 one with 2 other supports. I haven't looked at the PoE 2 economy in a long time. +3, 2 other supports, 43 divines. Versus the other ones are probably like 20. Okay. And this one's quite a bit cheaper. I need the heroic tragedy. It gives me 1000% increased energy shield. You could be playing strength stack barbarous. Oh. Dialas. How much is Dialas? 50. How much is Rockiatas? 30. Yeah, these things are Rockiatas. Dialas didn't get nerfed. Those are going to be pricey probably if they have the drop rates nerfed. Check Dialas. Yeah, Dialas is 50. That'll be something, all right. Check the crossbow one. This one, Rathos. I'm sorry, what? Wait, why? What the hell's going on with the crossbow? It got buffed? Yeah, it did get buffed. How rare are these drops? Is it because of the crossbow lich? Is it all the crossbow lich's fault? Yeah, those must be pretty rare drops. They're that valuable. That is crazy. Expos are pretty stupid. Yeah, expos damage scaling is kind of crazy. It was dirt cheap when I got mine. Yeah, I think it was the crossbow lich kind of took off, and that's what a lot of people started investing their characters into for late game scaling. I think it's the crossbow lich. It's this freaking thing, right? Yeah, these are 140 now. Like a lot of the crossbow lich stuff just went to the moon. They buff grenades and stuff too. Yep. That is pretty crazy. Mirrors are 2600. Locks are 1300, so 2 locks per mirror. What a wild time to be alive. 2.51. It got a nice buff. Yeah. It was cheap till then. Rue made a video on it as well. Crossbow Lich doesn't actually use that one. Oh, there you go. That makes sense too. I mean, Rue has a lot of people that will follow builds he makes, you know, especially if it's a good build, which I'd imagine Crossbow Lich is probably pretty good. 8 divines for. Dude, this is just weird looking at this economy now. The specific rare crafting currencies just have gone crazy. How many exalts per div? 1300 apparently. 100k gold? Let me trade 1 divine and lose 100,000 gold. Holy! That is crazy. Dude, heaven forbid you try to liquidate that. That is funny. People started trading in chaos. Yeah, I'd imagine so. I mean, exalts after a certain point, I don't know what it is, 2-3 weeks, they start to taper off pretty hard because people aren't using them as much, / people are generating way more than they're using. Or exalts are some of the only things being used. Well, I think you just start generating more, right? 4-1 for perfect. What about greater exalts? Greater exalts are okay. They really need to add currency sinks. What would be a good currency sink for like Exalt, for example? Like a map device mod? Like being able to do something like that? I'm trying to think what current PoE1 has. It has map device mods and it has maps that you re-roll a lot, right? Use your regular exalts for crafting. You don't use regular exalts for crafting like ever. You use regular exalts for like adding mods to rare maps. I think is usually the case. You're not using regular exalts too much in regular crafting. We'll have them be upgradable. That could also just kill the value of the other two currencies. Oh, I don't like, is it... Don't you just at some point just take it off your filter? Because like exalts have value on Leaguestart and they have value for quite a bit of time. Is it the end of the world that they eventually just deflate deflate in value compared to everything else as people stop needing them as they get over generated? Hard to think of a sink with no crafting bench. Yeah. Without crafting bench, it is like the only thing I'm thinking of is like map device. I'm wondering what else they could do with it, really. I never took it off my filter because leveling gear was listed for regular exalts. Were you playing this late into the league? Because like it's like it took a while for it to get to this, right? We like I played a month into the patch and it wasn't even close to this inflated. You know. It was like 150. Yeah, I mean it was a lot more. Like it took a while for this. Like I think this level of like inflated amount of currency requires, you know, quite a bit of time and a lot of people like noping out for the league. You checked PoE2 Ninja when it got really bad? I bet it would be really close to the PoE1 launch, like, would be my guess. Let's see. PoE2, Economy, Rise of the Abyssal, Exalted Orb, click. Wait, what? Hold on. That's really funny. So it started coming back down because maybe people are like looking at the game again as like as we're getting announcements and stuff. I don't know. I feel like it's pretty related to like people being logged in or not. So when was it? Was October like 31st, wasn't it? Was the PoE1 patch, right? It was right at the end of October. I mean, it doesn't really seem like that actually changed much. It was just constantly going up to begin with, right? By beginning of October, yeah. So it's starting September, and by a month in, that's when you're kind of at like that 400, 500 value range. But like this initial curve is not very, it's like pretty gradual. And then it like right around here, it takes like month in, it takes a much steeper progression line and pretty much holds that all the way to here. I have fractured 2 abyss sockets, so I decided to keep playing purple. You got pulled back in. Hey Death Rage, how you doing, man? Death Rage, you looking at playing anything specific for the league? 0.3 started in August. Yeah, so it was basically a month in was when the more significant drop off occurred, and then you just have a way steeper inflation. I'm thinking of doing Warbringer Wyvern, Slam, or Slam Titan. Warbrinker, why Warbringer for Wyvern? What's your thought process there? That Warbringer didn't get changed at all, right? It has the Giga block, but you take damage from blocked hits. What else does it have? The new elemental break is what it got, I think, and these dudes got better. Warbringer has the armor break that does all damage types. Yeah. Which I like freaking to this day don't really know how armor break works. How much of a damage multiplier it is. Maybe I should actually like look at it. The wiki page. Educate myself. Armor break lasts for 12 seconds, after which the debuff is removed. If the target's armor value reaches 0 from this, the debuff is replaced with fully broken armor, which lasts 12 seconds. Reapplying armor break. Fresh the duration. Fully broken armor causes enemies to take 20% increased. Warbringer passive employee allows armor to be broken below 0. The maximum amount of negative armor a target can have is the inverse of the original value. For example, limp to 1,000, blah, 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 blah. Can't say fully broken armor, blah, blah, blah. Well, what the hell does that mean? What does negative armor do? Can I have like a number? If it was negative 1,000, what's the damage multi there? You pay a fee to get shock, but then you get an explosion. Yeah, the explosion from armor break. I don't know if the negative's very good. Does anyone actually know? Probably just the same as the mitigation would have been. Yeah, just inverse correlation. I guess unlike you need to look up like a specific boss's armor and how much mitigation that would even do for, I don't freaking know. That's a weird thing to think about. Armor for works in mysterious ways. Yep, something like that. Most bosses have 50k armor. Maybe. No idea.
Blocked hits down to 0, which, yeah, that's going to give a lot of value to Divine Orbs on its own. I would assume a lot of people will try to fit this in their endgame builds, although...
Svalin Gaming with 50... Does Svalin in this game have a minus max block? It doesn't, does it? No, it just has block lucky. It triggers a spell. So now if you just get up to 50% block chance, you have 75 block, effectively. Used to, not since the change. So now you can roll it down to 0 damage taken. Well, I think that's going to definitely add some value to Olroth, especially if you drop a perfect roll. That's going to be a decent hit. Did you watch the cast on Portal build on Reddit? I did not. You can link Portal to this? Max block is 50, not 75. It's 50. It's 50, and lucky block would take 50 to 75. That's all I was saying. You can get 75 block by clicking Warbringer, but Warbringer comes with the unique property of making block not block. It's a very interesting upside of you get to click this node, and now when you block hits, you take damage. So, I mean, there's a lot of max block on the tree. Is there actually? How much max block is there? 2 max block here. 1 max block there. 2 here, 4 here. So there's like 9 max block. Make Turtle Charm give 25 max block and then call it a day. I mean, that would just be taking away the downside. Basically, the reason they did that to Turtle Charm is because they made block work on like all hits, even the... They'd like when they changed the block mechanics, right? Block can't block the red hits anymore? I thought that was the changes they made it so it could block the red hits. Am I crazy? Like block, I thought they made it so it works on like everything now. Can't block red hits, but you can block AoE. Uh-huh. Okay, let's just... Okay, so red hits, no. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about the block. I'm not sure I'm feeling that. I don't want to end up on a clip like Quinn trying to block a monkey slam.
Shield is quite the contentious one, and there's also some really good offensive options there. We got Defiance of Destiny getting buffed from 10 to...
This is crazy. Defiance of Destiny in PoE 2. You click on like a halfway decent scaled life build, you just don't die. Life needed the love. Yeah, that was the nice thing this patch with the uniques, is a lot of the uniques were buffs to life builds. Defiance with this is just like that's some nice consistent recovery. Dude, heck, I might be tempted to play Defiance, to be honest with you guys. With Werebear, I don't feel as tied to gem level scaling. I mean, you don't need you just need to be over like the threshold. Like the threshold isn't that crazy high. If you just get over like I feel like if you get over 5k life with a little bit of damage mitigation, you are like, with this amulet, you're gonna be pretty much immortal in maps, and it's just gonna be feels good. No, FU Lance, that's what I'm using. I think a lot of people are looking at Defiance and getting the roll change to 20 to 30. You get Val roll it over, yeah, 44% Defiance. Oh my goodness, that ain't right. Oh, it wouldn't even be 40%. What would it even go to? It would go from... What's the multiplier? It can go up to like 1.22, right? So you could get up to like a 43, 42, 44 Defiance type of thing. 44 because it rounds up, right? It rounds up, doesn't it? You're probably gonna have a 44 Defiance, I think, is an outcome. Catalyst. I'm factoring in Catalyst plus Corruption, and Corruption rounds up. The Progenesis Timeless as well. Oh yeah, there is a Progenesis Timeless. I think okay, that is a good point. I forgot this was even a thing because like Tech Rods was so crazy. I didn't even like look at this other one. But there is a, which one is it? Sacrifice of Flesh. When taking damage from hits, 20% of life loss is prevented. Then 150 of life loss prevented is over 4 seconds. Yeah, this thing. There is basically pro-gen on Undying Hate. Yeah, dude, we might go life. We might go life. Honestly, like, we could totally just get to the point where we just basically ignore hits and we're just having a good time. Like, ES is just max hit that you don't necessarily need, and we might be life enjoyers. Is that not nerfed? No, Tech Rods got nerfed. The Tech Rods got nerfed, but the other one did not. A lot of recoup stuff on the Druid tree. Yeah, well, there's oh, look at this. Look at this. So oh, that, you know what? Furious Wellspring. The this node, Avatar of Evolution, taken as, splits up the damage. That works really well. If we wanted to go for any level of armor mitigation would pair insanely with this, right? Gain 1 addition when you hit by elemental damage matching the type of that damage taken. Ready, yes, maybe good. Do we get Divine Shield as well? Yeah, I think Divine Shield. Well, they said they're going to do a Divine Shield-like thing, but yeah. Yeah, this could actually end up being pretty feels good defensively. Wait a second. Hold the phone. Take 4% less per. Take 4% less per. Is that going to be like 8% between both of them? I kind of wonder. That'll be interesting. And this is subject to change, right? But that's a kind of a pretty crazy tank node. Ritualist effectiveness for DOD? Yeah, but... no snitching? Yeah, don't worry. Hey, secret save with me, guys. Secret save with me. Lance acting like he's going to ditch ES is like me acting like I won't play ED Contagion. Hey. I resent that statement, Rabbit. Here, listen here. I did play a life build last patch, and it was actually like my main build of the league. We played Blood Mage, and we played Defiance, and I freaking loved it, okay? Defiance was just like so freaking chill. Yeah, we put on Defiance on that Blood Mage, and we just were like, we could sprint into a pack, get knocked down, get jumped. It could be a map with like friggin' a bunch of damage mods. It just wouldn't matter. We would just sit there and just absorb the damage because of Defiance. And then we'd get to keep, going on our merry way. It was a good time. Wrathpith doesn't count. Still an ES cuck. Ha ha ha. Okay, dial it back. Okay, dial it back. When I play a bear that is life-based with Defiance, will you take that back? Will that count? We had illegal gain 200,000% physical. Yeah, Adaluz was ridiculous. Defiance of being good at the game. Dude, Defiance is a good time, man. I'm thinking about it. I'm tempted. I mean, it is so nice defensively. Okay, I'll have to think about it though. Okay, downside of clicking Defiance, like counterpoint, we would lose access to easy perma berserk and easy what's it called? Sprint rune, the new 25 movement speed. Like the upside of CI is we get to do berserk for pretty much free, and we get to do the sprint thing for pretty much free. Whereas if we go Defiance, we actually have to invest into recovery. We have to get actual legitimate regen to deal with that degen from berserk and the other stuff, right? You think Avatar Evolution will work with Scolds to get a ton of adaptations? Potentially. This is also like based on, they literally said, hey, Druid's not finalized. We're going to change some things. Like they didn't showcase this in the preview, which I think means it's more likely that it might be one of the nodes they're not like happy with, right? They showcased Apocalypse. They showcased Wellspring. They showcased the rune thing. That to me is more likely to be set in stone to some extent. The Spirit Charm, the adaptation DR, this node isn't even listed in the press kit. That stuff I think is like maybe more likely to be what they're changing, but we'll see. Is there 40% less monsters? No. They removed the scaling of mob density that goes from first T1 maps to T15 maps, which was a 40% increase monsters over that course. So it went from 1.4 at T16s to 1, which is like a... Which is like a 30%? No, closer to like a 25%, right? No. Like, yeah, like a 28. But anyways, yeah, they removed mob density, and then they added back like loot scaling and difficulty scaling on the mobs. Is what they did. It's only pack size, not number of packs. Yeah, I believe so. I mean, we'll play it and see how it feels. I think it's gonna be like, people are like dooming like there's gonna be no monsters in maps, but like I'm just thinking about baseline. If I was gonna go into like an interlude right here, which is before you're even in maps. Where's my like favorite zone I like to run? Which one is it? Is it I don't remember which one it's called. Is it the Bazaar? I think it's the Bazaar. Like even doing a zone like this, I feel like there's a decent amount of mobs, and it's like this is the campaign. So I don't know. I think this is still gonna feel like there's a bunch of monsters to kill. We'll kind of see what it ends up being like. We have to play it and find out if it actually ends up feeling like it's empty or whatever. But like, you picture like this is the campaign with no mechanics, no breach, no abyss, no ritual or whatever, right? So if this is your baseline and then you're adding packs on top of that, well, granted, this is less monsters than I thought it would be, to be honest, but still. I don't think it's gonna feel that bad. We'll see. Gotta have to play it and actually find out. It's not gonna be noticeable. That's kind of what I'm guessing it's gonna be. It's gonna feel like the same game, but we'll find out. Does the Dowager's Undoing still work? Yeah, they didn't nerf it or anything. Dowager's a good time. I think this is actually like a legitimate Leaguestart contender. You have to play something else until Dowager like comes up on trade, but just Dowager's by itself is I think it has pretty legitimate base scaling to begin with. Is this zone a terrible example since it's huge? Yeah, well, it's the biggest zone in the whole game. I like that zone personally. That's one of my favorite zones of the campaign is this zone. It's literally the biggest zone in the entire game, but I like it. I don't know why I like it. It's a cool, nice sandy desert or whatever it is. So I just got buffed with the Adorn changes? Oh, absolutely. You got more in scaling for sure. But Adorned is like, you could say, is a buff to any build in the game, right? Well, not necessarily, because you can't put percent intelligence on magic items. Unless they add a way to do that, you still probably don't roll Adorned with Doedries, because percent intelligence you can't really force on a magic jewel. Have you thought about doing strength stacking for spell damage with Smith of Katava? Nope. Bear isn't really spell related. Bear is like all attacks. Like pretty much everything they showcase are all attacks for Bear. Most of the transformation stuff are all attacks. Like pretty much all of them are attack scaling. Like the Druid spell stuff is not really necessarily tied to the transformations. Like, I know they showcase the idea of, like, put down the ball and then slam it or whatever, but I think the way PoE works, I just don't see this. I feel like you're either going to have good damage with your bear or you're going to have good damage with the volcano. You're not really going to have good damage with both. Most of the talisman spells are probably just better on Stormweaver. That's kind of what I think so, too. Stormweaver, actually, I think could be legit. In terms of a Leaguestart, going the elemental storms plus all the limit, plus the plus 2 limits. Like I'm just picturing you're just putting down 3 thunderstorms, 3 volcanoes, 3 orb of storms, right? And you're actually generating like a boatload of hits and they're generating like elemental storm or something. Like I feel like that could be a fun time. I'm gonna do a Doridries Rage Caster Shaman, but I'm waiting to see what the bonded runes give. Yeah. Right now we know you can get crit multi, but not too many crazy things yet. All right, anyways, Defiance. It's gonna be hard not to be tempted to play life build with Defiance.
20.
I guess the biggest temptation for me not to do Defiance is Berserk and the sprint speed and not being able to avoid those downsides of degen. Can you cast on crit with bear? Yeah, you could do cast on crit with bear. I don't see why you couldn't, but the thing is, when you are playing as a bear, you have the weapon out. You have the talisman out, which is not a wand. It's not a staff. You don't have gem levels. You don't have the spell damage scaling from those things. Like, significant opportunity costs like that really hurts how much damage that you're going to be doing with those spells if you're forcing in like crit scaling with bear attacks and stuff like that.
To 20 to 30
Want to buy Battle Mage? Yeah.
Missing life gained before being hit, which if you don't know, this amulet is very scary because the higher it goes, the crazier it becomes, and at some point you're just going to be immune. And don't forget that in PoE 2, you can not just catalyze this to 36%, you can also corrupt it, increasing it to like 40, a little bit more percent. Overall, Defiance of Destiny is now at a point where it can actually compete with some of the craziest amulets in the game.
Dude, I think Defiance already did compete with like really crazy good rare amulets. Like we made an insane rare amulet for the Blood Mage, and well, okay. If we're being fair, yes, we had so much damage. The gem levels at that point didn't matter, and we could just choose to just use Defiance for better defenses. But still, it was like I preferred Defiance because it felt so good to have that defense. Could you use Lich for free Berserk? Could you use Lich for free Berserk? Yeah, Lich is a way to use Berserk. But the Lich needs to use like the freaking Rage Gloves, which are rare as hell and also very popular to use now because of the Lich crossbow build.
It is still hard to compete with because of +2 levels and whatnot, but I think this one is one to look out for. Both Lightning Coil and Cloak of Flame got their Fizz taken as increased from 20 to 40 or 40 to up to 50. And if you look through this list, one thing you'll notice is all these base increases. So some of the base.
Okay, a lot of these base increases are good. I just think it's funny that he's hovering Brass Dome. Freaking Brass Dome. Of all the items on the list he could have hovered that are like, yo, this is actually like kind of legit now. Like he could have hovered the LEDR ES chess piece or something. But he hovered the Brass Dome. Why do they have minus max res on Brass Dome? What did it do to deserve that?
Of these body armors are absolutely atrocious, but
Does Brass Dome in this game also remove HP scaling? Does it do that too? Is it like double whammy? Okay, it doesn't have the downside of the HP scaling at least. Brass Dome. Is Blood Mage still good this league? Realistically, I think you probably can still do really well with Blood Mage. However, the Blood Mage I made last league was beyond ridiculous in terms of scaling because of two very powerful things, Tech Rods and Adaluis, both of which got destroyed this patch. So realistically, you're not going to be able to make the same character at all. It's not going to be insanely overkill as it was. I think you'll still be able to crush the game because Blood Mage still has really good scaling. Like Wrathpith is still quite strong and Blood Mage still has good damage scaling, but it's not going to be anywhere close to the extent it was last league.
Make up for it with a big percentage roll, or at least they're trying to. And you can see they've just been, I don't know, increased. Somewhere they've even been added where there was none before. And they're just trying to make those bases a little bit more viable for endgame usage. As for skill changes, there is a lot of things that happen. But one thing I want to point out as well in the winner category, which is a little bit of a weird one, is
Final strike now is 20 melee strike range, previously 5. And now it splits. Better exposure.
Primal strikes. If you don't know, this is sort of like a combo skill that hits 1, 2, and then the third strike, if it removes a shock, actually gives a huge attack. You can see it right here, but that's not really what I'm talking about. So if you don't know, the third strike, the final strike, gives lightning exposure. And that lightning exposure doesn't need to consume a shock whatsoever. The lightning exposure is not tied to that. It's just the third hit. And that lightning exposure used to be 20%, and after this patch, it will be 50. Now, I'm not sure what kind of strings are attached here, but when I think about wanting to press a second button on bosses, that's something I would be looking towards.
I mean, you can also just like cast Frostbomb, right? Isn't Frostbomb also just 50 exposure? Like the exposure skills are like all, I feel like they're normalizing them to just be 50%, right? Yeah, Frostbomb is 50% too. You had to press it 3 times. Yeah, you'd have to be holding a spear. I think you just use Frostbomb a lot of times if you're gonna do exposure. At least that's what I'll probably do if I'm gonna try to get elemental exposure into the character. Do you know anyone cooking a furry build? I don't know about a furry build, but I'm gonna be playing a bear. Quality 2. Oh yeah, another max 10. Not too bad at all.
50% is quite a bit. Do note though that this is a melee spear skill, and are you actually going to want to use your offhand for that, or are you already a spear skill? I'm not really sure, but regardless, a 50% exposure is nothing to scoff at. Talking about the biggest losers, we have to start off with endgame. A lot of people wanted to see a new reworked endgame. One thing I said before the patch started is I hope that when I see the reveal and I see the Atlas for the first time, I won't even know what I'm looking at, which, yeah, didn't happen. And I don't really know what to say about it. It is the thing I hate the most about Path of Exile 2. I don't have a particular issue with a lot of the balance stuff going around right now, and they just focused the patch notes almost only on number changes. So it is what it is. I would like to have the end game in a place where I can just play all day.
Is he laughing at the abyss tree?
Yeah, who knows? Maybe Incursion will be exactly that. We do have Fate of the Vaal with the Incursion rooms and everything. Probably gonna make a video about that eventually.
Hopefully Incursion is gonna be a banger. Setting little square tiles, building out my dungeon. There ain't no way this ain't good. Synthesis 2.0 wouldn't disappoint me. Surely not. Saying something he hates is crazy. I mean, it's probably just like, I mean, for a lot of players, it's probably just like PoE players, the biggest part of the time what you spend playing PoE is endgame right now. And he doesn't currently enjoy the endgame. So that's like, you know, that's why he's gonna be bummed out about, right? And I think that's clearly like the #1 issue for most people with PoE 2. Rooms look better than Incursion. Well, yeah, they're itemizable. There's more cool rewards than there are Incursion. And I think the mechanic looks cooler, to be honest, overall. It just looks better in every way. Synth flashback events was a banger. Yeah, Synth was a good time, man. Synth, people did not like Synth at the time, though. I remember some people hated Synth, so I'm a little bit nervous. People are going to play this mechanic, and then they're going to like build out their bridge or wherever they're trying to go, and then the temple's going to remove a couple rooms. You know, like, I don't know. People hated Synth. Yeah, people did not like Synth. It was... Now it seems like people are like happy to like glaze Synth or whatever, but I remember during Synth people were not happy, was the memory I have of it. I was new and I couldn't understand anything, Pavson. That was the same for me. Synth was like my second league or something. Like I played the last week of Breach, and then I think it was like Legacy, and then it was like Synth or something like that. Like Synth was pretty early on in my PoE. I didn't really know what I was doing, but I was like, yeah, this is cool building out these little bridges and stuff. I liked experimenting with the 3-to-1 thing. I think Synth League made me like actually start getting into crafting a little bit more. Like I started trying to like look up how things worked for crafting more because of Synth League. Like I think that was my first time looking up like PUDB.
But yeah, it's definitely the biggest disappointment of this announcement. To the next biggest loser, which is Constricting Command. Now, the item did not change and it did not show up in the patch notes, so you might think you're safe. However, modifiers to the number of...
This has got to be just the bow Andes, right? Surely this is just mostly the bow Andes that are getting dunked on here, right? Constricting Command is fine for me. I feel like it's mostly like if you want to shoot somebody off screen, then you're like, dang it. But if you're okay with not necessarily shooting the enemy before you see them, then like you're fine. I think this is more a Deadeye nerf than a Constricting Command nerf.
Enemies required to be surrounded is now at least always 1. So that means if there's no enemy nearby, you will not be able to do this anymore and consume multiple thousand mana and just dance around.
Okay, yeah, that is true. If you're using Constricting for command for movement or a skill that gives you movement, that's getting hit.
With your accuracy stacker. Now, obviously, that's not all that people did with the Viper Cap. A lot of people just used it on Lightning Arrow for extreme convenience and not having to think about your mana at all. And for people unaware, this is because of Defy 2. Insufficient mana doesn't prevent you from using skills while surrounded. All of those pieces are still there, but you cannot do it unless there's an enemy nearby. And that is just not...
And then they hit the Leech node too, right? The Keystone. They really are targeting the easy mana sustain attack stuff going on. It's not even a Deadeye nerf, it's gonna force them into using a better helmet. Fair, yeah. They're not grabbing the fix my mana helmet. Right side must be destroyed. They're still alive. We can hit them again.
Use this for travel, then why do it to begin with? And for a lot of like Lightning Arrow builds, what you wanted to do is just never let go of your button, right? You're just rowing, you're attacking while rowing, and even if you don't hit anything, it doesn't matter. You're just perma on 0 mana, but you can keep spamming. And not only that, but
that's another point for Roa not being as good, right? You're not holding down your skill anyways. That's more like you're tap casting. At which point the reduced movement speed thing isn't as necessary anyways. I don't know. Tap casting is the way to go, man. Tap casting is the GOAT.
Also removed Walker of the Wilds. The keystone over here that makes it so your Mana Leech also works with elemental damage is now gonzo. Just completely removed, and there is only a support gem, a linear support gem.
They're going to use Roa. Well, the thought process is they had perfect mana sustain because they could put on the helmet, right? So they could hold down their button, which is why Roa would be good in the case where you're holding down your button. That's where that slow debuff thing matters. But if you're tap casting, if you're being a little bit more careful with your mana anyways, then I don't know. I don't feel like the Roa makes that big of a difference.
But that means you now have to give...
Like, in terms of like... Oh, I have boots with no movement speed. What the hell? Where did my boots go? When did I put these on? Well, they have 30 MS, but they don't have like socketed MS. Did I like sell my good boots or something? Surely I stole them and put them on like the I probably stole them because I didn't want to recraft, I bet. I bet that's what happened. I stole them and put them on this character because I didn't want to recraft them. I like looked at the cost of Feral Runes of the Chase and I was like, nope, nah. I'm just gonna yoink these boots real quick. You stole over the other build? Yeah, that's what I think I did. I think they're on this character. I think I yoinked them. Yeah. Yep. I yoinked them. That's exactly what I did. Put him back on the Lich. The Lich deserves them. That's better. Like, I feel like doing this, if you're just like tap casting, you don't really get slowed down much at all. Like, where you get slowed down is if you hold down, right? Like, this is where your character stops moving, is if you hold down. But if you're just tap casting, you don't like pay that much of an animation delay on your movement speed. 35k ES. Yep. Good time, man. Good time. PoE2 loading times are insane. They're usually not that long for me. I think that was kind of an outlier. Maybe because I hadn't logged into the build in forever or something.
Up one of your links, which
Val Oracle, that would be interesting. You know, that's funny you should say that. Val Oracle. There is kind of like a very red themed portion of the picture at the top, right? Maybe, you know? Itziri looks into the future or something with the mirror. I don't freaking know the lore. Maybe. There could be something there. There's for sure gonna be one, right? Maybe two. Maybe one for Trial Master, maybe one for sure one for Itziri, right?
Which is a big deal, especially for a lot of monk builds. All I'm saying here is I don't know how the meta is gonna shake out with this, but mana is back on the menu, boys. Think about it when you're creating your builds. Next biggest loser are the monsters we met along the way. According to Mark, we're gonna get up to 40% less monster density. According to their testing, they made it so at the start of maps, you're gonna have less monsters. Makes sense, right? And they plan
the monster density. He's probably referencing that he thinks they're doing it for the... I think this definitely probably is part of it, is to help performance out. He does said that's so wrong. Yeah, it's reducing the scaling, not at the start of maps. The start of maps is exactly the same, but once you get to T15s, that's where you'll notice the difference. How we'll see with the general community? Yeah, we'll find out. I mean, they even said they want to add back the ability to choose. Like, let's say you want to invest into pack size on your Atlas versus invest into more monster power scaling. Which I feel like that's a good choice that we don't really have in PoE1 as much. Like, we have it to some extent with, like, let's say you're doing like a Titanic Scarab strat versus a just put a bunch of monsters on the map strat. So we have it to some extent. But maybe not as much to this degree in terms of just like the baseline of monsters give more loot and they're way harder versus, you know, as a more generic scaling.
And to ramp it up over time, up to tier 16s. But then testers said that it's actually nicer with less monsters because you can be more methodical and there's some other upsides to it, right? So stuff like clear speed doesn't matter as much anymore. Now, I highly doubt that that's how it's going to play out, but monster density has way more impact on the game than you might initially think. Just off the top of my head, even if we ignore just the fact that it's fun to get through hordes of enemies,
does this make much of a difference? All loot comes from rares. It's like a gameplay difference. I think is what it's going to be, is having having more monsters to blow up. It's the question. I think that's the bigger question mark, is the game going to be as fun with less monsters you're getting to kill or destroy or blow up or whatever, right?
I doubt that it's easier to kill less monsters that are stronger versus a broad variety of monsters that jump at you. That's kind of how he said it in the video. I highly doubt that this is how it's actually going to play out. Big cap on my part. I guess we're going to...
I think I agree with Pal on this. I think it's probably going to need, you're going to need better builds. If the monsters get harder and there's less of them, it shifts priority a little bit away from clear speed more to actual damage or how strong your character is. ED Contagion is better with more mobs around. Yeah, certain skills will benefit from like chain clear. Like ED Contagion is a chain clear one. If you had some way to initiate a chain explode, stuff like that, for sure you want. The more pack size would help.
to see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not going to be as bad as he made it out to be. And there's not exactly like, we don't know exactly.
I don't think it's even going to feel that different. I don't know. I don't think it's going to feel that different. Well, I will find out.
Exactly just from the patch notes. This is mostly just something he said. But even then, stuff like on kill effects, there are supports that all they do is on kill effects. There are mana on kill, life on kill, ES on kill, which a lot of builds relied on. There's stuff like charm charges, less monsters to chain off of, less corpses. There are so many small details about this change that completely alter how certain builds play and interact that I'm not.
I guarantee it won't bother me at all. Not even a little bit. That's some confidence. I'm definitely on the side of I don't think it will affect in terms of changing my feeling towards the gameplay, but I think there's a chance it might. I don't know. I'm just going to play it and see what I feel when I actually get to go up to T16 maps. Am I going to get the overwhelming feeling that the maps are empty or not? I'm not willing to make any guarantees how easy.
Fully away of all of them, but I'm sure we're going to have that over
we
the
don't know
next
how it's going to feel with the waste of mods either. Yeah, it's true.
And we'll have to see if it's actually as bad as he made it out to be in the interview. I'll try to not judge before trying it. It just...
Did Mark make it bad and make it sound bad in the interview? I don't think it sounded that bad. I think he was just saying, okay, we removed the scaling monster density in maps and we replaced it with some loot scaling.
Sounds terrible to me. What I personally think happened is that they had performance issues and they made the performance a lot better, right? Like, sure, but they didn't really know how to make it work without cutting on a ton of mobs, and now they're trying to re-justify that somehow, which I prefer good performance as well over having, I don't know, fucking 30 FPS. I get it. But either way, they tried to sell it as sort of like a balancing tool, which, yeah, no. Next biggest loser, reduced movement speed penalty from the passive tree. And
Lance is Ember Fusillade, Blood Mage still legit. Blood Mage still very strong. It got in a massive nerf. How do I put this? It was 10 times overkill what it needed to be. It lost, 5x its power, something like that. It's probably still going to be able to crush endgame. I think the scaling still is like Wrathpith is very strong. Blood Mage's Ascendancy is still very strong. I don't think it's going to change too much of the fact you're still going to be able to clear content, but it's still vastly a different build because of that is a pretty sizable nerf to take out tech rods and take out Louis. So play with a grain of salt. I think this is reminiscent of Archmage. Archmage was way overkill for what it needed to be in 0.1. They gave it a ton of nerfs, and I think people still played it in 0.2, and it was kind of like people were unsure maybe in 0.2, or they played it, still liked it. And then they gave back a little bit more buffs, and Archmage is actually like pretty legitimate in the current game, I think. How to get defense without 10k life as a Blood Mage? Blood Mage didn't lose any life scaling. Also, the only way you got to 10k life is you use the helmet, which I wouldn't even recommend because it makes you weaker defensively.
And gear used to be that you can actually spec up to 100% of this stat. For example, over here with Unhindered, these small nodes, right over here, this whole cluster. Well, not anymore, or at least that's what they say, because the passive tree will get quite a big rework. And on first glance, that makes sense, right? Why would you be able to cast sparks all the time while you're moving? Until you realize that, well, that got nerfed, but the Roa, like I earlier pointed out, is still there, right? Like, we still have this situation.
Yo, Palestron does not like the Roa, man. He wants the Roa to get deleted. I'm pretty content with them removing the 15% MS. It should get deleted, as it should. I don't know. I guess we'll see how this league plays out. I feel like you could just tap cast and you have pretty much the same effect. Because, okay, so they're hitting the mana sustain. You're not going to be able to afford holding down the button anyways, which would lean into being like just clicking it every now and then anyways. You should get 75% less accuracy. Just kill bow and spear or that row can't be played. Every weapon should be able to use a Roa. You mean like add like the hippo and the turtle and the flamingo or whatever? Maybe I'm missing it. I don't know. I really don't. I don't see as much value in this stat as I guess other people do. I mean, I really feel like you could literally just tap cast and you move at 90% the speed anyways. How much is Roa reservation wise? Is Roa 100 spirit or is Roa like 60? Roa mount is 60. Okay. So it's not 100 spirit. $60 still a lot of spirit. But I guess you go. Dude, I don't know, man. I'm happy. You know, if they nerf Roa more than this, I'd be happy. But I was content with taking the movement speed nerf. Make Roa reduce the skill speed. You guys really want blood for the Roa.
Bow skills and spear builds, at least ranged spear builds, still are.
I thought I had a lot of malice in my heart for Deadeyes, but I am learning that you guys have more malice. I thought I was like a #1 Deadeye hater. But maybe it's just because I'm more of a Deadeye hater, and Roa technically isn't Deadeye, right? You could use it with other classes, right? It's not like 1-to-1 identity, right? Did he already review the Tailwind buff? You mean the Tailwind nerf? I don't know if he referenced the Tailwind change or not. He might have earlier. No, yeah, he has Deadeye down here.
Getting that. And all the other builds had to painstakingly sacrifice 50 to 70 points in order to get the same thing that those builds do. And because of that,
50 to 70 points. I mean, 50 to 70. Like the jewel like you get good stuff on the way. It's not just like your entire tree is being sacrificed for it. I was going all the way down here just for like crystallized immunities. I was like, hell yeah, I'll path all the way down there for crystallized immunities.
No matter
is sick.
how much balancing you do in this patch, it all, when it comes to the very top end of clear speed, it all kind of falls flat. But as for what I think they're gonna do, from what they said, they're going to add more of these clusters on the tree, but I think they're gonna like kind of spread them out a little so that every build can only get 2-ish, and it's not all just going to be in this pocket, if I had to guess, which once again would make sense if the Roa didn't exist. But I'm gonna leave that topic alone. Let's move on. But don't worry, if you're a spellcaster, you're also getting destroyed here.
I think it's bad game design. Okay, so Alizi saying it's bad game design, Enlock saying it's bad game design. What's the bad part of the element? Because right now it is you sacrifice spirit to get a buff, right? It's a reservation, it's a aura, it's a like what's the difference between reserving an aura in haste in PoE 1 for a movement speed benefit? What's the part where it's bad game design? Roa's not the problem, it's bows. It's haste on steroids. Is it haste on steroids? I don't know, guys. The opportunity cost is too low. You guys just think it's just not nerfed enough. Well, I guess what I'm not following here is it bad game design because like the concept of the Roa is bad, being able to sacrifice spirit to avoid movement speed penalty, or is it just you just don't like the number? Which I don't know if that's design or more like you care about the balance of the skill, right? I don't like it when bow players are happy. Now that's something I can get behind. Yeah, I understand that reasoning. I don't like it when bow players are happy. Movement speed is king in the current state of the game. Can you sprint with Roa? What is okay, hear me out. They made it so Feral Rune of the Chase has a limit of 1, which means you can't use 3 of them in your boots. Something like this thing right here, Guadalides Thesis, is 50 extra MS while sprinting. So if I get to click sprint, my character moves with 100 extra movement speed. You can't do that on a Roa. That is speed. I don't know, man. Then you get heavy stunned and die. You can make your character tanky enough where you get heavy stunned, you don't die. And also, it's literally just you sprint till you see a mob about to hit you and you stop sprinting. It's a freaking, like, if you're paying attention and you're actually, like, doing something. It's not good game design. What are you talking about? Aleezy, what could I say? Okay, Aleezy, what'd you say? It's a limited mechanic that perfectly protects you from inherent obstacles that is only applicable to a specific weapon class. Okay. Now that's a fair statement. You want it to be available for all weapon classes. What about counterpoint? Maybe it's okay for classes to have some more specific identity of things they're good at or bad at, or things they do that's special. Do you want all classes, all archetypes to have the same exact feeling where they all do the same thing? Some classes can have some uniqueness, but not the bow builds. I don't know if maybe I should just like disengage with this topic. I don't want to make you guys too mad. I clearly am not, I'm not following with you guys right now. I am not following with the Roa hate. It doesn't quite make sense to me. I think the movement speed nerf was a solid nerf. I'm looking forward to sprinting around as a bear, and then you guys can make fun of me when I get heavy stunned. You guys can make fun of me when I start sprinting around with a bear and get heavy stunned. You guys can remind me of this conversation and go, Lamau, you should have been using a Roa for your bear lance.
Because Ataluis, we all saw it coming, got an absolute banger of a hammer nerf. Not only that, but also Sacrifice of the Blood, the keystone that recovered your health, got quite a bit neutered. And on top of that, we also have some Wrathpith globe adjustments. For the Ataluis support, it is now capped.
This thing was so obscenely ridiculous. It was literally, you took whatever skill you were playing, like you were playing freaking Spark or you're playing Fireball, and it all of a sudden your damage was 85 to 90% fizz because it was that much gain. That was just like, what the hell were they thinking with this thing? It was so ridiculous. That was pretty peak. It was so overtuned. Nerf was deserved. Yeah, Ataluis and Tech Rods were both like infinite sustain and infinite damage. It was just like, what?
40% bonus. For the Sacrifice of the Blood keystone, you now only get 1 life regen per 16 in the past 4 seconds, instead of 1 per 8 in the last 8 seconds, so a double nerf, which means your infinite payoff is gone, and you're gonna get like a fourth of the life regen you got before, and it has less life cost to ramp up. And then they also, for good measure, reduced the crit chance you get from Wrathpith Globe. And the last big loser was Deadeye. So a few things happened here.
I'm glad they only like did a little bit of a tame nerf on Wrathpith. I'm happy they did the kill nerf on Tech Rods and Adalui's, because those were like really out of line. Wrathpith I feel like is more reasonable, and they gave it a more reasonable nerf. I'm glad they didn't just outright just kill Wrathpith.
The first one is win.
I think they're gonna have to nerf it down the line, though. I think they're adding more life support for more ways to get life scaling, and I think eventually the 10% per is maybe gonna get hit.
The word straight up got yoinked, got removed. You don't get the 30% less damage taken per Tailwind anymore, which is rough against dots, which you just had free protections against, and then Tailwind, which got slightly changed. Now, this is not the worst nerf in the world. You did lose in total 10% skill speed, and you lost 50% increased evasion.
You know what I want to see, guys? I just want to see this line removed. This right here. You guys feel me? Deadeye didn't get it enough. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not following you guys with the Roa thing, but I think we just get rid of this movement speed. They don't need 10% extra movement speed. I think we just take that out, you know? Just get rid of that. And quite frankly, let's get rid of the evasion too. Okay, just give them 20% skill speed. Okay, they'll still click it. They'll still click it. They don't know what the hell they'll still click it for 20 skill speed. Let's just get rid of the movement speed and the evasion. Okay, headwind, just give it all negative. Make it not work while you're on a roll. You guys really hate the roll. What did the bird do to you guys? This is like crazy. The amount of hate and malice you guys have towards the Roa I think it's crazy.
You got a little bit of extra deflect, but some builds didn't even stack that. But most builds did, so it's not the worst thing in the world, and Tailwind is still incredibly strong, and they didn't touch the movement speed. But in general, I like where they went with this, because this node here made Deadeye into just a weird concoction of both good offensively and defensively. And sure, you still get the big evasion and now the deflection stuff, but it's now a lot more balanced. Plus, we now got Path.
I feel like the Deadeye players are gonna write this off like, oh, no big deal. We just lost Windward. What does less damage taken even mean? I feel like they're gonna like write this off like as no big deal, and then they're gonna find out in T16 maps their 1k life, 1k ES isn't enough anymore. They're gonna start getting one shot way more. I feel like they're what did Fubgun act? Was he like, was this no big deal, or did Fubgun be like, this is huge? Just get HH and you'll be fine. Yeah, just get something. Yeah, just get HH.
Now a lot more balanced. Plus, we now got Pathfinder in the mix, so quite a bit of
Pathfinder's
competition
pretty
as
correct.
well. They did change how Bullseye works. So Bullseye now applies 10 critical weakness. However, you do now also need to take called shots, which you didn't want to do in all situations. And we got some healthy competition in the Ranger Huntress area with.
I really think the people that are logging in at Deadeye at start are gonna get transferred over to Pathfinder. I think Pathfinder is going to all of you guys saying Roa best in slot. I think we're gonna see a shift, okay, where people start realizing, wait, Pathfinder's just better, and I can click sprint and not get heavy stunned, and I just get 100 MS more than I get with Roa. I don't know. I feel like Roa is, you guys are overrating it to the moon. I think the sprint gaming is gonna take, dude, 100 MS with that new rune is gonna be sick. Is T still on my video 3 hours later? Listen, pal, I can explain, okay? I did the podcast. I did the podcast. Okay, so I had to pause stalling on your video to do the podcast. Okay, I was only partially through. Okay, I could explain. I have not been looking at this video for 3 hours. I've only been looking at it for like 1 hour. It's not the same. Okay, it's not the same. I've been arguing with Chad about Roa. I mean, it's maybe blame the Roa, man. Okay, blame the Roa.
The newly buffed Pathfinder, Amazon, and Ritualist also got a little bit buffed, right? We can talk about that in a separate video.
I hate sprint. I hope the Dead-Eye players will feel it now too. The hate sprint. Well, I mean, if you click this node basically removes the downside of sprint, right? The downside is the heavy stun. I don't know. I think that's gonna feel insane.
But I think it's a lot more up in the air. You still get the 10% movement speed,
egregiously
which is hard to
sprint into
replace, I
packs.
understand. But you now have options. And yeah, there's a lot more smaller things. For example, certain runes, which are not called augments, you can only use once. There are no significant Atlas changes, which I think is an L. The Nova projectile support doesn't have 4 projectiles anymore, but also lost its less damage multiplier. Yeah, we could just go on and on and on. Smith of Kitava got some good buffs for hardcore. The fire spell on hit from Smith of Kitava doesn't have any mana cost, yada, yada, yada. But I tried to dwindle it down to the most important ones. And in some of the upcoming videos, I'm going to talk about some more specific things. Either way,
dude, this looks good, man. Synth 2.0, and we get to fight at Zeri. What could go wrong? Where was broken at mid endgame farming, which breaks the economy. Sprinting is just leveling. Dude, I use sprinting a hell of a lot more than just leveling. I don't know. They like, okay, like what was it? He was they're doing the limit, right? The where do you have it? It was right here. Yeah. I think this is gonna have some pretty resounding effects. Like what I'm seeing here is I'm seeing movement speed, regular standardized, just movement speed you had last league, 15 from Roa, 20 from 2 runes of the chase. Like there's a lot of like base movement speed from sources getting taken out. And on top of that, they're adding in like this thing. Your sprint is going to give you 100 MS. Like, I don't, God, I am so going to be using this with sprint. Moving with 100 MS when I click sprint, I'm gonna be zooming. For F's sake, play Roa, you will get it. I don't think I think I am never going to agree with you guys on this. I don't want to play Roa. I don't want to be forced to not be able to move fast because I can't click sprint. I also don't feel the need to hold down the trigger because you could tap cast. You don't need 15 casts to kill 1 pack. You need 1 cast. So you are baseless then. No, I think I just have a faster character because I'm not going to click the thing that makes it so I can't sprint and then hold down just so I can hold down the button. Lance is in the pocket of big Roa industry. I look forward to this patch. I think this will be an interesting patch. We'll see how it ends up playing out. I am betting there's gonna be a lot less Roa players than people think there's gonna be Roa players at the end of it. That's what I'm betting on. Lance has a Roa farm in India. Caster wise, casters still have infinite TP lightning warp, which is almost as fast as Deadeyes anyways. I live in Indiana. I've seen the Roa farm. There's no Roa farm, guys. I don't have any Roa farm. We'll have to see how this goes. Do you guys think the bows? Okay, so you guys are saying bows are the problem. Are bow players going to have enough damage without lightning rod? I guess like the game is still like the difficulty scaling end game isn't that hard. So even removing their guaranteed DPS maybe is going to be fine later on once they have gear. You don't need that much damage in the game? Yeah, you don't really need that much damage. I think it's going to be pretty impactful for the early, like the first week when people don't have good items, where you really kind of want that lightning rod to carry your damage. Do we have clips of Deadeye players killing things without lightning rod? Like, could Deadeye players kill things with just like lightning arrow pretty consistently on bosses? Lightning arrow Deadeyes are just gonna use the frenzy charge stuff on bosses. You think they're just gonna do that? Depends how bad it feels with the higher HP monsters. Yeah, they said they're getting like the 40% scaling, right? Just using like ice shot with snipe works pretty well. They don't care about bosses. Sure you do. A lot of bosses are in maps, right? A lot of like, you know, you have like the 10 mil to 15 mil HP bosses once they're all upgraded, right? Especially if you have more, I guess, power scaling added to them, right? They have Salvo. Did Salvo get buffed this patch or did it get nerfed? Or did it just unchanged? Maddox Salvo had gotten conversion. Freezing Salvo is now a tier 3 gem. Both apply to mobs isn't to the bosses. So the bosses will probably still be at like 10 mil HP then. Pokemon things still have 25% of what it did last patch. You think still have 10% of what it did last patch? What the hell did he do to count like the amount of hits? What was the test he ran? That's kind of... I feel like it... I feel like there's a situation with Lightning Rod where it was just generating a ridiculous amount of hits. I'm just thinking about whenever the people like shoot lightning arrow into the lightning rod, it would just like freeze the game basically whenever people did it. Kill the Uber Arbiter in 0.1 seconds. My thought process is the this nerf right here where they set it to occur every 0.1 second. That is like a much bigger neutering than is like readily apparent. Because you'd have like you'd shoot the lightning arrow in and it would proc off all of them and they'd like proc each other, right? To me, this thing I think is gonna be way bigger towards killing the damage. If it doesn't work to go LS Spears. How are Spears currently? Spears didn't really get nerfed at all, right? Neutering? I think... Oh, we'll see. We'll see what it is. I mean, Lightning Arrow was clearly one of their go-to things that needed to get nerfed. To me, this is reading like that's what this is doing. Spears are fine. Yeah, I don't think I remember reading any spear nerfs going through the patch notes. The spear nerfs they did do were like last patch. what you're gonna be doing. I'm gonna be doing a bear. I'm gonna be doing the walking calamity. I'm gonna be sprinting around while fireballs are destroying everything in my path, and then I'm gonna get heavy stunned. That's what I'm gonna be doing. Going Druid or Warrior, gonna go Shaman, Druid. Do you think infusions are bait? Yeah, they're pretty bait. I mean, that you can kind of use them to some extent, like some of them work out decently in mapping scenarios. Some of them are okay when you're really early on in progression, but generally infusions were too much effort to be worth the time, I think, later on with them. Yeah, I want to do this Furious Wellspring, Rage Gen, good uptime on Walking Calamity, and then maybe we'll do Apocalypse plus whatever this is. Maybe we'll do the DR nodes, like these defensive nodes seem like they could be pretty strong. We got some things to think about, right? I want to do a caster this time around, but not the best this patch. Yeah, caster got some nerfs in a few different ways. I mean, maybe you could try to do a totem caster. That's new this league, right? I think there's maybe ways to do it. Maybe if the Hateforge cope is real. When you think about adaptations with Cold's Bridal, well, that's like the thought process is if this works based on, I mean, it doesn't say it has to be an enemy hit, right? Which means if you have both of these, it should work. I'm assuming that adaptations have like a limit of 5 or 10 or who knows, right? But potentially that's really strong damage reduction. If it's not max 3, yeah, you'd need a max roll for sure. I played Tri Infusions with Stormry last league, and it felt fine once it was set up. The new buffs would make that build way better. I'm definitely on the skeptical side of infusions. It says martial weapon on the talisman, so I hope they added the Giant's Blood. Yeah, that would be a ton of damage scaling if they added it. Then the difficulty is going to be getting the strength for Giant's Blood. Maybe you need intelligence for it too. Wield axes, maces, and swords in one hand. Triple attribute requirements. Inherent life granted by strength is half. So you just go the heroic tragedy, right, with this. Then you get ES scaling. I want to send Wrathwith plus Apocalypse and pray. Well, you might want to make sure Apocalypse is actually a spell. I guess if it's an attack, you can use Crown of Eyes, though. So you have that out as an option. I'll try Strength Stack, Warbringer, Warcry as a bear. Is there? I don't know if there'd be much advantage to doing that as a bear versus just Warcrying normally. I don't know if the Ferocious War itself has any advantages. I hate that so much, the anti-life scaling. Yeah, Giant's Blood's a little bit weird because it's literally just like yo, go play ES. It's kind of what it feels like it's saying a little bit. You could still do two-handed axes, maces, and swords in one hand. Triple attribute requirements. I don't know if they. Okay, you know what? Okay, here's the cope, guys. Here's the cope. They didn't have talismans as the name for the two-handed weapon base for Druid, so why would they reference it on Giant's Blood? Because they had talismans as the name of the socketable. They had to change that. Giant's Blood's going to say talisman. Come on, two-handed melee weapon? Surely. Why would the bear not be able to hold two talismans, right? He's got two freaking front paws, two claws. Two wings on a wyvern. Nah, it's gonna work. It's gonna work. Okay, guys, the strat is gonna be Giant's Blood CI, which means free berserk uptime, free sprint rune thing. We are going to be literally moving at like 150 plus MS while fire is raining down on our opponents, on our enemies. We're going to have friggin' plus 14 gem levels, ridiculous damage scaling, and we're going to have like 30k ES. Giant's Blood was nerfed. It was nerfed for life builds. It wasn't nerfed for heroic tragedy, aka better life builds, also known as ES builds. This thing right here. Where is it? Circular Teaching? Not that one. What's the other one? Nightly Tenets? Not that one. Where's the other one? This one. Energy Shield per 2 strength. Gain no inherent bonus from strength. It won't work because Talisman's a hybrid weapon. Why would that mean it wouldn't work? That just means you need some int. But you need int anyways to equip the ES gear pieces. That's like saying like an axe or a sword aren't going to be technically like some sort of hybrid of strength and dex, you know? Nah, I'm full believing, dude. That's the angle. That's the angle right there. Giant's Blood, dual talisman. All we need to do is have enough mana to cast the thing every 15 seconds with a little bit of skill effect duration, and then we just start rampaging around, you know? Am I going to get a POB for the Leaguestart? If we get, I'll make a mock-up of the rough initial starting plan if we get the information for it. That's probably how we're going to play it. I'm going to be updating the POB and the mobalytics basically whenever we get like more information, progress the character and try things out. But like until we freaking have info on the tree, like what am I going to do? Hey, pick these nodes. And then this node, like you log in isn't even freaking like, this is like this, like maybe this is percent armor and they swap damage over here for all we know. Like, you know, I don't know. Like until we have the actual tree change, I don't think it really is too relevant for things. We're gonna get some end game footage of Druid tomorrow. I want to see Ziggy's footage. I want to see Ziggy do act. I want to see Ziggy Act 1 footage. I want to see. Hey, look, guys, the bear is gonna be OP. Look how fast he destroyed Geonor. Okay, stop making fun of me. It's gonna be better than Mace's. That's what I want to see. That's what I need. Ziggy's gonna get stuff nerfed again? No, he's not gonna get stuff nerfed. He's gonna like talk about it in a very reserved way. Okay. He's learned that GGG sometimes can be overzealous with the nerfs based on his footage. And he's gonna tone it down a little bit. He's not gonna be playing for the nerf squad. He's the Oracle of nerfs. That's not what Ziggy is, man. He's a good dude. Okay, he's a good dude. Why do you have 35,000 ES? This is just my prep work for the bear. My bear is actually gonna have 50,000 ES. This is just a little mock-up I made for future Apocalypse bear. I'm gonna actually have 50k ES, and as I'm moving through the sky, fire is gonna be raining down, one-shotting everything. Just a little mock-up of the bear. The ES bear? Yep, the ES bear. Guys, just so we're clear, you can click ES as any class, just so we're clear. Okay, you don't. There's no requirement that says, hey, you're playing this class, you can't click ES. Bear Pathfinder Day 2? No, I want the rage stuff. The rage stuff is part of the quality life of what the build's gonna be, right? The consistent zoom up of the glory and being able to proc the skill and have the fire raining down once again. Stop it, Lance! You're gonna get ES buffed again. What did they say they were doing a little bit of stuff to nerf ES? I swear, in the interview, they were like, "Yeah, we did a little bit of things," but was there anything even in the patch notes that even nerfed ES? I know I saw double corrupt. I know I saw the ability to freaking add higher quality to my items. Ghost Dance? Is that all they did was Ghost Dance? So the only ES nerf they did was just to Deadeye players. I think they're gonna be tree changes. You think they're actually addressing the percents being out of control? Where'd they say that? Where'd they say that? Is that in the patch notes? Where is it? ES nodes on the tree. Do you guys have a clip of him saying ES nodes on the tree? He didn't say that. I don't remember him saying that at all. That's the logical assumption. You guys are making a lot of assumptions here, okay? Have we not lived through 4 patches of ES or 3 patches of ES being OP in PoE 2 with them saying, hey, we're going to nerf ES and then proceed to make ES stronger each patch? Or like, look at PoE 1. How long has ES been just continuously getting stronger? He started talking about Ascend Sanguinis. So he's talking about like the ES Leech claw. Like he doesn't want to take away that identity. He definitely said he thought they nerfed ES on the tree. It might not actually happen though. Okay, I guess we're gonna find out. I don't know. I need to see it to believe it, because what I'm reading in these patch notes is double corrupt equal more ES on gear, and where is it? Where's the thing? Is it in here? Destroy, augment, corrupt 2 modifiers. Not this one. Not that one. It's in the clip of it's the quality. It's this thing.
If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the...
It's the fact you could take an item that has like extra sockets and then make it go above quality 2. Like the rarest, the pretty much one of the rarest drops in the game right now is this, right? Let's go non-corrupted. 3 sockets. Where are the sockets? I haven't done trade searches in a while, so I kind of forget where they are. Is it gem sockets considered? Not gem sockets. Where the hell is it? There it is. I'm blind. 3 rune sockets with quality. But now you can find the item that has a socket already on it, and then you can add quality to it. That's not quality. Quality is... I swear it would be down in miscellaneous normally in PoE 1 is where it is. Where the hell is it? Oh my word. Old reading. It's normally in miscellaneous, guys. Shut up. Let's see if there's any with 4 sockets. Are there any with 4 sockets that are corrupted? Just as a reference point, did anyone like take the chess piece with yeah, here's an example. This was a double exceptional because it dropped with 3 sockets and quality. Which this doesn't freaking occur. But now you can force extra quality on items with this thing. Well, it's officially old. Okay, freaking what do you? There's like a billion words to read down here, and normally it's in the miscellaneous section for quality, okay? They moved it all the way up here. I just was looking in the wrong freaking spot, but I have to read through freaking a gajillion things. I have proof, okay? I have proof. You go over here, you say, hey, where's the quality? Guess what? It's in the miscellaneous section where it normally is, okay? It's like 50 words. Okay, yeah, I had to do a lot of reading, and I had to keep rechecking over because I thought for sure it was in the miscellaneous section. All right, you guys be toxic all you want, okay? Listen, I don't have to stand here and take this, okay? But hear me out. Black Scythe training, energy shield per strength, Giant's Blood is going to support double talisman, and we're going to be CI werebear sprinting around, raining from the heavens above. Okay? I found when they talk about ES in the interview, skip to 122. All right, we'll take a look. Are you guys right about
utilizing weapons?
The ES getting nerfed? Let's listen closely to what they're gonna say. 122.15. Thanks to Nipple Lips for finding this.
You feel about like why does ES kind of get a separate treatment when it ultimately, although it's a defense like evasion and armor, it functions much more like life.
Thank you,
There's a lot
Ziggy.
of ES scaling, and
true, it is life.
Numbers are pretty high compared to life, and definitely
I mean, that's a current balance issue for sure, but like, you know, just because it happens to function more similar to life, they're all at the end of the day have.
Now we just need Ziggy to follow up with the, hey man, put life back on the tree. What the hell? We're going to get life back on the tree eventually, surely.
Form of effective
I believe.
HP, right? So, I mean, they just, as long as they're not entirely symmetric, which is what makes them interesting, which is why one works this way and the others work a different way. And but yeah, I mean, there's clearly a misbalance. I mean, you got issues with Ghost Dance obviously being a bit hectic, and
Ziggy asked about that before, and they just said no. We're gonna get it eventually, guys. We just gotta keep fighting. Okay, fight the good fight.
I guess gonna start listing off things I'm gonna nerf, I suppose. But you know, like I don't know. There's changes to be done here. There's a few changes coming, but we're at the point where I still look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure ES is still going to be pretty crazy. That being said, it's like, you know, I don't want to make any last minute kind of knee-jerk reaction nerf kind of things around this. So like, because we've changed and rebalanced so much, it's really hard to know, and even changes to how the monsters scale and whatnot, it's kind of hard to know exactly how things are going to play out. So it's this kind of thing where I'm like at the point again where I'm like, all right, let's get all these changes out, see how the metas evolve, see what's good, see what's bad, and then like reevaluate it again. So ES is worse, but I don't think it's honestly, I don't think it's nerfed enough, to be honest.
ES is worse, but it's not nerfed enough. But the patch notes had nothing but Ghost Dance.
Kind of where I'm at with that. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
Little nudge in the right direction, perhaps. But I know in the past when we talked about this, we discussed around the idea of like letting energy shield values be high, but really focusing on the recovery side of things and making that the, like you just said, like making things.
We don't have tree info. Yeah, they didn't really reference any tree changes in the patch notes, right? Did they reference anything from the tree? They referenced like the move speed stuff, I think. They had ignite buffs on the tree. Passive skill tree changes. So they had stuff on here. They had some buffs on here. Did they have any nerfs on here? They had like the nerf to Hollow Palm. They had the nerf to Walk of the Wilds. They have some Keystone stuff. They had the nerf to this node, the Pure Power. I don't know, guys. Surely it would have been in the patch notes, right? Maybe referencing, hey, we're going to nerf some ES cluster scaling if they were going to do it.
It's not homogenous, making things different. Like life's really easy to recover, but energy shield's much harder to recover. Like you still kind of
that is still the intention. Yes, that is still the intention.
I like that.
It's just really easy for all of a sudden some cool design to come out, and then all of a sudden it's
the patch notes are done. I'm not saying the patch notes are done, but I feel like they would at least reference something here, like to some extent, be like, hey, we're nerfing ES clusters, you know. Even if they don't give us a number, they don't have to, right? They could be kind of vague about it.
Just a completely trampled recharge.
Yeah. Yes.
And then it's just like, well, now why do I care, you know? And I mean, like, it's okay sometimes if it's like via an insanely, like, I mean, Essentia Sanguine is a perfect example.
Is ES hard to recover? Not really. I mean, recharge is pretty good, and you have Val Discipline that comes off cooldown every 10 seconds. Or something like that. I forget what the actual cooldown on is, but it's very, very usable whenever you need it type of thing.
Full of doing this, right? Like it just straight up ES leech. And the thing is, like, I don't want to.
Val Discipline. What's it called in this game? Convalescence, I think. Convalescence. While skills active, grant skills that you can use to instantly begin recharge and gain buff for a duration that prevents recharge from being interrupted. This is effectively what Val Discipline does in PoE1. It starts your recharge. You can't have it interrupted. And it has like is it a cooldown? Does it not have the gem info here? And it's only 30 spirit. Yeah, okay. So 30-second cooldown, but it gives you Val Discipline for 4 seconds. So it is a decent cooldown, right? 30 seconds is a decently long time, but it's still like you don't need to click this very often, and it's pretty much always there when you need it. Like it's just your panic button, and then you all of a sudden you just don't die. Yeah, it's kind of how it goes.
Take that away. I just, there's a level of there's some
you support with
balance to
CD
do
stuff. Yeah. Give it a lot of CD supports
and or commonality to do. Like if that's a thing you strive for and can eventually achieve, and now your character's like freaking god tier, that's exactly what like high-end unique items should do. So in this case, I know we're making that item rarer. Hopefully that doesn't affect the economy too much with some me giving that away. But on standard, sorry. But at the end of the day, I would rather do that than just gutting it. You know what I mean? In this,
are a lot of people actually playing with the claw? Essentia Sanguis. Oh, those are the gloves. They're not even a claw. Oh, okay. Life Leech is converted to Energy Shield Leech. Neat. That is actually pretty solid. I guess now that you don't actually have the opportunity cost of a weapon slot, that actually is quite a bit better. Claws don't exist. Yeah, I know. It's just freaking PoE1 brain. It's like when I think of these, I think of like them as a claw because that's what they are in PoE1. Same thing with like freaking Hand of Wisdom and action. My brain is not
this case. But yes, those things are allowed to break the rule. But I very much want to push ES to be recharge based. And as I said, historically, it's again you just come up.
Dude, I might be tempted to actually use those actually. Since we're playing an attack-based character, why not? We might have to consider this bad boy. Hey, don't mind if we do.
With a bunch of uniques and wanted to do all this cool stuff, and all of a sudden, we've added in another way to completely
playing on T0 unique,
not care about recharge, and you're getting ES back some other way. So, and that happened, and more of that came about, and all of a sudden now, you pretty much just got this insane life pool that's permanently full, and it's like, wow, why would you not do this? Obviously, you'd do this. So,
I imagine.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know. He did say ES is worse, but the only thing in the patch notes is like Ghost Dance. I don't know. I think we're gonna be logging into another patch of ES is good. The CI the CI dual wield talisman werebear with permaleech 50k ES sounds real good right now. We'll see before launch. Yeah, we'll like whenever we get the tree. Things to look forward to, guys. Things to look forward to. All right, I think we're gonna call it for the night. It's getting pretty late. Tomorrow, I will not be streaming. I got a family thing going on. But I will be back Monday, and we probably, hopefully, have maybe some footage from Ziggy. And that way I can tell myself that my practice with maces is only going to be stronger when I get to log into Werebear on League launch. And GGG is definitely not going to pre-nerf Werebear because of Ziggy. Because Ziggy's, he's not the bad guy, and he's not going to oversell it. But it's going to be clear when we watch the footage that it is insane, okay? We're just going to hope Ziggy doesn't overhype it or anything, or say anything along the lines of this probably needs a nerf, or feels like cheating, or any of that. He's not going to use any of those words. All right, I'm going to send you guys over to... I'll send you guys over to the Roa enjoyer himself. I'll send you guys over to Fubgun. And we can see some firsthand Roa gameplay. Anyway, thanks for hanging out, guys. Hope you had fun today. And then I will see you guys all Monday. Have a good rest of your evenings, everybody. Peace out, guys. Peace out.
Your Captain Lane.